Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
While Xander burned in the throes of war, the 9 realms remained curiously silent. In that calm, a voice echoed within Kronos' mind, Odin's deep, commanding tone. Kronos, the 20 sets of holy cloths you requested are complete. Kronos blinked in surprise. Already? That fast? He hadn't expected the dwarves to work with such terrifying efficiency. 2 days, just 2 days, and all 20 were forged. Only the final enchantment remains, Odin added. That part we left for you. Curiosity glimmered in the All-Father's heart. Ever since Kronos was anointed Lord of the Stars, Odin had wondered just how deep that power ran. The ability to draw on stellar force from across the cosmos. Wasn't that akin to becoming a god of the universe itself? Not even Mephista, a dimension deity, wielded such scope. Kronos and Odin arrived at Nidavellir, the ancient forge realm. Kronos, behold, your 20 sacred armors, said Eitri, the dwarf king, as he led them into a massive chamber. Kronos sensed their dormant power immediately. The craftsmanship was flawless, just as he remembered, but the enchantment would breathe life into them. He closed his eyes. From deep within space, 12 constellations blazed to life. Starlight descended. Odin raised a brow. Is that starlight? The dwarves gasped as the silver-white armor sets shimmered, shifting shape and radiance. 12 of them transformed under the cosmic light, their steel bodies evolving into majestic golden forms. They no longer looked like copies from a mold. Each took on a unique identity. Is this your power as the Lord of the Stars? Odin murmured, awestruck. He understood now. Kronos had not simply enchanted armor. He had anointed dominions. Like a god dividing his realm, he had sealed the essence of the Ares constellation into the Ares gold cloth. Whoever wore it would inherit not only the microcosm technique, but also divine Ares power. In the Ares constellation's domain, such a warrior would be indistinguishable from a god. It was not just gifting strength. It was the right to rule, a divine, feudal system across the stars. Even Odin, proud ruler of Asgard, was shaken. He can infect gods, he whispered. Just like that. Kronos' gift outclassed even heralds of beings like Galactus. This was more than empowerment. It was deification. One by one, the 12 gold cloths radiated cosmic brilliance. The Sanctuary Zodiac, Odin noted, each set perfectly aligns. Yet Kronos did not hoard the armor. With a wave, he sent the 12 gold cloths flying across the universe, each landing within its respective star system to bathe in starlight and grow. With enough nourishment, these holy cloths may evolve beyond artifacts, Odin mused. Kronos nodded, eyes still closed. Each armor carried memory inheritance of its constellation's fighting style, waiting for a worthy host. The remaining 8 cloths, while not yet enchanted, would soon follow, empowered by raw starlight. Thank you, Eitri. These are perfect, Kronos said. You honor us, Lord Kronos, the dwarf king replied humbly. Nidavellir stands with you. I'll remember that. Odin turned. Will you return to Earth? Soon. But first, Asgard's gift. Kronos conjured a holy cloth, modeled after Odin's own Saint Seiya armor. Sans weapon. This armor is for Asgard, he said. It may be weaker than your destroyer armor now, but it has infinite growth potential. Let it rest in your cosmic sea and evolve. As for the wearer, that's your choice. Odin received it solemnly. Unlike the destroyer, this armor came with inherited fighting ability and the potential to surpass even divine armor. Back on Earth, Kronos returned. Aspros, gather the orphans nurtured by the Sanctuary Foundation, he said. Aspros, now general manager of the Sanctuary, had long stepped away from the Foundation presidency. The new leader was a young prodigy, once an orphan himself. Within hours, Aspros gathered nearly 100 teenagers, aged 12 to 16. That many? Kronos asked. Yes, my lord, Aspros replied. The rest are still too young. Kronos nodded and lifted his hand. 12 beams of starlight fell from the heavens, selecting 12 children. The rest, thank you. Your time will come, Kronos said gently, easing their disappointment. He handed each chosen child a microcosm seed, gifting them the foundation of cosmic power. Then he turned to Aspros. You've served me loyally for nearly a decade. Now it's time. He summoned a new holy cloth based on the legendary Pegasus and passed it to Aspros. From this day, you are a member of my personal guard. Aspros dropped to one knee. I swear it, my lord. The holy place. Kronos traveled next to Kamar-Taj. Is that the sacred cloth? The ancient one asked. It is. What color do you prefer? Yellow, she smiled, matching her robes. Kronos laughed and infused the cloth with phoenix-style, divine energy. This armor adapts to any wearer, grants divine-level power, and thrives under starlight. Our deal is complete. But the Ancient One raised her hand. One more request. Leave a microcosm seed for the holy place. Kronos paused. You know what that means, right? I do. And it's worth it, she answered calmly. To her, this seed meant a true backup for the Time Stone. A way to cultivate a new sorcerer supreme. One who could rival even a sub-godfather. Kronos agreed and gave her 2 seeds, one for inheritance. Just know, when the host dies, the microcosm returns to me, Kronos said. It cannot be hoarded. Fate will guide us, she smiled. With that, the pact was sealed. A call from the Illuminati. Suddenly, Kronos' communicator buzzed. Kronos, it's Tony. Get to the Illuminati HQ now. On my way. He teleported instantly. Inside the Illuminati's meeting hall, he saw familiar figures. Rocket? Star-Lord, he blinked. We're here to ask for your help, Peter Quill said, awkward but serious. Kronos sighed. All right, start from the beginning. Something had changed. A butterfly effect had begun to ripple, and Kronos could already sense the storm coming. It's like this. I found a treasure in the universe, something called the Cosmic Orb. Star-Lord's voice rang through the Illuminati's chamber as he recounted the events that unfolded after obtaining the orb. Tales of bounty hunters, ancient vaults, and an unexpected cosmic power. Tony leaned back, eyebrows raised. Damn, man, your life's like a space opera. According to JVS's scans, Quill was indeed human, vanished from Earth as a child, only to be raised in the stars. I didn't expect this guy to grow up in the galaxy, Tony muttered. But not everyone was marveling at Quill's adventures. Captain America had latched onto a single name. Thanos, Steve said solemnly. You're saying he was the one behind the Chitauri invasion? That he's planning to balance the universe by killing half of all life? The room went quiet. Banner added gravely. According to Quill, Thanos was already a level sub-godfather. With the Power Stone, he's crossed into level god-father territory. Earth's heroes, no longer novices, understood the stakes. They had consulted Thor, gathered knowledge, and pieced together what the universe whispered. There are 6 Infinity Stones, Natasha said. For our on Earth. Thanos has the Power Stone. Only the Soul Stone is unaccounted for. That means he's coming, Banner said. And Earth is the final battlefield. We can't let him bring the war here, Steve insisted. Earth won't survive a battle of gods. Tony nodded. After Chronos and Mephisto leveled the sky in their duel, we all saw it. One more clash like that, and Earth is toast. We need to go on the offensive, Steve concluded. Tony gave him a rare look of approval. Look at you, making strategic calls. But while the Illuminati debated Thanos, Kronos turned to Star-Lord. You, come with me. Peter blinked, confused, but followed. They stepped out onto a balcony under the stars. Kronos didn't waste time. Do you know what you really are? He asked. Human. Star-Lord offered, confused. Kronos looked at him sharply. No, you're the son of a celestial. Star-Lord froze. A celestial? he repeated. Kronos nodded. Not just any cosmic species. Your father, Ego, is ancient, powerful. A being who, in his full form, rivals single-universe level entities. Star-Lord's mind reeled. Ego had always been a name, a mystery, a missing piece. But now this? You have divine power in you, Kronos said. I can sense it. The energy of the stars. It hasn't awakened yet, but it's there. Why are you telling me this? Kronos smiled. Because I want to offer you a place among my gods. Star-Lord stared. A god? Me? You have the potential to forge true godhood. Not just power, immortality, divine legacy. But in return, you must serve me. Completely. Peter hesitated. And if I say no, then you're free to walk away. But remember this conversation. When the time comes, when you learn who your father truly is, you'll need my help. Kronos turned away, the stars reflecting in his eyes. I'm planting a seed, he said, one that may bloom when the time is right. Star-Lord didn't answer. His thoughts were a storm. Back in the chamber, the others were still debating Thanos. Kronos rejoined the group and turned to Tony. How's the Ultron project progressing? Tony's eyes lit up. Almost there. Banner and I are finalizing the core AI. Good. Notify me when you succeed. Ultron was only the beginning. Kronos needed vision, the next step in Earth's evolution. But Kronos wasn't just preparing Earth. He was preparing himself. The war for the ownerless dimension loomed. And to challenge the Mephistas of the higher dimensions, he would need every weapon, every ally, every gem. The Soul Stone, however, posed a problem. A soul for a soul. And Kronos had no one he loved. He would have to let Thanos claim it. The deal with the holy place, the microcosm seeds and sacred cloths, wasn't just charity. It was compensation. After all, the Time Stone rested with the Sorcerer Supreme. And when the battle came, that debt would be due. This wasn't a world of cinematic logic. This was the real Marvel Universe. And in this universe, level godfathers could obliterate continents, and dimensional Mephistas could shatter timelines. Kronos had ascended. Seventh sense unlocked. Godhood condensed. Invincible among level godfathers. But beyond him lay the single universe level, then super single, then multiversal, and beyond that, the true warlords of Marvel. Most didn't realize that beings like death and eternity could die again and again, because what perished were just embodies, mere projections. Their true forms were unfathomable. If Kronos wanted to stand among them, he would need more. Much more. Only one had ever ascended from Mephista to true multiversal godhood. Sidorak, who forged the Crimson Dimension into an independent, living universe. Kronos' eyes gleamed. The plan was clear. Let Thanos gather the stones. Let the Soul Stone be retrieved by blood. Let Earth be his stepping stone. He would rise. All right, Kronos said. This meeting's done. We've got work to do. He turned to the starry sky. Thanos, you better hurry up. Because when the Mad Titan found the Soul Stone, he would find death waiting for him. And Kronos? Kronos would be ready to ascend. Thanos knew very well that now that 5 infinite gems had appeared, many powerful beings in the universe were ready to move. Especially those beings who were stuck at the peak of level Godfather. 6 infinite gems meant absolutely invincible power within a single universe. Who wouldn't want to have it? Now Soul Gem has not appeared yet, and the remaining 4 infinite gems are in the 9 realms. So many powerful beings are still watching and are not ready to take action immediately. Kronos, Odin, and Ancient One teamed up to kill Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, and sent him to Hell for rebirth. The 3 are currently popular in the universe, and many powerful beings are unwilling to provoke them. After all, there is no conflict, although there are 4 infinite gems in the 9 realms. But for those level God, Father strongmen who have been at the top of the universe for a long time, 1 or 2 infinite gems, or 2 or 3, make no difference at all. It can't become the decisive fighting force at their level. But if all 6 infinite gems appear in the world, it will be different. The whole universe will be boiling because of it. Thanos knows very well that if he gets the Soul Gem now, he doesn't have to wait for the fathers of the 9 realms to take action. he will be in danger. Now that the power gem is in hand, the soul gem can be easily obtained as long as Gamora is taken care of. Thanos thought of the scene he saw at the beginning. The power displayed by Kronos is too powerful. The pseudo-godhood condensed by the gems in the world can suppress Mephisto. Now that the godhood of the true god has been condensed, even if he holds the power gem, he is definitely not an opponent. We have to find a way. The world is in chaos. Thanos muttered to himself. Supergiant, go to the 9 realms. I want to know who in the 9 realms can be used. Thanos said to Supergiant. Supergiant was sent because she has the ability of mind control and can read other people's memories. She can also disguise herself. She can also share vision with him. She is an excellent infiltration target. The other 4 are too abstract and have nothing to do with the humans living in the 9 realms. Yes, sir. Supergiant naturally understood what Thanos was thinking. He just wanted to make the 9 realms chaotic. After all, only when the 9 realms are in chaos can they find an opportunity to plan infinite gems. Otherwise, with the 4-level godfathers in the 9 realms, Thanos will never get any infinite gems until he dies. Earth, the original Hydra base laboratory. Success. We finally succeeded. At the moment, the Hydra scientists have become scientists of the Sanctuary Foundation. They looked at the picture on the screen with excitement, because they successfully created 2 super abilities with the power of mind gems. We have to report it quickly. The scientists of the Sanctuary Foundation were very excited. What is this? Ancient One opened his meditative eyes, looking into the distance. Chaos Force. It's born again. Ancient One sighed. The appearance of Chaos Force means that the Dark Book will also appear, because the Dark Book will automatically look for the holder of the Chaos Calendar. But she will not look for Wanda, because that is no longer her business. And now she dare not contact the holder of Chaos Force. She originally survived by absorbing the power of the Dark Dimension. If she encounters the Dark Book again, she will definitely die. Ancient One did not include the seed of Kronos' microcosm, because she's going to choose the right person and hand it over. This is the only way to ensure that after her death, the holy place can still operate intact. Blood Clan, where Dracula sleeps. Is this a call from the bloodline? Dracula's original chaos consciousness began to have perception. He felt the throbbing of his bloodline. What's going on? Blade killed a blood clan with a knife, frowning and stroking his heart. This is the first time he has felt throbbing since he obtained the power of the blood god. It seems that someone is calling his bloodline power. What happened? It seems that I should meet Kronos. Thinking of Kronos, Blade's eyes are a little complicated. He also saw the battle of the 9 realms. The power that Kronos showed now is not on the same level as him. But this throbbing of bloodline gave him a bad premonition. The reappearance of Chaos Force caused an uproar among dark creatures, including vampire groups, werewolf groups, witch groups, etc. Almost all perceive this power. The one with the strongest perception is definitely the one holding the Dark Book. I've finally waited for it. The holder of Chaos Force has finally appeared. Agatha stood there with excitement. The Dark Book in front of her was constantly shaking. Dark power was constantly pouring out. Agatha naturally knew why. Because the power representing the source of magic has appeared. That is the power that every magician dreams of. When the dark creatures learned the news, Kronos also received a report from Alexander Pierce. You mean Hydra's scientific forces use the mind to create 2 super abilities? Kronos always felt that this plot was familiar. Yes, that's right, Alexander Pierce said a little embarrassedly. Because this is a human experiment. After he surrendered to Kronos, he originally wanted to order it to stop, but when the 9 Realms War broke out, he forgot about it. He has been busy all this time, so he didn't think about it. Until just now, the people from the scientific forces sent him a message, and he remembered it. Okay, I got it. Have someone bring them here. Kronos rubbed his brows and remembered the story. If nothing unexpected happens, the people who came are the twins, Wanda and Pietro. Chaos Force. Kronos thought of Wanda's Chaos Force. This is a well-known power in the entire Marvel Universe. The last person who possessed this power was Shisong, the god of the underworld, one of the four ancient gods of creation. He is also the compiler of the Dark Book. In a certain timeline, Shisong successfully corrupted Wanda with the Dark Book and descended to the real dimension with the help of Wanda's body. He drove Doctor Strange crazy with just one sentence. He is very powerful. For so many years, Shisong has been waiting for the birth of the second holder of Chaos Force. Because only in this way can he have the opportunity to break through the shackles of the multi-universe level. But unfortunately, at the end of that timeline, it was Wanda who swallowed all the power of Shisong. Both of them are holders of Chaos Force. Chaos Force and Phoenix Force are both incomplete. The reason why Chaos Force is called Chaos Force is because it has two sides. Sithoan holds the dark side of Chaos Force, while Wanda holds the white side of Chaos Force. Second setting. Don't be too serious, but Marvel's latest issue really said this. In fact, Marvel has eaten the book again. Through Chaos Force, Sithoan controlled and developed the history of black magic, became the ancestor of black magic. But Sithoan also discovered the incompleteness of Chaos Force over time. So he's been waiting for the birth of the other half of Chaos Force holder. As long as the two Chaos Forces are combined into one, they can become the real source of magic. Really help him to go to the multi-universe. I hope it won't cause trouble. Alexander Pierce is now infinitely loyal to Kronos because he sees the possibility of becoming a god. Aspros is the example of Kronos. As long as you are loyal enough and get recognition, you may be able to prolong your life and gain a powerful era. This is more tempting than any power. Let's go. Lord Kronos wants to see you. Alexander Pierce came to Wanda and Pietro's room. In fact, after he received the report, he had already taken the twins to the Sanctuary Consortium. He knew that Hirono must want to see them. Wanda and Pietro stood up without saying a word and followed Alexander Pierce out of the door. Pietro was a little nervous. Although they have been in the Hydra laboratory, they're not completely unaware of the news from the outside world. Don't be nervous, it's okay. Wanda also took a deep breath. They didn't know why the original laboratory had become a scientific team under Kronos. But this is undoubtedly a good thing. When the Illuminati was established, Kronos announced it to the whole world. So the Illuminati is a place that many super abilities dream of joining. Soon, Wanda and Pietro came to the room where Kronos was. You go down first. Kronos glanced at Alexander Pierce and said to him. Alexander Pierce didn't say anything, just bowed slightly, and then left Kronos' office. Wanda Maximoff, Peter Maximoff, War Orphan. Because I want to gain power and take revenge on Stark Enterprises, I voluntarily joined Hydra's super ability plan. You are so brave. Kronos said to Wanda and Pietro while looking at the information in his hand. Headless Snake has done countless human body realizations like this. There are also many people who died because of this experiment. If Wanda and Pietro did not really have potential abilities and were guided out by the Mind Gem, their final outcome would also be death. Master Kronos. Wanda looked at Kronos' handsome face, and her face flushed slightly. I know about your affairs. I apologize to you on behalf of Tony. Although the weapon was not sold by Tony, it was indeed developed by him. Kronos said to Wanda and Pietro. Wanda and Pietro did not expect that someone like Kronos would apologize to them, which made them a little flattered. I took a look at your information. The ability that Pietro wanted is extreme speed. Wanda's ability was named Chaos Force by you, right? Kronos looked at the two of them. Yes, that's right. The two nodded. If you don't mind, can you show me your Chaos Force? Kronos said to Wanda. Although the official has never given a statement about the three ancient forces of the Marvel Universe, but among fans, this statement is still widely circulated. The most frequently seen are Wanda's Chaos Force and Jean Grey's Phoenix Chronicle. Which of these two powers is stronger has always been the focus of fans' debate. Kronos naturally wanted to see it. Is it okay? Wanda looked at Kronos cautiously. Don't worry, you can't hurt me now. Kronos stretched out his right hand. Wanda understood, and chaos force appeared on both hands, slowly wrapped around Kronos' hands. What magical power! As expected of chaos force, Kronos perceived the properties of chaos force. In his perception, Wanda's chaos force was more like white magic power. But in the original timeline, Wanda could not access the holy place, so she could not practice the magic of the holy place. As for the runes of Asgard, Wanda couldn't touch them. Later, after touching the runes of the Darkhold, the group completely activated the chaos calendar of the heaven. The combat power also soared, beat Doctor Strange, and wiped out the Illuminati of Universe 838 alone. The Illuminati, including Reed Richards, Black Bolt, the Black Scare Team, and Professor X, were wiped out by Wanda alone, and that universe was successfully created by Ultron. Facing Wanda, who came in a borrowed body, one died more miserably than the other. Even the Book of Ashani of Universe 838, 760 was torn by Wanda. In the end, Strange was forced to practice the Darkhold, fight violence with violence. But even so, he still couldn't beat Wanda. In the last MCU timeline, Wanda committed suicide. Otherwise, Wanda at that time was really invincible. You have great potential. Are you interested in joining the Sanctuary? Kronos invited Wanda and Pietro. Sanctuary? Isn't it the Illuminati? Pietro asked curiously. The Illuminati is an open force. The Sanctuary is a force that belongs exclusively to me. Definitely. The purpose is to protect the world. Kronos explained the difference between the Sanctuary and the Illuminati. Pietro didn't care. It was just a matter of speed. But Wanda, she must be dragged to the Sanctuary. That's chaos force. Once she grows up, she will be his best helper. Wanda doesn't even need the seeds of the microcosm. And the reality gem that Kronos has been keeping is actually prepared for sure. As long as she can fully comprehend the real law represented by the reality gem, Wanda can condense her own godhood, even walk her own way. Let's join the Sanctuary. Wanda and Pietro said in unison. Although they no longer have the idea of revenge, they're still naturally hostile to Tony. Plus, Tony is not an easy person to get along with. In the later Civil War, Wanda always stood on Tony's opposite. Welcome to join. The Sanctuary has its own base. You can live there. The Sanctuary will not restrict your freedom, and I will personally make a training plan for you. Kronos said to Wanda with a smile. Just as Kronos was talking to Wanda, the 9 realms welcomed their guests. Muspelheim. Who are you? Surti looked at the female creature in front of him. The other party was able to avoid Heimdall's solidification and enter Muspelheim. This surprised him. Although the eternal fire was lost, Surti's eyes were not there. He could see that the female creature in front of him had a strong mental power. Flame Giant, Surti, do you want to take back the eternal fire? Supergiant looked at Surti and said in a confused tone, put away your mental power. Mortal. The Sur people didn't buy it and said in a cold voice, the eternal fire is displayed in Odin's treasury. Excuse me, with your strength, you are not even qualified to approach Odin's treasury. Surti looked at Supergiant with disdain. A person who has not even reached the level of Subfather actually said that he would help him take back the eternal fire. Surti just wanted to laugh when he heard it. My master can help you. Supergiant was not angry when he heard it, because the other party was telling the truth. Who is your master? Surti looked at the Supergiant in front of him. The opponent's strength is below that of the Sub-Godfather and is considered the first echelon. If he did not focus on mental strength, but on energy and physical body, he might not be able to beat Supergiant now. Such a person has a master behind him, which is at least a strong man above level Sub-Godfather. Although in Surti's heyday, level Godfather is just cannon fodder. But for him now, level Sub-Godfather is indeed likely to help him take back the eternal fire. Even if there is only a little possibility, Surti is unwilling to give up because he has waited too long. So long that he can't remember the time. My master is Thanos. Supergiant replied. Thanos, the mad titan in the dark star field in the universe. Surti frowned. He had heard of this name, but he was not familiar with it. Because he lost the eternal fire, he spent most of his time sleeping in Muspelheim. He rarely went out. If it weren't for the occasional creatures from Muspelheim going to the universe, he probably wouldn't even know who Thanos is. Right, Supergiant nodded. What do you want? Surdy looked at Supergiant. A subfather wouldn't want to cooperate with him for no reason and help him get back the eternal fire. Since the other party proposed a deal, there must be conditions. Destroy the infinite gems. My master will help you get back the eternal fire, but you have to help us fight for the infinite gems. Supergiant said the content of the deal. Infinite gems? If I remember correctly, there seem to be 3 infinite gems in the 9 realms now. Surdy didn't know that the Mind Gem was also on Earth. In his understanding, there were 3 infinite gems in the Cause realm. The Time Gem was on the body of the Holy Place Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. The Space Gem, like the Eternal Fire, was placed in the Odin treasury in Asgard. And the Reality Gem, which appeared not long ago. It was in the hands of Kronos. Hearing the content of the other party's transaction, Surdy smiled. No wonder he wanted to cooperate with him. A level sub-god, Father wanted to snatch the infinite gems from the hands of 3 level godfathers. It was simply a fool's dream. Okay, I promise you, but I have to wait until I get the eternal fire. Surdy thought for a short time and agreed to this transaction. It's very simple. Level Godfather is very powerful to others. But for him, it's just like this. As long as he gets back the eternal fire, he will be able to win the infinite gems. Fire, he restored his strength and body to his prime. Level Godfather was just a weakling in front of him who could be killed with one sword. In his prime, he was a powerful person in the level single universe. Even the current king of God, Odin, did not dare to fight him head-on. He could only sacrifice his 2 brothers and steal his eternal destruction. Definitely. Supergiant suppressed her excitement and said lightly. Before coming to the 9 realms, she had no idea that there was a powerful person in the level single universe hidden in the 9 realms. If she hadn't read the memories of some creatures in Vanaheim and Muspelheim, she would not have thought that the seemingly weak flame giant Surdy in front of her would be a powerful person in the level single universe in his prime. Although he is weak now, he is not without a chance to recover. Thanos is now blessed by the Power Stone and has the power to fight against Level Godfather. Although he will lose in the end, he will not be defeated by Level Godlike when he was Level Sub-Godfather. Father kills instantly with one move. At least it can delay for a certain period of time. This gives them room to operate. But the main problem now is that in addition to the father of God, Odin and Asgard, there are 3 powerful people at the level of Godfather in the 9 realms. Captain Marvel has been traveling in the universe for many years, so let's not talk about it. But the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One and the Star-Lord Kronos will basically not leave the 9 realms, especially the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, unless the Dimension Mephista comes to attack. Otherwise, she can sit on the Earth for 100 years. These 2 people are the biggest obstacles to their plan. After reaching a deal with Surdy, Supergiant did not stay too long. Although almost no one pays attention to Surdy now. But Supergiant still thinks it is better to be cautious. After all, he was once a level single-universe powerhouse. Once exposed, Thanos' plan will have no chance at all. Not enough. Supergiant looked back at Muspelheim. As long as Surdy gets the eternal fire, he will be a level single-universe powerhouse. But there is one person, and Asgard, the supreme holy place, etc. are all hidden very deeply. Who knows if there are any hidden powers? Surdy must know some details. But Supergiant didn't ask more now. After all, too much talk will lead to mistakes. Sanctuary Consortium. Hello, sir. Who are you looking for? The receptionist looked at the person standing in front of her, and her smile was a little stiff. The other person's aura was very strong and very creepy. Is Aspros here? I called him, but he didn't seem to be in the service area. Blade looked at the receptionist. President Aspros has resigned. I heard that the consortium has made other arrangements for him. The current president of the group is Mr. Saga. The receptionist's tone was very gentle. To have Aspros's private phone, He must be an extraordinary person. Aspro's resignation was news in the entire Sanctuary Consortium. It's just that no one knows where he went. Saga, can I see him? Tell him, I'm Blade. Although Blade didn't know why Aspro's resigned, as long as he could contact Kronos, it would be fine. Recently, his bloodline power has been showing inexplicable changes. This made him very concerned. Blade even wondered if Dracula, the founder of the Blood Clan, was about to be born. The president's office also received a report from the front desk. Blade? Let him come up. Saga remembered Blade. When Aspro's handed over his work, there was a record of Blade. But Saga didn't know why Blade came to the Sanctuary Foundation at this time. But Saga knew that Blade should come to see Kronos. And Kronos was meeting someone at the Sanctuary Foundation right now. Blade was quickly led by the front desk to the president's office. Wait a moment. Lord Kronos is meeting guests. I have asked someone to wait at the door. Saga looked at Blade in front of him. In his perception, the other party was very strong. At least not weaker than he is now. You know, Saga is one of the strongest orphans of the same period. His strength has touched the sixth sense, if his mental strength is not strong enough. He has already broken through the sixth sense now. It is the Gemini Gold Saint. The reason why he is in charge of the Sanctuary Foundation is because of Kronos' temporary transfer. Otherwise, he should be practicing in the Sanctuary now. In fact, Kronos is not going to let the person who inherited the seed of the microcosm take the position of the president of the Sanctuary Foundation. After all, the most important thing for them is to practice. It's just that every gold saint has a rotating task for 3 months. The headquarters of the Sanctuary Foundation must have a gold saint in charge. This is the arrangement at this stage. When the sanctuary becomes stronger in the later stage, Kronos successfully enters the dimension. The Sanctuary Foundation will not be so important. Just send a bronze master to take charge. Okay, Blade didn't say anything. In fact, he had always felt like a thorn in his back since he entered the Sanctuary Consortium. Here, he sensed too many powerful auras. Some were not weaker than him. Some were even stronger than him. Blade didn't wait long before Kronos came to the office. Why are you here? As far as I know, there shouldn't be anything going on in the other world now. Kronos was very natural, and his attitude was like meeting an old friend, which made Blade a little flattered. After all, Kronos is now completely different from him. It's like this. Since 3 days ago, my blood has been throbbing for unknown reasons. I have ruled out many reasons, but until now, I still don't know why. I wonder if Dracula, the ancestor of the Blood Clan, has appeared. Blade looked at Kronos with a serious expression, but Kronos seemed to have thought of something. After all, when he was communicating with Wanda and Pietro just now, he learned that the two had obtained super abilities 3 days ago. Interesting. Will Chaos Force also involve the creatures created by the Dark Book? Kronos could only think of this. Besides you, do other blood clans have this feeling? Kronos asked. No, only I can feel it. Blade shook his head. Since the bloodline throbbed, Blade has captured many blood clans. But those blood clans have never had bloodline throbs. In a sense, you are right to think that Dracula is about to appear, because what involves your bloodline is the power related to your bloodline. Since you can perceive it, then Dracula can also perceive it. After all, the other party is a daywalker like you. Only when the blood is pure enough can you feel this throbbing. If you don't absorb the power of the blood god, you can't perceive it either. After hearing what Kronos said, Blade's face became solemn. Dracula, the ancestor of the Blood Clan, has always been a mountain weighing on his heart. No matter how many Blood Clan he kills, as long as Dracula is still there, the Blood Clan will not disappear. Blade, do you want to completely destroy the Blood Clan? Kronos suddenly asked. Yes, I want to dream about it. Blade's eyes released a strong, killing intent. What if the price is that you will also die? Kronos looked at Blade. Worth it. Blade was silent for a moment and answered firmly. Very good. Remember the book I told you about before? It appears. Among the dark creatures in the other world, there are werewolves and witch groups. Go find a book called The Dark Book. If you can find the Dark Book, there is a way to destroy the Blood Clan. Kronos revealed the news of the Dark Book to Blade. The Dark Book. I know. Blade definitely remembers this book. After all, he was very curious about it at the beginning. The Dark Book is very evil. Even Kronos today doesn't dare to touch it too much. After all, it is a book that can create super single strongmen. Dark Doctor Strange, relying on the Dark Book, constantly devours dark creatures and walks to the super level single universe step by step. Can fight Ultron with 6 gems on equal terms. Although it is not shown in the movie, in the comics, the ability of the Dark Book is simply abnormal. To some extent, the Dark Book is very similar to the magic weapon in the Oriental fantasy novels. Because the Dark Book can not only transform into a human form and have self-awareness, but also can drag the user down and make the user his puppet. The most important thing is that the Dark Book cannot be destroyed by forces below the multi-universe level, and almost every parallel universe in the real dimension has 10 such Dark Books. Although it looks like paper, even if it is flooded, burned, or even reduced to ashes by extraordinary power, the Dark Book will be reborn. If Blade can find the Dark Book, it will definitely be the best. After all, Kronos has some plans for the Dark Book. It's just that it's too early now. If he can't find it, he can only wait for it to be delivered to his door. After all, Wanda now belongs to the Sanctuary. Saga, monitor the movements of the other world. If Dracula appears, notify me at any time. Kronos said to Saga. Okay, sir. The Gold Saint in charge of the Sanctuary Consortium has another task, which is to help Kronos deal with some chores and troubles. After all, Kronos can't do everything himself. The other world, the gathering place of dark creatures. Is this where Dracula is sleeping? It's really hard to find. Supergiant glanced at the surrounding environment. If she didn't have the ability to read other people's memories, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to find this place. Level Sub-Godfather? A strong man of the same level as you. Supergiant was hesitating whether she should contact Dracula. After all, from the memories he read, Dracula is more like a moody madman. If he rashly contacts the other party, what if he's transformed into a blood clan? Thinking of this, Supergiant decided to use his mind to communicate with the other party first. Dracula, who was awakened by the Chaos Force, was still a little drowsy. After all, he had slept for thousands of years. But Supergiant's mental power made Dracula completely come back to his senses. Interesting. People nowadays dare to abuse their mental power at will. Li Zhao. Dracula closed his eyes, but the magic power on his body began to fluctuate. Dracula, the ancestor of the Blood Clan, I'm here to discuss cooperation with you. Supergiant felt the danger. Dracula's mental power is stronger than she imagined. If she is not careful, her mental power may be torn into pieces by the other party. Talk about cooperation. Dracula was a little confused. He had been sleeping for thousands of years, and someone came to discuss cooperation with him. Definitely. Take a look at this picture first. Supergiant projected the picture of Kronos and Mephisto fighting in the spiritual world. Seeing this battle directly was more convincing than her description. Looking at the battle in the picture, Dracula was a little silent. Among so many powerful people, he only knew Odin and Mephisto. He didn't know Kronos and Ancient One, but it didn't affect Dracula's fear of these two people at all. When was this battle? Dracula asked. According to the time of the Earth, it should be last month. Supergiant responded. So this and this person are both Earthlings. Dracula circled Kronos and Ancient One. That's right. Kronos, the first person to become a god after birth. Ancient One, to holy place sorcerer supreme. Supergiant nodded. So what do you want to cooperate with me? I don't necessarily need to cooperate with you. After all, they didn't come to trouble me. Dracula said coldly. He had been sleeping for thousands of years. If these two people really wanted to make trouble for him, his body might not be found. Since it is a transaction, it naturally needs to be negotiated. What do you want? Or, will you want me blocked by them? Supergiant asked confidently. The other party is a dark creature after all. Dracula fell silent. This awakening was due to the involvement of Chaos Force, but it was also his own will. He was trapped in level Sub-Godfather for too long. I don't even know who you are or what your purpose is. How can we cooperate? Isn't the premise of cooperation to be open and honest? Dracula looked at Supergiant. Although the two are now talking with their mental power. But compared to face-to-face conversation, mental power conversation is more intuitive. Because it is easy to know whether the other party is lying. Definitely. Do you know infinite gems? Supergiant looked at Dracula. Infinite gems? I know a little, but not much. Dracula seemed to have heard someone mention infinite gems. But he was not interested in infinite gems. Infinite gems are 6 gems that were created during the Big Bang and represent the rules of the universe. Each of them has a very powerful power. According to legend, as long as someone collects 6 infinite gems, then this person will become the master of the universe and be omnipotent. My master's goal is to collect 6 infinite gems and realize his long-cherished wish. There are now 5 infinite gems in the universe, but 4 of them are in the 9 realms and are controlled by the 3 level god fathers you saw. My master is also a level sub-god father and controls an infinite gem. Now you know why we should cooperate. When Supergiant said these words, he was careful not to tell Dracula Thanos' real purpose. So that's it. Dracula felt as if he had suddenly realized something. He knew about infinite gems, but he didn't know that infinite gems were so powerful. Because the source of his power was the survivor of Atlantis. Although he had obtained powerful power and regenerative healing factor, Dracula was not happy. Because he couldn't die, living was boring, and he couldn't break through the threshold of level sub-god father. So he gave up and slept for thousands of years. But now, he seemed to see the possibility of his own breakthrough. Not because of infinite gems, but because of the throbbing in his blood. His intuition told him that the Dark Book should be born. When the survivor of Atlantis gave him this power, it explained the source of the power. But in the long years, no matter how hard Dracula tried, he could not find any trace of the Dark Book. This book seemed to be hiding from him. Until not long ago, his blood was throbbing. Dracula realized one thing, that the power that could make his blood throbbing, even if it was not the Dark Book, was definitely related to the Dark Book. I want you to help me find a book, Dracula said slowly. 073 book. Supergiant was a little confused. Yes, a book called the Dark Book. Don't worry about the rest. But if you can help me find this book, I will agree to your cooperation conditions. Help your master get the infinite gems. Dracula said to Supergiant. The reason why he agreed to cooperate with Supergiant was because of the characters that appeared in the picture. Looking at the familiar magician robe on the Ancient One, Dracula's body still ached slightly. He still remembered the conflict with the holy place. And the people of the holy place hated dark creatures and dark magic. So if he wanted to find the Dark Book, he would definitely be stopped by the other party. The two are natural opposites. There is no possibility of reconciliation. As long as he wants the Dark Book, he will definitely go to the holy place. Okay, I promise you. Supergiant nodded, although she didn't know what the Dark Book was. But her ability made it very convenient to find things. After the cooperation was reached, Supergiant cut off her mental power. She left Dracula's sleeping place. After many twists and turns, Supergiant came to her residence on Earth and turned on the communicator. My lord, looking at the familiar face in the communicator, Supergiant greeted respectfully. How was the plan? Thanos looked at Supergiant. After sending Supergiant to the 9 realms, he also looked for allies in the universe to join forces with. But unfortunately, no one was willing to join forces with him, including his own people. In their opinion, Thanos' plan had almost no chance of success. Seizing 4 infinite gems from the 9 realms where the 3 heavenly fathers were sitting. It sounded like a fantasy. So Thanos was rejected without a doubt. My lord, I found 2 allies who can be united, but there are conditions. Then Supergiant told about the conditions of Flame Giant Surti and Dracula, the ancestor of the Blood Clan. These 2 people must be won over with all our strength. You can focus on finding the Dark Book now. Asgard is still alive, and Odin is still alive. The eternal fire is not something that is so easy to obtain. I'll find a way to get Asgard. Thanos was relieved when he heard Supergiant's words. Want to execute a plan to face 3 powerful level godfathers at the same time. The pressure cannot be small. Supergiant can win over allies, which is good news for Thanos, BBFH. And whether it is Flame Giant Surti or Blood Clan Ancestor Dracula, what they want is not conflict with him. The 3 parties have a common enemy, so they can temporarily join forces. But Thanos did not expect that there are so many powerful people hidden in the 9 realms. The 4 powerful level godfathers, including Carol, are already shocking. Now, there is another downgraded powerful person from the level single universe. There is also a level sub-godfather who has been sleeping for thousands of years. The water in the 9 realms is really deep. Earth, what's so special about that planet? Thanos is a little confused. A planet with life can actually give birth to so many powerful people. Just what he knows, there are 3 level godfathers and 1 level godfather. This should not be the limit. According to his understanding, the average lifespan of humans on Earth is only about 100 years. How short it is, compared with the Eternals, who can live for thousands or tens of thousands of years. It is just a flash in the pan. But even as strong as the Eternals, at their peak, there were never 3 strong men above the level godfather at the same time. And now the Earth has 4 infinite gems. It seems that the most powerful men and artifacts in the universe are moving towards the Earth. Thanos was a little confused. After hanging up the communication, Thanos began to think about his plan. According to the information he collected, Odin, the god king of Asgard, should be about to die. So Asgard has been quite low-key during this period. As long as Odin dies, the matter of the eternal fire may be handled. But it is very difficult to take the eternal fire away from Asgard. Not to mention that Kronos and Ancient One may support us at any time. If we can bring Surti into Odin's treasury, that would be the best. But this is not very urgent. After all these years of waiting, these few years won't matter. After all, he already knows the whereabouts of the Soul Gem, so he just needs to get the Soul Gem before taking action. With the blessing of 2 infinite gems, he will definitely become a strong person who can rival the level godfather. The possibility of realizing the plan is also greater. Quill, do you really want to find your so-called father? But from what Kronos said, your father doesn't seem to be a kind guy. Rocket looked at Star-Lord, his eyes full of worry. After all, even a strong man like Kronos said that Star-Lord's father was terrible. If something unexpected happened at that time, they might not be able to escape. We must find him, but before that, we have to find Yondu first. I have to know why he took me away from the Earth in the first place. Why did you raise me up? Star-Lord's eyes were firm. If his father was really the so-called god, then could he activate the star power in his body? Star-Lord thought of Kronos' words again. As long as he can control the star power in his body, he may be able to save Gamora from Thanos. Time is running out. We must become stronger as soon as possible. Star-Lord thought of what Gamora told him when he parted with her. She will definitely be fine when she returns to Thanos. But it is unknown how long this time will be. It may be a year or 2 or 3 years. Star-Lord is playing with this time difference. Okay, I hope our luck is better, Rocket said helplessly. In fact, there's no need to be so pessimistic, right? After all, he is Star-Lord's father. Drax also expressed his opinion. After all, he is also a father, and he loves his children very much. I am Groot. Groot also said something appropriate. I hope you are all right. Soon, Star-Lord rushed to the star field where Yondu was. Boy, you dare to come back. As soon as Yondu got through the communication, he began to roar loudly. Star-Lord went to find the cosmic orb privately, and then was surrounded by Thanos' Chitauri army on Xandar, which made him very worried. Fortunately, Thanos' goal this time was only the cosmic orb, and he did not attack Xandar. He only destroyed Ronin's fleet. Otherwise, he could have collected Star-Lord's body now. Yondu, I have something to ask you. Why did you take me away from Earth in the first place? Also, why were you expelled from the Predators? Star-Lord's intuition told him that there was a connection between them. Yondu did not expect Star-Lord to suddenly ask him this question. What do you know? Yondu looked at Star-Lord, guessing that he must have known something. I went back to Earth, and someone told me that my father was a powerful being. Yondu, did my father instruct you to take me away from Earth? Star-Lord looked at Yondu, as if he had guessed the truth. Yes, I did receive your father's commission to take you away from Earth in the first place. But I regret accepting his commission very much. Yondu sighed. He knew that he couldn't hide it any longer. Your father, named Ego, is a powerful god. He is well known throughout the universe. He has existed for billions of years and is a very powerful and terrifying existence. Many years ago, I suddenly received a commission from your father. Let me help him find his lost offspring in the universe. I agreed, because it is understandable for a father to find his offspring. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it at the time. When I realized the problem, it was too late. The children I helped him find and handed over to him all died. Speaking of this, Yondu looked guilty, because there's a rule among the plunderers that it is absolutely forbidden to sell children. Yondu felt that he was deceived, but the other members of the plunderers did not think so. So Yondu was expelled from the plunderers. All dead. Star-Lord's face changed. Yes, all the pigs are dead. I found hundreds of his descendants, but without exception, all of them are dead. That's why I didn't hand you over to him. Quill, your father is a demon. You'd better not go find him. Yondu looked at Star-Lord and said seriously. Rocket's face also changed drastically. No, I want to go. Star-Lord gritted his teeth and said, What? Rocket looked at Star-Lord in confusion. I have guessed what Ego is looking for. He should be looking for his descendants who have inherited his divine power. You may not know, but Kronos told me. There's a powerful force in my body which is related to a powerful existence in the universe. So Ego will not kill me. Star-Lord said confidently. You are betting your life. In this case, why don't you agree to Kronos' conditions? Rocket looked at Star-Lord. The conditions offered by Kronos to Star-Lord even made him very tempted. But Kronos didn't like him. Becoming a god, that is the wish of countless creatures in the universe. The price is just to submit to Kronos. In comparison, this is not a price at all. You don't understand. For me, freedom is the most precious thing. Just in case, you guys shouldn't go with me. I'll go alone. Star-Lord smiled at Rocket, his tone firm. Okay, I can't convince you. Rocket sighed. The spaceship separated, and Rocket could only watch Star-Lord leave. I hope everything goes well. Rocket could only pray for Star-Lord silently in his heart. Star-Lord looked at the star map in front of him. This is what Yondu told him. His father is here. After jumping out of the subspace, Star-Lord saw the huge planet in front of him. Is this Ego? Star-Lord looked at the planet full of vitality in front of him, and he couldn't believe it. After all, in his imagination, Ego, who slaughtered hundreds of his descendants, should be a desolate place. But the picture in front of him was very different from his imagination. Star-Lord didn't say much and drove the spaceship directly into the planet in front of him. Ego also noticed someone coming, and the person coming was his descendant. The transformed body appeared at the landing site of Star-Lord's spaceship. You are? Quill. Ego still had a deep impression of Star-Lord. After all, in the long years, he had only had contact with Star-Lord's mother, a human being. In Ego's view, the weak body of human beings could not bear his powerful strength. So his time on Earth was just a vacation for himself. This is why Yondu did not hand Star-Lord to him, and he was not angry at all. But looking at Star-Lord in front of him, he felt that he seemed to be wrong, because in Star-Lord's body, he perceived the same divine power. My child! Ego walked towards Star-Lord with excitement. Star-Lord looked at Ego, and the human form that the other party transformed was very deceptive, looked amiable and very enthusiastic. If he hadn't learned the truth from Yondu, Star-Lord really felt that he would be deceived. Are you my father? Someone told me that there is a powerful force in my body, but it has not yet awakened. I've been looking for you for a long time. Star-Lord lied. Oh, that's right. Child, you have perfectly inherited my power. Ego became more and more excited, because as long as the power in Star-Lord's body is activated, The other party is his power bank and his perfect power supplement. Then can you help me activate the power? Star-Lord looked at Ego. Definitely, this is not the place to talk. Come with me. Ego led Star-Lord towards his palace. Star-Lord followed Ego to the temple. Actually, he was not sure, but in order to awaken the divine power in his body, Star-Lord was very obedient. In this palace, Star-Lord saw Ego's development and growth history. In Star-Lord's heart, he felt sorry for his mother. His mother loved Ego very much, and Star-Lord knew this clearly. Because even when his mother died, she was still talking about this man. Because Ego had combined with countless life forms over a long period of time. His goal was to create a descendant with divine power. Star-Lord knew this, so he felt sorry for his mother. Kronos also told him, if a god falls in love with humans, it is either just a temporary change of boredom, or it is for other purposes. In myths and legends, the combination of gods and humans is not favored. Ego is still excitedly telling his great history. But Star-Lord has already noticed the surge of divine power in his body. My body, Star-Lord's eyes began to glow blue. Humanity began to be replaced by divinity. Wow, my child, the blood power in your body is greater than I thought. Ego looked at Star-Lord with fiery eyes. Countless years have passed, and he finally has his own offspring. This surprised him very much. Quill, look, in the past countless years, countless life planets have been planted with seeds by me. As long as we join forces, we can make the entire universe our duplication. By then, we will be the dimension Mephista in the real dimension. Possess inexhaustible power. Ego looked crazy. The divine power in Star-Lord's body surged more and more. His body also began to emit a faint blue light. Buzz, is this the feeling of awakening divine power? Star-Lord looked at his hands. The divine power in his body gave him a feeling of omnipotence. Yes, my child, this is the innate ability of the Celestials. Now, let me help you. Ego knew that Star-Lord's divine power awakening, because the other party is too close to him, is not yet fully awakening. Many blue tentacles began to extend from the ground, constantly wrapped around Star-Lord's body. Boom, boom. Star-Lord's heartbeat is unprecedentedly loud. An ordinary person standing here would even be shocked to death by the heartbeat. Star-Lord roared madly, and the divine power in his body officially awakened. The divine power began to baptize Star-Lord's body madly. The pure human body is fading, replaced by demigod body. In a sense, Ego's bloodline is stronger than the new gods with godhood. The only difference between the two is that one has godhood and the other does not. The blue light gradually faded. Star-Lord felt that he had undergone unprecedented changes. Great! The power of the two Celestials is enough to support my plan. Ego looked at Quill in surprise. Father, if your plan comes true, what will happen to my friends? Star-Lord, who came back to his senses, asked. They'll be bound by mortal emotions. Like me, although I love your mother very much and have gone back to see her 3 times. But I know that I can't continue to be with her. I have my mission and plan. Although I'm also sad to put the tumor in his head. Ego said with a sad face. When Star-Lord heard the last sentence, his mentality exploded. What did you say? Did you put the tumor in my mother's head? Star-Lord looked at Ego in disbelief. At the moment, he remembered what Kronos said. The combination of God and man is just a pastime when bored. Star-Lord's hands trembled, and he couldn't help but want to do it. But thinking of Ego's strength, Star-Lord suppressed his inner impulse. Although he has awakened the power of God now, Star-Lord knows that he is not qualified to fight Ego. That is a strong man who is stronger than level Godfather. If the previous Star-Lord didn't know the concept of sub-Godfather and level Godfather, then the battle on Xandar has made him clearly realize what it means to be a strong man who suppresses the universe. And Thanos, just level sub-Godfather, can suppress the entire Xandar to the point of being breathless. He dared not imagine the horror of Ego. Looking at the trembling Star-Lord, Ego didn't care much. He thought Star-Lord was just excited about his changes. "Father, before we realize our great plan, I have one more thing I want to do." Star-Lord suppressed his inner anger and said in a hoarse voice. Although he said it to Ego, Star-Lord did not dare to look at Ego. He was afraid that he would take action the next moment. "What is it?" Ego looked at Star-Lord strangely. "I want to fight Thanos once. When I was on Xandar, I was defeated by him, and he took my friends away." The hoarse voice came out of Star-Lord's mouth. Huge amounts of murderous intent were released from his body. But Ego didn't know that the murderous intent generated by Star-Lord was directed at him. On the contrary, looking at Star-Lord's fierce, murderous intent, he was quite satisfied. In Ego's opinion, this is what his children should be like. "Okay, that's a good idea. Go, kid. Don't forget to go home." Ego knew who Thanos was, but he didn't care at all. He was just a level sub-godfather. Why should he care? Ego didn't believe that Thanos would dare to kill Star-Lord after knowing that he was his child. Star-Lord lowered his head and walked out of Ego's palace. The process of awakening the power was smooth this time, but Star-Lord didn't feel happy. "If you regret it one day, remember to come to me." Kronos' words echoed in his mind again. Kronos! Star-Lord's originally blue eyes turned red. This was the first time since he grew up that he had such a strong, killing intent. The spaceship left the star field where Ego was. Star-Lord could no longer suppress his inner anger. "Ego, I will kill you." Star-Lord clenched his teeth and even bit out blood. "Earth, go back to Earth." Now Star-Lord no longer cares about freedom. He just wants to gain the power to defeat Ego. Even if he loses his life, he will do it. Star-Lord did not look for Yondu and Rocket, but flew directly to Earth according to the star map. The spaceship constantly jumped in the subspace. In just a few hours, Star-Lord returned to Earth again. Ordinary creatures can never bear such continuous jumps. Even cyborgs like Gamora and Nebula will be crushed by the strong pressure. But Star-Lord is now a demigod body, and such continuous jumps have little effect on him. "Quill, why is that guy back again?" Tony looked at the satellite display and was a little confused. Didn't this guy go to find his biological father? Star-Lord, under the command of JRVS, stopped the spacecraft at the headquarters of the Illuminati. "Quill, what's wrong with you?" Tony was a little confused looking at Star-Lord's state. This murderous look on his face. "Where's Kronos? I want to see him," Star-Lord said hoarsely. "He should be in the Sanctuary Consortium." When Tony wanted to say something else, Kronos appeared beside him. "No need to look for me. It seems you regret it." Kronos naturally received the news from the Illuminati satellite. He also recognized that it was Star-Lord's spaceship. In addition, before Star-Lord left, he said that he was going to find Ego. Seeing the other party in this state, Kronos naturally knew what happened. Tony saw that the two seemed to have something to talk about, and left consciously. His Ultron also entered the final experimental stage. All that was left was data infusion. "Yes, I regret it. I can submit to you as long as you can give me powerful power." Star-Lord looked at Kronos with red eyes. "Who is your father?" Kronos asked knowingly. "Ego, who claims to be a celestial, is very powerful. At least the strength of level Godfather. He killed my mother," Star-Lord said with a painful face. "Ego, I know him, a celestial, an elder of the universe, who has lived for countless years. He is indeed very powerful. Have you really thought it through?" Kronos asked again. "I have," Star-Lord answered decisively. "Very good, but there is a premise I want to tell you. If you kill your father, the divine power in your body will disappear, and you will become an ordinary person again. You will have no value to me at that time. So what I ask of you is not to kill Ego, but to devour him." Kronos said to Star-Lord. What he values is Star-Lord's star power and his potential to become a god. If Star-Lord kills Ego and loses this star power, what is he going to do? Listen to Star-Lord's mumbling? Swallow Ego? Star-Lord was stunned for a moment. This was something he had never thought of. "That's right. You and he have the same roots. Both of you are gods. If there is anyone in the universe who can devour him, it must be you. As long as you can successfully devour Ego, you can condense your own godhood. What I need is you like this, not you as an ordinary person. Can you understand? Kronos looked at Star-Lord with cold eyes. I know. Star-Lord didn't care whether he swallowed him or killed him. As long as he could make Ego disappear completely, it would be fine. Very good. Kronos raised his hand lightly. In a small universe, seed sank into Star-Lord's head. This is the seed of my power. As long as you can make this seed germinate and condense the Godhead, you could defeat Ego. Please give me flowers. In addition, this is your holy clothes. Kronos took out a set of holy clothes and enchanted them according to the style of the Hades Saint Star. There are a total of 36 stars, and Kronos did not determine Star-Lord's constellation. Because the other party will become a god in the end, the holy clothes will naturally evolve according to the constellation he fits. By the way, there is one more thing. Feet. Then Star-Lord told Ego's plan. Don't worry, he may succeed in this plan. Kronos was not worried at all, because if Ego was really that powerful, he wouldn't have tried to breed offspring. In the previous life, some people also discussed the existence of Ego. After all, he is different from other cosmic elders who claim to be gods. Many people think that Ego should be an underdeveloped god. So he only has a head, but no body, and has divine power, but no godhood. Kronos feels that this seems to make sense. The people of the gods choose planets and plant the seeds of gods. But not every time can the gods appear. Maybe Ego is the seed of gods planted by the gods. Only the planet that belonged to him was destroyed. No living creatures exist. In order to prevent himself from falling, Ego chose to be born. However, when he was not fully developed, Ego lost his memory and his godhood. He can only exist in the form of a planet. In these years, he constantly reproduced offspring, hoping that one of them could inherit the power of God. Then he helped himself devour the planet. Maybe it was the subconscious mind that was playing tricks. Even if there was only one brain left, Ego wanted to condense the godhood and give birth to a real body. But it is obvious that neither the Celestials nor the gods of the universe would allow this to happen. Thanos' plan seems crazy, but the Celestials don't care. Because even if Thanos succeeds, it will only delay the time for God to appear. In essence, it will not have any impact on the birth of the Celestials. But if Ego's plan succeeds, all the Celestials that have not yet been born will die in the womb. This is definitely something that the pantheon of the kingdom of God does not allow. Not to mention that Ego does not have the power to realize this plan in essence. I know, Star-Lord nodded. Since he had accepted the seed of a microcosm, there was no turning back. However, Kronos looked like a good god. He didn't seem like someone who would exploit his subordinates. Kronos was very satisfied. After all, this was his first subordinate who had the hope of becoming a god. If he really became a god, he would definitely play a significant role in the dimensional war. After all, the microcosm and the godhood were integrated, and Star-Lord had the huge star power after swallowing Ego. He could definitely send Star-Lord to the level Godfather. As for whether he could become stronger, it depended on Star-Lord's luck. In theory, Star-Lord had the potential to become a level single universe. Kronos, are you done talking? Ultron is almost successful. Only the last step is left. Tony looked at Kronos excitedly. I know, I'll be there soon. Kronos patted Star-Lord on the shoulder and turned to walk into the Illuminati's building. Tony took Kronos to a room where the signal was completely blocked. The room was full of cables. Data streams flashed constantly on the computer. Now we are only one step away from the birth of Ultron. Just press the Enter key to integrate the data. A strong artificial intelligence, more powerful than JRVS, can be born. Tony took a deep breath. What I said at the beginning and the underlying logic. Have you set it up? Kronos looked at Tony and Banner. Don't worry. We have completed the underlying architecture, and we have written everything you said. Banner said to Kronos. In fact, he was also very excited. After all, this is strong artificial intelligence. Kronos was not very excited. After all, the supreme wisdom of the Kree Empire is essentially an artificial intelligence. But the other party still commands the entire Kree Empire. If Ultron's research results, then it means that the Illuminati has officially taken over the rule of the Earth. Let's start. Kronos looked at Tony and Banner and said lightly. Hearing Kronos' words, Tony and Banner looked at each other and pressed the button on the table at the same time. The data flow began to constantly integrate and converge. The energy supply of the Illuminati building began to increase sharply. Hello, hello. The sound of electronic synthesis appeared in the ears of the three. Hello, do you know who you are? Tony held back his excitement and asked. My name is Ultron, the artificial intelligence created by you and Dr. Banner. Ultron's electronic voice came out. Success. Banner also looked at the blue data group in front of him with surprise. All of this seemed to show that they succeeded. You could transfer your consciousness to this machine. Tony also specially built a robot to carry Ultron's data. Tony, give me the command of Ultron. Kronos looked at the robot in front of him, still a little worried. The current Earth is his base camp. Before entering the dimension and becoming the dimensional Mephista, the Earth cannot have any problems. Although the Ultron created by Tony and Banner seems perfect, but who knows if there will be any accidents? After all, Ultron has been a strong artificial intelligence since its birth, and the other party will constantly learn and improve. Even if it is perfect now, it does not mean that the other party will not have evil thoughts towards people after learning. $789. Although Tony did not know what Kronos was going to do. But as the chairman of the Illuminati, it would not be a big deal even if the other party wanted to take Ultron's command. Under Tony's operation, he and Kronos quickly obtained the command of Ultron. Ultron, I order you to kill Bruce Banner. This was the first order issued by Kronos. Tony and Banner also reacted instantly to what Kronos wanted to verify. The two looked at him intently. Ultron Robot, a hint of nervousness in his eyes, although they think Ultron Robot is already perfect. But what if? Instructions received, instructions rejected. Mr. Kronos, Tron has no right to harm humans. Ultron's electronic synthesis sound rang again. Hearing this, Tony and Banner both breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was something they created. If there was any problem, they would definitely take the blame. It seems there is no problem, but I have a request. Build a body for Ultron, and the mind gem can be embedded in it. But a mechanism must be set up to lock Ultron in that body. Kronos said to Tony and Banner, No problem. Tony and Banner both understood what Koro 153 North meant. Since Ultron succeeded, they must find a way to enhance the opponent's strength. But Ultron's mother program must be firmly locked in the secondary body as a servant. In this way, even if something happens to Ultron and he goes berserk, all he needs to do is destroy the body where the mother program is. By the way, it's best to use vibranium. Vibranium? Will it be too much over budget? Tony said helplessly. He knows the value of vibranium very well, because when he was building the Mark Series armor, he had thought of using vibranium. But the high price discouraged him. To build a full-body vibranium armor, it would cost at least tens of billions of dollars. This amount of money is an astronomical figure even for the Stark Group. Don't worry, it won't exceed the budget. There are more hidden things in this world than you can imagine. Kronos smiled. The current king of Wakanda is still Black Panther, T'Challa's father T'Challa, but he is old and ready to abdicate. And T'Challa has always wanted to integrate Wakanda into the surface world. It has never been realized because of vibranium. After all, the value of vibranium is too high. Even if Wakanda is now on high alert, there are still people who enter Wakanda to steal vibranium. If it is really integrated into the surface world, there will definitely be more people coveting vibranium. Don't look at Wakanda's advanced technology now. But if a real fight breaks out, Wakanda may not be able to get any benefits because of beliefs and national customs. Although Wakanda is technologically advanced, it has not developed many weapons of mass destruction. What they have developed are more inclined to assist in combat and defense. For example, energy shields and Black Panther's battle suit, and vibranium spears of Wakanda Dora's guards. These weapons have a certain killing power, but they are all auxiliary in nature. It all depends on the combat power of the user. Kronos has already asked the people of the Sanctuary Consortium to contact Wakanda, can cooperate with the Sanctuary Consortium and join the Illuminati. Even if Wakanda's technology and vibranium are announced, there will be no problem. After all, Kronos' reputation and combat power are here. The other party will definitely not refuse this invitation. As for why Kronos does not include Wakanda in the Sanctuary, it is completely unnecessary, although it is not fully shown in the worldview of the movie. But Wakanda also has a god of faith, named the Black Panther goddess. And the kings of Wakanda in all generations have not really died. Their souls are still serving in the garden of the Black Panther goddess. If Kronos wants to include Wakanda in the Sanctuary, he still has to deal with these troublesome things. Although those beings are not powerful, Kronos thinks Wakanda is not worth it. After all, Wakanda can't provide any substantial help to the Sanctuary. It's better to directly pull it into the Illuminati. This is more labor-saving. Is this Wakanda? Aspros looked at the tribe in front of him. If Kronos hadn't told him that there was a high-tech country hidden here, he would never have believed it. The holographic projection displayed by Wakanda is so realistic that it can be mistaken for the real thing. This time, Aspros came with the golden Saint Manigat. Wakanda is really well hidden. Manigat reached out to touch the holographic projection in front of him. His finger was bounced back by a strong energy. It's still an energy shield. You really care about vibranium. Manigat complained. But because of his touch, Wakanda has issued an early warning. Soon, a patrol team came to this area. Who are you? Looking at Aspros and the other two, the people of the Wakanda Guard looked serious. The Illuminati wants to discuss cooperation with the king of Wakanda. Aspros said, hearing that the people coming were from the Illuminati, the faces of the people of the Wakanda Guard changed. Although Wakanda is closed, it is not completely blocked from receiving information from the outside world. In fact, Wakanda receives a lot of information from the outside world. They even have their own satellite system. Therefore, they know very well what the Illuminati represents. What does Kronos, as the president of the Illuminati, mean? Although many countries still retain their autonomy, but most countries in the world are very clear. The Earth has ushered in its master. That is Kronos, the president of the Illuminati. The man who is known as the coming of God has more than 1 billion believers around the world. On the day when the 9 realms overlapped, he defeated Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, and showed the power to suppress the world. Such an existence no one dares to ignore. Therefore, the Illuminati became the uncrowned king on the earth. Before there is the ability to deal with Kronos, the rulers of those countries will not easily turn against Kronos. This is a politician who can bend and stretch. The news of the Illuminati's arrival soon reached Chaka. He not only invited the other party to enter Wakanda with the highest standards, but also personally came out to greet him. Your Majesty. Aspro's friendly attitude made Chaka feel relieved. I was afraid that the other party had discovered Wakanda's vibranium and wanted to take it for himself. In that case, with the power of Kronos, Wakanda might have to be exterminated. And because Wakanda has always been poor to the outside world, even if it was exterminated, no one would care about such a small African country. Thinking of this, Chaka was already in a cold sweat. This is the first time he suffered a loss of hiding his shortcomings. Excuse me, is there anything that the Illuminati came to Wakanda for? Chaka hesitated for a long time, but still asked. Wakanda's vibranium is very rich, and the technology is also very advanced. After learning about Wakanda by accident, Lord Kronos felt that Wakanda should not be closed off like this. This time, I came here to reach a cooperation with Wakanda and invite His Majesty the King to join the Illuminati. Aspros explained his purpose. Chaka was stunned for a moment, not expecting a pie to hit him on the head. What does Wakanda have to pay? Chala asked before his father did. The Illuminati is indeed very strong and powerful, but he must consider his people. What if they join the Illuminati and become cannon fodder? Chala knew about the recent Battle of New York and the battle on the day of the 9 realms overlap. In such a battlefield, Even with Wakanda's technology, it is hard to say that they can escape unscathed. To put it more bluntly, in a battlefield like the Nine Realms War, they are no different from cannon fodder. Wakanda's technology, vibranium, in your armed forces. In return, you can get the protection of the Illuminati and enjoy all the rights of the Illuminati, such as cutting-edge technology, intelligence, etc. Aspro said lightly. Okay, we agree. Chaka heard this and did not hesitate anymore. He has realized that this is the best opportunity for Wakanda to step onto the world stage. No other opportunity. In addition, this time we come with a mission. We need some vibranium. Aspros explained that vibranium is needed to build a body. Chaka also agreed very readily. And he said that vibranium would be delivered to the headquarters of the Illuminati within 3 days at the latest. At the same time, he announced that his son Chala would join the Illuminati. Both parties were very satisfied with this transaction. The prestige of Lord Kronos is really high. Managod exclaimed. Practice well. Lord Kronos said that as long as we work hard, we can have such power one day. Aspros was not surprised at all. After all, he had served as the president of the Sanctuary Consortium for a long time. The rules of the game in the world are very clear. Kronos didn't care about these little things. After explaining some things, he returned to the Taros Sanctuary to meditate. Since he condensed the godhood and comprehended the seventh sense, Kronos always felt that someone was calling him every time he meditated. And this feeling became stronger and stronger as time went by. Kronos estimated that he would be able to meet the other party soon. Maybe it was this meditation. Kronos. Kronos. The gentle voice reached Kronos' soul. When Kronos opened his eyes, he had already appeared in a spiritual world. What a magnificent spiritual power. Are you an ancient god? Kronos perceived the spiritual power of this space, and his eyes condensed. The other party was able to pull his meditating spiritual power to this space, and the strength of the other party was somewhat beyond Kronos' expectations. That's right. A woman with maternal radiance slowly appeared in front of Kronos. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gia, the goddess of the earth. Gia's voice was gentle and kind. Gia, the mother goddess of the earth. Aren't you asleep? Kronos didn't expect that the one who called him was this person. This is one of the 4 ancient gods of creation, a multi-universe level powerhouse. Because you condense your godhood, I woke up. Gia looked at Kronos gently. So what do you want to talk to me about? Kronos looked at Gia and frowned. He didn't believe that this person would look for him for no reason. Although Gia looked very beautiful and full of maternal radiance. But Kronos had no interest in Gia. After all, he had given birth to so many children that you couldn't count them with 10 hands. Your godhood and your throne are very special. This godhood and throne of the Lord of Stars appear for the first time in the multi-universe. Your existence has alarmed the higher gods. It has also alarmed those dimensional Mephista. Gia looked at Kronos and said, "Get to the point." Kronos naturally knew his situation. I can give you the star power of the earth. But we have to make a deal. Gia said slowly. The star power of the earth. No wonder. Kronos suddenly realized. No wonder he couldn't perceive any star power on Earth. The first time he perceived the star power was when he passed through the space gate and destroyed the Jatari biological mothership. But that time was also on an alien planet. The only time he perceived the star power on Earth was when the 9 realms overlapped. But it is not the star power of the Earth. Now Kronos understands where the problem lies. The star power of the Earth has always been in Gia's hands. Is the star power of the Earth special? I can absorb the star power of all the stars in the universe. Why must it be the Earth? Kronos asked. But in fact, Kronos has been moved. Because the Earth is a very special planet. In the entire Marvel world, major events almost all happen around the Earth. In the infinite multi-universe, countless powerful creatures were born on the Earth. The sleeping god Tiamat was even born in the center of the Earth. He grew to the almighty universe level in the later period. 3.4 The most important point. The Earth is the eternal heart. Very few people know this. Because the star power of the Earth can make you go further. Possess the possibility of transcendence. Gia said in a calm tone. The birthplace of the four ancient gods of creation was the earth. Being able to give birth to four ancient gods of creation at once, one can imagine how powerful the earth is. Gia also traced the history of the earth. But unfortunately, nothing was seen. As time went by, Gia discovered the specialness of the earth. The original power of the earth seemed to be able to enable them, the ancient gods, to evolve. But Gia did not tell anyone, but quietly hid the original power of the earth. Facts have proved that Gia is right, because Shisung and Set went crazy one after another. In order to achieve transcendence, they began to devour the ancient gods. There was an endless killing. Gia was also exhausted in the battles. Finally, after giving birth to the god Eater Adam, she fell into a deep sleep. Although she woke up several times in the middle, her condition was not very good. Gia had a hunch that the Earth was about to face huge amounts of crisis. In addition to the threats of Shisung and Set and other dimensional Mephista, she wanted to bet on Kronos once. Bet that Kronos could transcend multi-universe, completely resolve the crisis facing the Earth. Unlike Odin, an Ancient One, Gia is sure that Kronos is a variable. The group of shadowy ancient gods in the darkness have set their sights on Kronos. Gia is powerless to stop them, except for the vice god Eater. But that would lead to the swallowing of all the new gods in the multi-universe. This is what Gia does not want to see. What I need to do? Kronos was silent for a moment, then asked. You don't need to do anything, just get stronger. As long as you constantly get stronger, you can solve all problems. Gia smiled. Oh, Kronos understood what Gia meant. Like Odin, the other party was betting his future on himself. Can Adam, the god Eater, wake up? Kronos asked. This is the strong man who ended the chaos of the ancient gods. Adam. Gia's eyes were full of sadness when he mentioned his child. His soul has been eroded by darkness. If possible, I hope you'll never wake up, because that will be a disaster for the multi-universe. Hearing what Gia said, Kronos understood that Adam had become a time bomb for the multi-universe. Alas, the fate of God is really sad. Kronos regretted becoming a god. After all, judging from the current situation, becoming a god is undoubtedly looking for trouble for himself. But he had to become a god. Let's not talk about Asgard's Ragnarok Surti. Mangagogo, who is known as the hatred of the gods, is at least a super single-level strongman. He is also the creator of Ragnarok, who directly destroyed all the current gods in a parallel universe. Not to mention that above Mangogo, there are 5 shadow ancient gods who make a living by cutting the leaks of the gods. In other words, the executors of Ragnarok are at least other strong men in the level single universe. This gives Kronos a headache. You can't avoid it. From the moment you become a god, you have entered the sight of the higher gods. Compared with those beings, we who are known as the ancient gods of creation are just bigger ants. Kronos knew what those beings Gia was talking about. They were nothing more than abstract entities of the Marvel Universe. In fact, there was no such thing as the 5 great creator gods in the Marvel world. In essence, there were 4 abstract entities and the planet Devourer. Among them, Eternity was the main one and was the strongest. But the eternity of the 7th omnipotent universe had been infinitely weakened, because the Marvel omnipotent universe had been restarted 6 times, and including the new and different universe, it had been restarted 7 times. Now he belongs to the omnipotent universe opened up by the 7th eternity. From the first sky to the 6th eternity, the first 6 omnipotent universes almost only had eternity as an abstract entity. That is the so-called creator god. 11, but after the 7th omnipotent universe, the number of abstract entities became quite large. You can't count them with 2 hands. Eternity was whittled down again and again. The so-called high gods in Gia's mouth refer to these beings. I don't have much time left, Kronos. You must transcend. This multi-universe has been ruled by the ancient gods. If you can't transcend, everyone will become food for the ancient gods. After Gia's voice fell, the most burning disappeared. Then Kronos perceived the star power of the earth. Is this the star power of the earth? It's so pure. Kronos looked at the star power in front of him in disbelief. Even the godhead began to metamorphosis under the baptism of this star power. It is worthy of being the origin of the earth that can make the ancient gods evolve. It can actually baptize my godhead directly. In fact, Kronos also discovered one thing. The evolution of his godhead seems to be much faster than those innate gods. And there is no bottleneck like the innate gods. Is it because of my soul? Kronos guessed. After all, the only difference between him and the creatures in the Marvel world is the soul. Yes, it's because of your soul. The pleasant voice sounded in Kronos' ears again. Who? Kronos subconsciously made an attacking gesture. The other party was able to enter his soul silently. Kronos' heart trembled instantly. Little guy, don't be so nervous. Kronos heard the other party's voice and felt like he was going to sink. Dong dong. The beating of the godhead made Kronos' consciousness clear again. I was almost confused by a sentence. Although he was in the spiritual world, Kronos still felt cold all over. What level of existence is this? Could it really be that group of ancient gods? I'm not a low-level creature like the ancient gods. I just can't help it and want to see the immortal soul. The owner of the voice seemed to be able to see through Kronos' thoughts. In just 2 sentences, Kronos almost lost himself again. If Kronos couldn't understand the whisper of God before, he can understand it now. Why Doctor Strange was driven crazy by a sentence from the underworld god Scython. Why can't the old ruler, Demon Shumagras, be looked at directly by lower creatures? Just a glance can make lower creatures change into his own shape. You know, he is now the Father. Whether it is the posture of the soul or the strength of the body, it is a level Godfather. But the other party didn't show up, just a few words. Kronos completely lost his ability to resist. It was even difficult for him to maintain his consciousness. If it weren't for the Earth's original power still baptizing Kronos' godhood, he would have been completely defeated now. Who are you? Kronos asked with difficulty. Even when he was at the level sub-godfather, he had never felt such oppression when facing Mephisto. I don't have a name, but everyone calls me Death. I can't wait to see you. But you are too weak now. I can only talk to you through the spiritual world. Little guy, I have been waiting for you. The voice of Death is very charming. There is an indescribable feeling, like the whisper of God, and like the temptation of the devil. It makes people sink infinitely. Hearing the word death, Kronos' brain became clear for a moment. He knew who was talking. Unexpectedly, Death entered his spiritual world as soon as Gia finished talking about the high gods. As for why he had never seen Death before, Kronos guessed that he was too weak. He didn't even have the qualifications to hear the voice of Death. If it weren't for the fact that he had obtained the original star power of the earth this time, the godhood had metamorphosis. If the soul had been upgraded, I'm afraid Death wouldn't talk to him. No wonder. Now Kronos finally understood why Thanos became a loyal believer and admirer of the goddess of death. Even in the multi-universe, Thanos destroyed half of the creatures in the universe to please the goddess of death. In many parallel universes, Thanos has become the goddess of death's lick dog. In order to please the goddess of death, he even broke through the barriers between multi-universes. Let the younger self and the older self duel, and then kill himself to please the goddess of death. If Kronos in the previous life laughed at Thanos for being a lick dog when he saw this scene, then now, Kronos can understand Thanos. Such an existence, just hearing the sound will make the whole person sink. Not to mention seeing death with your own eyes. And Thanos, obviously, did not know how, or by chance, he saw the true face of the goddess of death. Just the sound almost made Kronos, the father of heaven, sink completely. Not to mention Thanos, who saw the true face of death directly. It would be strange if he didn't sink completely. The immortal soul is so dazzling. Kronos, I look forward to the day when we meet again. The voice of death faded away. Kronos' confused eyes gradually regained clarity. Abu, Kronos suddenly opened his eyes. Is this the abstract entity that represents the rule? It is so powerful. Kronos' face turned pale. Although the power of the original stars of the earth constantly baptized his godhood, Kronos almost fell. The goddess of death obviously calculated it. She only said a few words and left. Otherwise, Kronos might have become a believer of the other party. Just like Thanos. These existences above the multiverse are too terrifying. Before today, Arono had never seen existences above the multi-universe level. But today he saw two of them at once. Luckily, these two had no ill will towards him. Otherwise, 10 lives would not be enough to die. But the harvest is not small. Kronos felt his metamorphosis of the godhood. After the metamorphosis of the godhood, his combat power will usher in another increase. The second time anchor point of the seventh sense microcosm is also about to be fixed. Combined with the two, Kronos is sure that even the strong men of the level single universe will not be able to defeat him easily. If the divine clothes are blessed. Sorry, even the gods who claim to be the creators in the single universe. He will kill them all. Ancient God, wait for me. That day will not be too far away. Kronos took a deep breath and entered the state of meditation again. After seeing the power of the goddess of death again, Kronos is eager to break through as soon as possible. As long as he reaches the combat power of level single universe, he is qualified to participate in the dimension war. With the help of the Illuminati and the Sanctuary, it is not impossible to try to enter the dimension and become a dimensional Mephista. Although it may be the weakest among the dimensional Mephistas, at least it has immortality. The survival ability will be greatly enhanced. Earth, the residence of Supergiant. Under the mental connection, Thanos, Dracula, and Surti started the first cooperation meeting. Are you Thanos? Supergiant didn't lie to me. Dracula felt the mental fluctuations of Thanos and knew that the other party was at the same level as himself. Mental power cannot be faked. So, when are you going to act? Surti looked at Thanos. I got the news that Odin, the king of Asgard, can't hold on any longer. He's about to die. Now is not a good time to take action. Do you want to be dragged down to death by Odin? Thanos looked at Surti and Dracula. Both of them fell into silence. Surti and Dracula had heard about Odin's power. Especially Surti, he knew the Aesir too well. Don't think that Odin is on the verge of death now. But at the moment, Odin is definitely the most powerful in his life. We don't have enough manpower. You have lived in the 9 realms for thousands of years. Don't you know any strong people? Thanos looked at Surti and Dracula. Surti thought of someone, but the other party was essentially the opposite of him. Thanos, don't forget what you promised me. Without the eternal fire, our cooperation is nonsense. Surti said calmly. He was not in a hurry at all. Don't worry, after Odin's death, I can help you steal the eternal fire. And we have also found the trace of the dark book that Dracula needs. Thanos looked at Dracula, by the way. If Dracula can use the dark book to become stronger and further become the Father of Heaven, his plan will be more likely to be realized. Supergiant reported to him yesterday that he had found the trace of the dark book. It is said that it is in the hands of a witch. I'll wait for your news. Surti took the initiative to cut off the connection of mental power. Dracula also withdrew from the link. Tim. Supergiant looked at Thanos. The current situation was not good for them at all. Don't worry. I will succeed. Thanos' eyes were burning with fighting spirit. You need to confirm the news about the Dark Book as soon as possible. Dracula's combat power is extremely important, Thanos said to Supergiant, and then cut off the connection with his mental power. Dark Book. Supergiant was thoughtful. In fact, she has not been idle for the past few months and has been tracking the whereabouts of the Dark Book. Not long ago, she was able to determine the location of the Dark Book, but she has not been there yet, because the feeling there is very ominous, even more serious than the feeling Dracula gave her. However, at this point, Supergiant did not hesitate too much. Stepped towards the location obtained by reading the memory. Dead. Agatha sensed that someone was invading. After all, The runes in the dark book were all around her nest. Who are you? Agatha appeared behind Supergiant with the dark book in her hand. Supergiant did not dare to move, because the dark breath coming from behind was too terrifying. Hello, my name is Supergiant. I'm here to discuss cooperation with you. Supergiant tried to keep his voice calm. Cooperation? How did you know of my existence? A hint of murderous intent flashed in Agatha's eyes, because no normal person would discuss cooperation with a witch. Not to mention that she is notorious and holds the dark book. I read the memories of many dark creatures and deduced that you are here. Supergiant already felt suffocated. Hearing this, Agatha slowed down her movements. What kind of cooperation do you want to discuss with me? Agatha's eyes flashed with thinking. Originally, she was preparing to go out and find Chaos Force. But now, someone came to discuss cooperation with her, which is very interesting. Dracula, the ancestor blood clan, is also my partner. My master needs to get infinite gems. But now infinite gems are in the hands of the father of the 9 realms, so we need allies. Hearing this, Agatha put down Supergiant. So that's how it is. I can cooperate with you. But I need to find someone. Agatha's eyes flickered. Okay, but after I help you find someone, you have to lend me the dark book. Supergiant said to Agatha, I know what you mean. Dracula, that old guy, wants to use the dark power of the dark book to break through the father. Our goals are not conflicting. I can even help Dracula break through the father in advance. But we must sign a contract. After reaching a cooperation, you have to help me get Chaos Force. Agatha stated her requirements. Definitely. Supergiant was ecstatic when she heard it. Finally, there's progress. The breakthrough location cannot be placed in the 9 realms. Otherwise, Dracula will die as soon as he breaks through. Agatha is quite afraid of Kronos and Ancient One. If she wasn't afraid of these two people, she would have been looking for the holder of Chaos Force all over the world. As for holding the dark book, Jai in this forest that has never been seen. Okay, I'll let my master sign a contract with you. Supergiant didn't expect this trip to be so smooth, and it solved Dracula's problem. Signing a contract can also help consolidate the cooperative relationship. It took so long to plan. Finally, there's progress. Supergiant, you did a great job. Thanos couldn't help but praise Supergiant after hearing his report. Their plan has reached the most critical moment. Odin, how long can you live? Thanos looked at the location of Asgard. As long as Odin dies, he can immediately take Gamora to find the Soul Gem. With the dual blessing of the Power Gem and the Soul Gem, Thanos believes that he can perfectly sneak into Asgard. It's not that he can't force his way in, but considering Kronos and Ancient One, Thanos thinks it's better to be more stable. 6 infinite gems appear at the same time in an era for the first time. If he misses this era, Thanos doesn't know how long he will have to wait for one day. He doesn't want to wait any longer. Time passed quickly. Asgard. Jay. Frigga looked at Odin, who was already drowsy, with some reluctance in her eyes. Frigga, I can't hold on any longer. Odin opened his eyes and saw Frigga standing in front of him, the Queen of Asgard. I'm sorry about Audrey. Odin looked at Frigga, his wife who had married him for peace. I don't know why, but I always feel that Audrey is still alive. Frigga smiled self-deprecatingly. In that battle, even they were too busy to take care of themselves. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lost her own daughter. That was her biological daughter, not an adopted son like Thor and Loki. I hope so. Thor hasn't fully awakened his power yet. After I die, Asgard will be in your hands, Frigga. Odin said his last words. Originally, his body could still hold on for a while. But on the day when the 9 realms overlapped, he used the eternal spear Gungnir. Together with Kronos and Gu, he killed Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. This brought his death forward by several years. Although less than a year had passed since the battle on the day when the 9 realms overlapped, but his body could no longer hold on. Fortunately, Hela had been taken away by Kronos, and there was no need to worry about the seal of the Great Snake. Even if he died, Asgard would still be safe under Frigga's guidance. Frigga's level sub-god, Father's strength, could also suppress Asgard, until Thor completely awakened his divine power and became the god of thunder. After explaining his affairs, Odin's body turned into starlight and disappeared in front of Frigga. "What is this? Your Majesty, the God King, the Father of God, has fallen." Countless gods in Asgard noticed Odin's death. After all, he was the God King of Asgard. Father. Thor also perceived Odin's death. He didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Hela and Loki, who were far away in the Taros sanctuary, also noticed something was wrong. Odin has fallen. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of Hela's mouth. Loki bowed his head and said nothing, his eyes full of complexity, although he was very dissatisfied with Odin's preference for Thor. But Loki still respected his father from the bottom of his heart. Now that the other party has fallen, it means that the new king of Asgard is about to ascend the throne. Don't you want to go back to Asgard? Become the new king of Asgard. Loki looked at Hela. Asgard, my eyes are not on this now. Hela stopped meditating, and the chi in her body circulated very smoothly. Although she has only been in Taro for about a year, she has completely mastered the chi. Her state of mind is also completely different. Hela is calm now, no longer as bloodthirsty as before. Although the power of the Godhead has been sealed for a year, Hela feels extremely relaxed. It seems that her brain is much more open. The problems that she couldn't figure out before can now be figured out. Loki is actually the same. After the power of the Godhead was sealed, she felt a lot more normal. The extreme ideas in the past were slowly corrected in this year. It is precisely because of this that they know why Kronos wants to ban their Godhead. For gods, the influence of Godhead is too great. After all, they have inherited Godhead since they were born. When their personality and cognition are not fully formed, they have already changed in the subtle influence of Godhead. The death of Odin, the king of Asgard, has set off huge amounts of storms in the 9 realms and even in the universe. This is the first level godfather to fall in the universe in thousands of years. Odin, in the pantheon of the kingdom of God, Zeus looked at the direction of the 9 realms with a complicated expression. He and Odin were good friends. But later, due to differences, they drifted apart. Zeus did not expect that Odin, who was still powerful on the day when the 9 realms overlapped, would fall in just 1 year. Is Ragnarok coming? Zeus thought of what Odin had said to him. There is something wrong with this universe. The new gods are all leaks, which are nutrients for others to grow. If he dies one day in the future, it means that Ragnarok has already begun. Zeus did not believe Odin's words. What kind of existence can cut the leaks of gods? The two had a big fight and parted unhappily. Zeus thought Odin was just worrying about nothing. They are the fathers of heaven. Theoretically, as long as you want, your lifespan can be constantly increased. But now the facts are in front of Zeus. Odin, who is the father of heaven like himself, actually fell like this. The fall was so sudden. Thinking of what Odin said at the beginning, Zeus suddenly felt a tremor in his heart, as if he had foreseen something. Countless gods in the universe were surprised. Odin, the father of heaven, actually fell. Although there was news before that Odin was about to fall. But the gods in the universe seemed to be listening to a joke. That was the father of heaven. But now, the fall of the gods appeared, and a father of heaven naturally fell. The lifespan of gods is not infinite, and they will die. Odin, you finally fell. Thanos was very excited when he heard the news, because he saw the possibility of realizing his long-cherished wish. Gamora, we should go. Thanos came to the prison where Gamora was imprisoned. Gamora had been imprisoned for half a year and had accepted her fate, knowing that this day would come sooner or later. So she did not resist at all. Vomirstar, Soul Gem, is there, Gamora said lightly. Thanos heard this and took Gamora to Vomirstar. When Thanos arrived here, he was informed by the Asgardian of Soul Gem about the conditions for obtaining Soul Gem. Soul in exchange for soul. Sacrifice the one you love. Hearing the other party's words, Thanos reluctantly threw Gamora off the cliff. He got the Soul Gem as he wished. Clang! Thanos embedded the Soul Gem on his Infinity Gauntlet without hesitation. Huge amounts of energy flow began to sweep through Thanos' body along the Infinity Gauntlet. Is this the power of the two infinite gems? Thanos took a look at the power gem and soul gem on the Infinity Gauntlet. With the blessing of the two infinite gems, Thanos' current strength is considered very good among the level godfathers. At least he is no longer the bottom batch. Then Thanos returned to the holy place and used the supergiant spiritual link to directly contact Surti. Surti, I have something to ask you. What's the matter? Surti had just heard about Odin's death. He was very excited now. Can you be reborn with the help of the eternal fire? Thanos asked. If Surti could be reborn with the help of the eternal fire, then his plan could start directly. Yes, as long as my skull is still there, you could just throw me into the eternal fire. Surti immediately realized something when he heard Thanos ask this. Very good. You can be ready. Thanos disconnected the mental connection. The contract was signed for several months, and now the opportunity has finally come. Thanos originally thought that it would take at least several years for his plan to be realized. But Odin's death directly brought his plan forward. Supergiant, contact Agatha and Dracula. They can start, Thanos said to Supergiant. Yes, sir. Supergiant was also very excited. She had been on Earth for almost 3 years and finally waited for this day. Thanos' meaning was very clear. That is, to proceed simultaneously on both sides. This is the best way to ensure success. As long as Agatha and Dracula can briefly delay Kronos and Ancient One, then he can sneak into Asgard, even if he is exposed. If he is not exposed, Surti will directly start a war after obtaining the Eternal Fire. So be fully prepared. Supergiant quickly contacted Agatha and Dracula. What's wrong? Agatha and Dracula felt the mental connection. The plan can begin. Agatha will use the Dark Book to help Dracula break through level god Father first. Hearing Supergiant's words, both Agatha and Dracula stopped their actions. Location, Agatha and Dracula said at the same time. Supergiant immediately marked a location in the mental connection. Gather here. We can't break through the Heavenly Father on Earth. It will make too much noise. Supergiant said to the two. We'll be there soon. The two cut off their mental connection at the same time. Finally, we've waited for this day. Agatha looked at the Dark Book in front of her. Although she is now the nominal master of the Dark Book. But Agatha is very clear that she currently has less than half of the magic of the Dark Book. Because many magic runes on the Dark Book require Chaos Force to release the greatest power. There are also many runes that require Chaos Force to construct. Since reaching a cooperation with Thanos, Supergiant has helped Agatha investigate the holder of the Chaos Calendar. The one who can find the suspected holder of Chaos Force is a woman. Her name is Wanda Maximoff. After awakening Chaos Force, the other party went to the Sanctuary Consortium. Since then, the person disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. Agatha knew very well. The other party must have joined Kronos. After all, the Sanctuary Foundation was created by Kronos, and almost everyone on Earth knows this. After the other party entered the Sanctuary Foundation, he never appeared again. Could it be that he lived directly in the Sanctuary Foundation? Obviously impossible. This can only mean one thing. That is, Kronos is in charge of a small world. These people were directly teleported to the small world. That's why they disappeared without a trace. While thinking, Agatha had already arrived at the location marked by Supergiant. First meeting, Dracula's voice sounded at the side. Agatha looked at the other party. Now Dracula is no longer a shrunken appearance. Although awake, Dracula did not announce his existence to the Blood Clan, but he was active in the other world as an ordinary Blood Clan. Dracula now looks very elegant, like a medieval noble. Is that the Dark Book? Dracula looked at the Dark Book in Agatha's hand with greed. Want it? Agatha looked at Dracula with a smile. No, but Dracula's answer was beyond Agatha's expectations. I know my position very well. The person who gave me this power was a dark magician. Although I can use the Dark Book to enhance my strength, I don't know how to use it. I think this is why I couldn't find the Dark Book for thousands of years. It was consciously hiding from me. But I didn't expect that Supergiant could actually find the Dark Book and persuade you to cooperate with us. Dracula looked at Agatha. He knew too well how important this which was to him. To be frank, now on the entire Earth, and even in the entire universe, except for the woman in front of him, no one is willing to use the Dark Book to help him break through the Father. Dracula, the ancestor of the Blood Clan, your rationality is far beyond my imagination. Agatha restrained her smile. The ancestor of the Blood Clan in front of her has the ability and is also qualified to be her partner. If the partners are a group of idiots, then Agatha really has to consider the feasibility of this action. You came quite fast. Supergiant didn't expect Agatha and Dracula to be so fast. You know, she's the closest person to this place. When you reach the level sub-godfather, you can be so fast. Dracula said with a smile. Let's go. Supergiant glanced at the two. The spaceship she drove to the Earth is hidden here. The target is not big, only enough for 4 people to ride. But for them now, it is enough. Where should I go to break through the Father? Dracula looked at Supergiant. The fluctuation of the sub-father breaking through the Father is huge. It is not something that ordinary people can hide. The hometown of the adults, Titan. Supergiant set the goal. The spacecraft started slowly. Titan, as Thanos' former hometown, has been destroyed. The whole planet has turned into a dead place, although it still has the basic conditions for the survival of living beings. But there are no resources. It is a perfect place for Dracula to break through. Not to mention that Thanos is still waiting for them there. Buzz! Almost instantly, the spacecraft rushed out of the atmosphere. The subspace jump-started. At the moment, Thanos has also arrived at Titan. Looking at his former hometown, Thanos' eyes flashed with determination again. This time he must succeed. Earth, the other world, where Dracula sleeps. Damn, that guy. He is already revived. Blade looked at the empty coffin in front of him. His face was very ugly. Judging from the degree of dust, Dracula has been awake for at least a month. But there is still no news in the other world. The ancestor of the Blood Clan woke up without anyone knowing, and Dracula did not make any noise. Was he awakened by someone? Blade could only think of this possibility. He did not find any clues about the whereabouts of the Dark Book, although he found some news related to the Dark Book in the other world. But they were all partially related records. Through these records, Blade knew what kind of existence the Dark Book was. Such a dangerous thing, in Blade's opinion. It is most appropriate to hand it over to Kronos. Only Kronos is qualified to be in charge of such a dangerous thing. It feels like a storm is coming. Blade looked at the gloomy sky, and a chill surged in his heart. So you mean Dracula has already revived and was awakened by someone? Saga looked at Blade, frowning slightly. Since the last time Blade came to the Sanctuary Consortium, Kronos gave Saga the task of contacting Blade. That's right, but Dracula has no movement in the other world. I've captured a lot of pure-blooded Blood Clan in the past 2 days, but no one knows where Dracula is. Blade's uneasiness became more and more intense. The ancestor of the Blood Clan, Dracula, has been sleeping for thousands of years. But this time he woke up quietly. Who would believe this? Add to that the throbbing of blood that Blade perceived before. He felt that there should be a connection between these two things. Nothing has happened in the other world recently. Saga is now a little helpless. As a level sub-godfather, Dracula is a strong man. Letting the other party wander around the earth and scrupulously is still a great threat. But even if Saga turned on the overclocking of his 5 senses, he did not find any trace of Dracula. There are not many people stronger than him in this city. Not to mention Dracula, the level sub-godfather. You go back first and keep an eye on the Blood Clan's dynamics. We will also increase our efforts to find the Dark Book that Master Kronos entrusted us with. I hope nothing will happen. Based on the current situation, this is the only arrangement we can make. On the other side, in the holy place, boom, red magic spread, and several great magicians were blown away by this powerful magic. Wanda, your ability is born from magic. The king looked at Wanda. In just half a year, her strength had risen to this level. To be honest, with Wanda's current strength, no one would say anything even if she took over the Sorcerer Supreme. The Chaos Force's bonus to magic is really huge. The Ancient One looked at Wanda thoughtfully. Why didn't she think of letting Wanda take over the Sorcerer Supreme? The opponent's Chaos Force's bonus to magic is quite large. In front of Wanda, there's almost no magic that is difficult to learn. It's just whether she wants to or not. There's nothing she can't learn. And Wanda, who has Chaos Force, was originally a powerful source of magic. She doesn't need to borrow magic from Vishani or other dimensional lords like other magicians. She can release magic by herself. The more Ancient One thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Isn't this a perfect candidate for Sorcerer Supreme? And now, there are two seeds of the small universe in the holy place. One can be given to Strange and the other to the king. As for the holy clothes, it depends on how the two choose. Wanda can't use the microcosm seed anyway. Even if she can use it, she will need to occupy the quota of the holy place. Wanda, are you interested in becoming the 347th Sorcerer Supreme of the holy place? Ancient One looked at Wanda and showed his signature kind smile. Sorcerer Supreme? Me? Wanda pointed at herself in disbelief. She is only in her early 20s now. Before meeting Kronos, she was just a little girl who wanted to gain power and avenge her parents. But now, Inri actually wants her to be the Sorcerer Supreme. Wanda felt a little dizzy. I want to ask Lord Kronos about this first. Although Wanda felt dizzy, she subconsciously wanted to consult Kronos' opinion. I have no opinion. The holy place is indeed more suitable for your growth than the sanctuary. And who said that the Sorcerer Supreme cannot be from the sanctuary? Don't you think so, Ancient One Magician? Kronos appeared beside the two. Today is also the day when he makes great progress once a week. So Lord Kronos agrees? Wanda looked at Kronos excitedly. She knew how powerful Kronos was, so she wanted to strengthen her own strength as much as possible so that she would be qualified to help Kronos. She was very willing to let the Ancient One take over the holy place Sorcerer Supreme. Sorcerer Supreme not only means that she can read all the magic books in the holy place. It also means that she can directly mobilize the magicians in the holy place to help Kronos. I have no reason not to agree. Kronos touched Wanda's little head. He himself was not willing to serve as the Supreme Holy Place Sorcerer Supreme. But Wanda can. Kronos will naturally not give up this opportunity to control the holy place. In this case, the Illuminati and the holy place will not have the Tarot Sanctuary. He has already controlled most of the extraordinary forces on the entire Earth. With such forces, Kronos can be called the uncrowned king. Kronos, we are betting everything on you. Ancient One sighed. Kronos, this variable, has begun to truly affect the direction of the universe. I know I will not lose. Kronos' eyes are firm. By the way, how long do you have? Kronos has received the news of Odin's death. Odin, who originally died after Ancient One, walked ahead of Ancient One in this timeline. This is also evidence that Kronos, this variable, affects the direction of the universe. So Odin passed away peacefully. Ancient One said his death date with a smile. 1 week. This answer made Kronos stunned. How can it be only 1 week? Kronos looked at Ancient One in surprise. According to the original timeline, Ancient One's lifespan would last until he met Strange. Then he would commit suicide. But now 1 week. I can't be wrong, 1 week. Kronos, your existence has begun to affect us. Although it's only 1 week, I'm very happy, because this is the first time I've seen a different ending. Ancient One smiled and looked at his own death very calmly. I know. Kronos didn't say anything more. Since Ancient One said 1 week, it must be right. The other party would not joke with him about such things. 1 week. Is there any change? Kronos frowned. He thought of the situation reported by Saga not long ago. Dracula, the ancestor of Blood Clan, had been awakened a long time ago. But he is missing now. When receiving this news, Kronos turned on the sixth sense overclocking. I'm sure that the other party is not on Earth now. I don't know where he went. Wanda, it's time to hand it over to you. Kronos took out the reality gem and gave it to Wanda. What is this? Reality gem? Wanda looked at the red gem in her hand with a look of surprise. After spending half a year in the holy place, Wanda naturally knew a lot of secrets in the universe, including infinite gems. She also heard about this reality gem from the magician of the holy place. She also knew that this gem was in Kronos' hands. But Wanda didn't expect Kronos to give her the reality gem. Definitely, this gem is the most suitable for you, isn't it? Kronos said with a smile. Master Kronos, I want the seed of the microcosm. I also want the same power as Master Kronos. Wanda took a deep breath and looked at Kronos. With your potential, you don't need to accept the seed of the microcosm at all. Kronos frowned and said, No, that's the power of Master Kronos. I think it's necessary. Wanda said very seriously. Okay, I'll give you one. Seeing Wanda's serious look, Kronos still gave Wanda a small universe seed, as expected of the top love brain in the Marvel universe. Kronos looked at Wanda and sighed in his heart, but he didn't suffer any loss in this matter. In addition, since the seed of the microcosm has been given to you, then I'll give you this holy cloth as well. Kronos took out a holy cloth. This is a holy cloth independent of the holy place, and it is exclusive to you, the king. Kronos enchanted the holy cloth according to the holy cloth of Andromeda and gave it to Wanda. The moment Wanda took over the holy cloth of Andromeda, chaos force began to spread. The originally pink holy cloth of Andromeda turned deep red. It looked fairy-like, but also weird. It seems that the holy place got a bargain. Ancient One took a sip of tea and looked at the scene calmly. Neither the holy cloth of the holy place nor the seed of the microcosm was used. This means that Strange can become a magician of the holy place normally. The seed of the microcosm can also be given to the king as planned. Haven't you seen this scene a long time ago? Kronos was not surprised by Ancient One's indifference. Since the other party could accurately know the end of her life, it means that she must have seen the bed coming. The future is hazy. Time Gem is not omnipotent. Every different choice in the present, BB to G, may lead to countless time directions. Possessing Time Gem does not mean that you can fully control the future. Ancient One glanced at the eye of Agamotto on his chest. Time Gem is indeed powerful, but its limitations are also obvious. In the world of Marvel, there are too many strong people who can play with time. Taro's Sanctuary. Faster. Faster. Quill, your fighting awareness is too poor. Hela punched Quill and blasted him away. Quill fell to the ground in the distance, coughing constantly. Quill, with your current strength, it is almost impossible to defeat Ego. Hela looked at Quill. Although the opponent has awakened divine power and has become a demigod through the baptism of divine power, but his strength is still too poor. You must know that although Hela is now a divine body, but her divinity is still sealed. With the power of Chi alone, he defeated Star-Lord, who had divine power. Oh, isn't it because you are too abnormal? Star-Lord struggled to get up. During this period of time, the identities of Hela and Loki were no longer a secret to him. The other party was a true god who was purer than him, a demigod. Quill, Ego's power will only be stronger than ours, and you and his divine power have the same root. If you fail, he will devour you. You have to know this, Hela said in a cold voice. I know. Star-Lord sat on the ground with a lost look. It has been several months since he got the seed of the microcosm given by Kronos. Although he successfully comprehended Chi, he still had no clue about the sixth sense. Although his divine power was powerful, he used it very superficially. At this rate, he would not be able to defeat Ego for 100 years. Hela, can you defeat Ego in your prime? Star-Lord suddenly asked. It wasn't possible before, but now, maybe we have to fight to know. Hela thought for a moment and answered. As a level godfather, Hela's strength was definitely not weak before. But facing an old monster like Ego, she was still a little bit weak. But now, Hela has confidence. As long as she can get back her divine power and godhood, even Ego will have to fight to know its strength. Star-Lord thought, He has a deep understanding of Hela's strength. Not to mention that Hela is still weak now. As long as you can comprehend the power of the sixth sense of the microcosm, you will have the strength to fight ego head-on. Hela looked at Star-Lord. Kronos once told her that gods like her and Loki can become powerful as long as they practice chi successfully. If they comprehend the power of the sixth sense of the microcosm, their strength will be greatly enhanced, stronger than ordinary people, because they were originally divine bodies. What is stored in their bodies is divine power. Divine power is higher than chi in terms of power level. Unless ordinary people can further transform chi into divine power or star power, like Kronos, only then can they fight against Hela and others. The same is true for Star-Lord. He is a demigod, and the divine power in his body constantly washes his body. In essence, their starting point is much higher than that of humans. I know. Star-Lord stood up and prepared for battle again. In order to avenge his mother, he must do his best. Ego must die, and he must die in his hands. Titan, are you ready? Agatha looked at Dracula. The land within a radius of several kilometers was all engraved with dense runes. These were all runes of the Dark Book. Ready. Dracula took a deep breath. I have been waiting for this moment for many years. Don't worry. If you need energy at a critical moment, I can help you. The power gem on Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet shines brightly. Everyone just takes what they need. After saying that, Dracula closed his eyes. Agatha manipulated the Dark Book. Obscure words constantly came out of Agatha's mouth. These are ancient words with strange pronunciations, but each rune represents a powerful dark force. As Agatha chanted the spell, all the runes within a radius of several kilometers lit up. The dark force constantly poured out from the Dark Book. After a while, the sky of Titan turned black. This book, so evil. Thanos looked at the Dark Book in Agatha's hand, his eyes flickering. The power of this book may be more powerful than infinite gems. After all, this book can create level sub-god father creatures, and can also help level sub-god father creatures be promoted to level godfather. And it is permanent. In a sense, the Dark Book is more practical than infinite gems. Thanos looked at the darkness all over the sky and silently took a few steps back. Just standing here, he could feel the discomfort of his soul. It was as if someone was tempting him to fall. Such a divine weapon, although powerful, is not to be avoided. He does not want to lose himself because of it. The promotion ceremony officially began, accompanied by Dracula's roar. Countless dark forces poured into Dracula's body. Dracula's breath also began to rise. Fortunately, the barrier was set in advance. Otherwise, I'm afraid the whole universe would know about this movement. Looking at the darkness that covered the sky, Thanos thought secretly in his heart. Roar! A beast-like roar roared out of Dracula's mouth. He is essentially the second generation. Therefore, his body has not been directly baptized by the Dark Book. This is why Dracula's strength has not increased since he became a vampire. And now, Dracula's body began to accept the baptism of darkness. The bottleneck was opened, and the strength increased, which was normal. Swish! A sound like water flow sounded. Countless dark forces poured into Dracula's body. Success! Agatha looked at Dracula, sitting on the ground, and the dark calendar around him had disappeared without a trace. Even the runes were erased. Is this the power of level God Father? Great! Dracula opened his eyes excitedly. Very good. Since Dracula has successfully broken through the Father of Heaven, then our plan can begin. Thanos clenched the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand, and the two infinite gems shone brightly. Agatha and Dracula, you return to the Nine Realms. If a conflict breaks out in Asgard, you only need to delay Kronos and the Ancient One. I will take Surti to find the Eternal Fire. Then I will come to support you. Agatha frowned as she listened to Thanos' arrangement. Dracula and I are holding back Ancient One and Kronos. Are you serious? Even if they are placed among the level godfathers, they are definitely the best among the best. How could Dracula and I possibly hold them back? Agatha retorted. Dracula on the side did not speak. Although he was born in this era, he did not know much about Kronos and Ancient One. He just heard that there are two level godfathers on Earth. If he knows anything, it is the not-so-long battle scene between Kronos and Mephisto. But there is nothing special in that video. We only know that the final result is that Odin joined forces with Kronos and Ancient One to kill Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. From this result alone, we can indirectly prove the strength of Kronos and Gu-E. Although Dracula broke through the level godfather, he has not yet expanded to the point where he is invincible. Ancient One, don't worry. As long as the Earth is attacked, the Dark Dimension, Lord Dormammu, will definitely come out to produce one. The only one you two have to hold back is Kronos. Thanos said. But Thanos didn't know that Hela was also on Earth. Strictly speaking, there are 3 level godfathers on Earth alone. Do your best. If I feel my life is in danger, I will withdraw at any time. Aga was silent for a moment and replied, as long as she doesn't want to give up Chaos Force, a collision with Kronos and the Illuminati is inevitable. The same is true for Dracula. Agatha is his hope for a breakthrough in strength. If possible, Dracula still wants to maintain a relatively good relationship with the other party. Don't worry, as long as Surti gets the Eternal Fire back, we will have the upper hand on the front battlefield. Thanos said. After all, Surti is the fighting force of the level single universe. Although he has just crossed this threshold, he is not something that the level godfather can fight against. Unless it is a full state like Odin with 2 artifacts. Maybe it can fight against the combat power of a single universe. But now, Odin has fallen. Thanos mobilized his Chitauri army. Secretly appeared towards the Earth. This time, the Dark Cult was truly dispatched. However, Thanos and Supergiant came to Muspelheim, where Surti lived first. Thanos. Surti looked at Thanos, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and was stunned for a moment, because he did not perceive any soul fluctuations and power fluctuations. The power gem and soul gem can not only increase a person's power and soul experience, it can also suppress. So Thanos can come here quietly. Is the plan going to start? Surti obviously realized something. After all, Thanos has appeared in front of him in person. Yes, this time I came to you to borrow your skull. You can revive directly in Asgard. Thanos said to Surti. Very good. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Surti showed a ferocious smile and then waved his right hand. He directly shot his body through. Severely injured, the flames around Surti immediately dimmed. Surti, who lost the Eternal Fire, did not have that kind of super recovery ability and immortality. Thanos, leave it to you. After Surti said this, he took off his head directly. The flames around him went out. Only Surti's skull crown remained. Really decisive. Looking at Surti's actions, Thanos sighed. Then he reached out and lifted Surti's skull crown. Let's go, Supergiant. Thanos said to Supergiant. Under the cover of the Power Gem and Soul Gem, the two did not need to leave Muspelheim and go to Asgard. They just needed to walk to Asgard along the gap between the 9 realms. After all, the 9 realms were not completely locked, and Supergiant could read the memory of living beings. It was easy to find such a path. With the power of Thanos' level godfather, they would not encounter any danger at all. The 9 realms are really big. It took Mia and Supergiant a whole week to walk from Muspelheim to Asgard. Finally, we are here. Looking at the dazzling Asgard outside the space, Thanos' eyes flashed a hint of coldness. Under the cover of Thanos, the two walked towards the Odin treasury. Although Asgard is very powerful, not everyone is that powerful. Many ordinary soldiers simply cannot resist Supergiant's mind control. All is well. My lord, this is the treasure house of Odin. Looking at the heavy door in front of him, Thanos knew that he could act. Supergiant, contact Agatha and Dracula. Attack the Earth. Supergiant did not hesitate and directly issued an order to the remaining members of the Dark Order. Agatha and Dracula looked at each other and set off with the Chitauri army. The Dark Order's army, which covered the sky and the sun, rushed towards the Earth in a mighty manner. With such a big movement, the Earth would definitely not be unaware of it. What's wrong? What's the situation? Tony received the war warning from JRVS and Ultron as soon as possible. Boss, there's a huge fleet approaching the Earth from outer space. Bring up the picture, Tony said immediately. The holographic projection picture appeared in front of Tony. Damn, it's the Chitauri army. Ultron, issue a global war alert. Mr. Tony, the alert has been issued, Ultron's electronic synthesis voice said slowly. At the same time, all members of the Illuminati and the armies of various countries received the alert of the coming war. That's right, it's not a war alert, but the war has already arrived. The Illuminati's global battle alert directly alarmed all countries. What's going on? The Illuminati's global battle alert. Are the aliens attacking? Ultron's electronic synthesis voice also resounded around the world at this moment. Earth Level 1 battle alert. Ordinary humans, please stay away from the city as much as possible. Or hide underground. Don't show up on the surface. Humanity immediately fell into panic, if it weren't for the Ultron robots maintaining order around the world. I'm afraid that before the war starts, the number of people on Earth will have to be reduced by 1/3. All members of the Illuminati have also assembled at the moment. Everyone, the war is coming. Captain America's expression at the moment was very serious. I didn't expect the war to start directly on Earth. The impact is too great. Banner was also very helpless. The Ultron robot troops have already gone to intercept. The technological level of the Earth cannot be compared with those troops that can fight across the stars. We can only fight for air supremacy with all our strength, although the hope is not great. Tony said helplessly. He was very happy that he had created Ultron. Otherwise, the Earth would have lost its air supremacy at the moment. Fighters and missiles from various countries were also launched at the moment. Ultron directly used the internet to take over the weapons authority of all countries. This was also a last resort. If the leaders of those countries really wait for their reaction, the Earth will be destroyed. Countless missiles were launched directly into the air. They were fired towards the designated location in outer space. Our weapons authority has been completely taken over. The leaders of various countries looked at each other and could only sit and watch this battle. Sorry, leaders. The war came too suddenly. The other side has entered the Earth's atmosphere. If there is any offense, please forgive me. Ultron's apology sounded beside the top leaders of various countries. The top leaders of various countries could only remain silent. What else can they say? Anyway, the authority has been taken over. At the moment, the battle scene inside the Earth's atmosphere was also broadcast live to the top leaders of countries around the world. What is this? The army that invaded during the Battle of New York. Damn, it's them again. Many top leaders were very angry, but looking at the warships that covered the sky, they were still very worried. The combat power comparison between the two sides was really too different. The Chitauri army suffered a loss last time, and all the biological motherships were at the back. All the soldiers were in the front. Countless Ultron robots were fighting fiercely with the Chitauri army. The moment the two sides came into contact, there was no talking, no waiting. A fierce exchange of fire began directly. People on Earth who didn't have time to dodge could only watch the warships of the Chitauri army, and corpses constantly fell from the sky. They knew that the battle in the sky had already begun. Are we just going to watch like this? Hawkeye was a little unwilling. Does anyone have the ability to fight in the air? Tony glanced at the whole place, including Chala and Chala. Almost all the current members of the Illuminati are ground combat players. Where is Kronos? Banner asked. I sent a message, but he hasn't replied yet. Tony rubbed his brows. At such a critical moment, they can only rely on Kronos. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Taro, Sanctuary. My lord, the army of Tari has entered the Earth. Aspros reported to Kronos. Oh, who is the leader? Kronos keenly noticed something was wrong. The current situation should be the 5 Obsidian generals. Thanos didn't see any figures. Aspros replied, let the Holy Land go to battle. Please give me flowers. The people in the holy place cannot move. They have to guard the 3 holy places. Also, call Hela and Loki over. Kronos said immediately. Understood. Aspros immediately withdrew. Gather the Zodiac. Prepare for war. Aspro's voice rang out in the Zodiac. What's wrong? Kronos. Hela and Loki walked over with puzzled faces. The seal of the godhood can be unlocked. You go back to Asgard immediately. Hearing what Kronos said, Hela and Loki looked at each other. But the 2 of them didn't speak tacitly. After being in contact with Kronos for so long, Kronos had his reasons for doing so. The seal of the godhood of the 2 was unlocked by Kronos, and a long-lost power filled their bodies. Go, Asgard is under attack. Don't waste time. Kronos glanced at the 2. After hearing this, the 2 did not waste any time. They directly asked Heimdall to open Bifrost. As for why Kronos did not go to Asgard in person, he just wanted to say that if Asgard could not even protect its own country, it would be better to completely return to his command. At least he could save his life in the big event of Ragnarok. Asgard, just after Supergiant gave the order to attack, Thanos directly blasted through the Odin treasury with the Power Stone. What a courage! Frigga noticed the movement of Odin's treasury almost instantly. This was the second time that Odin's treasury was attacked. The first time, Loki led the team, so they couldn't say anything. But this time, it was a naked invasion. Thanos walked directly into Odin's treasury. Sure enough, it's here. Thanos saw the blue light of the Tesseract. But now he didn't dare to waste time. Resurrecting Surti was the top priority. Thanos glanced and noticed a fatal crisis on a ball of fire. This should be the eternal fire. Thanos then placed Surti's skull crown on the eternal fire. $. The skull crown began to vibrate wildly, and the glory of the flame giant was about to reappear in the world. Thanos immediately walked to the front of the Tesseract, sensing Surti's revival. With a strong grip, he crushed the surface of the Tesseract. The azure space gem inside was revealed. As the space gem was inlaid, Thanos once again sensed the powerful energy flow blessing. The blessing of the 3 gems. Kronos, what can you use to beat me? A smile appeared at the corner of Thanos' mouth. Now, there are only 3 infinite gems on Earth left. You are looking for death. Frigga has come to Odin's treasury and directly activated all the runes in Odin's treasury. These runes were engraved by the gods of Asgard. The power is quite powerful. With the power of these runes, Frigga can directly match the Father. This is also one of the trump cards left by Odin. DFL. Surti's body had been recast, and he let out a shocking roar. After taking back the eternal fire, Surti's strength was soaring wildly. How many years have passed? He has forgotten what his original combat power was. But it doesn't matter, because he will redeclare the greatness of the flame giant in Asgard. Damn it, Surti! Frigga's face changed drastically. She never thought that she would see Surti in the Odin treasury. Boom! Surti's constantly expanding body collided with the flashing runes of the Odin treasury. The huge movement directly shook the entire Asgard. What happened? Many people in Asgard still don't know what happened. Such a movement is very unusual. It's the Odin treasury. The 3 Asgard warriors and Sif and the other 4 immediately noticed the source of the turmoil. The 4 of them ran madly towards the Odin treasury. Thor also woke up from meditation. Since the death of Odin, he has been meditating, trying to activate his godly power. Perceiving such a big movement, Thor also flew towards the Odin treasury. Is it Surti? Why is he in Asgard? Seeing Surti, the faces of the 3 Asgard warriors and Shidi changed drastically. Asgard has a clear record of this flame giant. Now the other party has taken back the eternal fire. Is there anyone in Asgard who can be Surti's opponent? The divine power in Frigga's body is constantly surging. The light of the rune directly illuminates the entire Asgard. But Frigga knows that at most, Surti can only be temporarily restricted. She is 2 levels behind the other party. It is only a matter of time before the rune is broken. Not to mention that there's a Thanos in Odin's treasury. Evacuate the civilians. Quickly. Frigga's voice rang in the ears of the three Asgard warriors. She made this decision almost instantly. Mother, Thor also rushed to the battlefield. However, he could not intervene in this war because his godly power had not yet awakened. Thor, evacuate the civilians of Asgard with Sif, Van Wall, and others. Hurry up, notify Heimdall, and open the Bifrost directly. Either teleport the civilians to Midgard or directly to Vanaheim. Frigga had a hard time speaking. Surt's strength was still constantly expanding. At the moment, he had reached the level Godfather. With Thanos holding 3 infinite gems, the rune was already shaky. The light of the rainbow fell from the sky. I didn't expect you to be so embarrassed. Hela's teasing voice came from the Bifrost. You don't look well. Loki also smiled. Now, he is no longer a prisoner of Asgard, but a savior. He likes this feeling so much. Loki. Looking at Loki, Thor's face was full of excitement. I didn't expect you to come to help Asgard. Frigga looked at Hela and felt relieved. Frigga couldn't feel any hostility from Hela now. What she could perceive was infinite divine power. After all, this is my hometown. While Hela was speaking, she had activated her godhood and was possessed by the divine armor. Holding the night sky blade, Hela looked at Frigga. Frigga also knew what Hela meant, and used all her strength to open a hole in the rune. Seeing this, Hela flashed and rushed in. Frigga quickly repaired the gap. Hela, aren't you sealed by Odin? Do you want to save Asgard? Surt naturally perceived Hela's breath. Nonsense, this is my home. Hela sneered and rushed forward. 303. The night sky blade continued to split, and the black sword of the Factor rushed towards Thanos and Surt. The battle began. Damn it, I can't hold on. The battle between the level Godfathers caused the runes to flash. Frigga estimated that this place would collapse in at most 1 minute. Mother, go. Thor looked anxious. Loki helped Frigga stabilize the runes. How long will it take for all the people of Asgard to evacuate? With Loki's sharing, Frigga's face looked much better. With Bifrost here, it will take at most 10 minutes. Frigga said with gritted teeth. 10 minutes? We can bet on that. Loki's face was solemn. From the time Frigga gave the order just now to now, almost half of the time has passed. They just need to hold on for another 5 minutes. Loki, I didn't expect your strength to reach this level. Frigga looked at Loki with a look of relief. Being able to help her share the pressure of the runes meant that Loki had at least reached the level sub-godfather. Just lucky. Loki smiled slightly. This time, he finally walked ahead of Thor. It's worth it for him to accept the seed of Kronos' microcosm. With the blessing of chi and divine power, Loki has awakened the power of the Godhead. This has given Loki the combat power of the level sub-godfather. Although he has not yet broken through the sixth sense of the microcosm, it is enough to surprise him. The battle in Odin's treasury is still fierce. Asgard is worthy of it. Even the space is locked. Thanos tried to use the space gem to leave after the Odin treasury was blocked. But obviously it failed. But Thanos was not surprised. The Tesseract has been in Asgard for thousands of years. It would be strange if Odin didn't study the Tesseract. My lord, Supergiant trembled behind Thanos. The battle between the lowest level Godfather was not something she, who had not even touched the level Godfather, could participate in. The aftermath of the energy alone could turn her into dust in the universe. Follow me. The infinite gems in Thanos' hand flashed. If he did not activate the infinite gems, he would not be able to participate in this level of battle. But Thanos did not make a move. He could see that these runes would not last long. If Surt was a level Godfather, these runes might really be able to trap Surt in the Odin treasure house. But unfortunately, Surt was a level single universe. These runes could only suppress Surt for a few minutes at most. When Surt's strength and life posture recovered to the peak state, this place would be directly blown up. The battle between Surt and Hela was extremely fierce. Both of them were masters of swords. The Twilight Sword and the Night Sky Blade constantly collided. The sound of metal colliding is endless. Powerful energy fluctuations are constantly spreading. I can't hold on. Loki's face turned blue at the moment. The high-intensity magic expenditure made him a little unbearable. If this continues, I'm afraid he will directly reveal his true identity as the Giants of Jotunheim. Loki, Mother, go! Asgard civilians have all evacuated to Midgard. Thor returned to the Odin treasury. In the original timeline, because Bifrost was destroyed, the people of Asgard had no choice but to use spaceships to retreat. But now Bifrost is here. The people of Asgard naturally evacuated very quickly. Hela, Frigga shouted loudly. Let's go, Mother. Don't worry about her. Her strength is even beyond our imagination. Loki naturally knew how powerful Hela was. As long as Surti didn't break through the level single universe, he would be unable to do anything to Hela. Hela's godhood had already begun to metamorphosis. Goddess of Dawn. Check it out. Hela's original dark green divine clothing also began to emit a white glow. That was a posture that even Odin would bow down to. Although it hadn't completely metamorphosed, the increase in combat power was already visible. Hearing Loki say this, Frigga had no choice but to believe Hela. After all, even if she and Loki were here, the runes wouldn't hold out. The light of Bifrost enveloped Frigga and the other two. Bang! The sound of glass breaking rang out. The runes engraved on Odin's treasury and Asgard were all shattered at this moment. Surti, who had lost his suppression, instantly revealed his true size. Hundreds of meters in height were daunting. Hela gathered all her strength, and the night sky blade behind her constantly split and integrated. A huge amount of a long sword appeared in Hela's hand. Asgard can only be destroyed by the hands of Asgardians. Hela smiled. Crashed. Huge amounts of night sky blades fell. This is the sword that condensed all of Hela's strength. The length is more than a kilometer. Asgard was split in half by Hela's full-strength sword. Hela, you lunatic! Surti didn't expect Hela to destroy Asgard with her own hands. This made him unbelievable. Asgard has never been a place. As Hela's voice fell, her figure was enveloped by the light of the rainbow. Humph! Then let's fight again on Earth. Without the suppression of a rune, the space gem can also be used. Thanos directly activated the space gem and enveloped himself and Surti, directly teleported to Earth. And Earth, with Kronos' order, all the gold saints of the Zodiac went out to meet the enemy. When the sun-like shining light appeared on the battlefield, everyone knew that it belonged to the 1,000 Kronos' people. Under the firepower net woven by Ultron robots and the Gold Saints, the Earth has not suffered any losses for the time being. Kronos also teleported directly to the headquarters of the Illuminati. Tony, where's Ultron's body? Kronos asked. It has been built and inlaid with the mind gem. Data is being transmitted now. It is estimated that it will be completed in a few minutes. At such a critical moment, Tony would naturally not forget Ultron, this powerful helper. Del, it seems that Thanos is fully prepared. Kronos sensed Dracula's breath. Although he had never seen Dracula, the vampire's breath was very obvious. It's just that Dracula is not the same as the rumors. Not the level sub-godfather, but the level godfather. And it seems that the other party has just broken through the level godfather not long ago. Kronos didn't expect that Thanos could convince Dracula to become his partner. What is that? The Book of Darkness? Kronos finally knew how Dracula broke through the level godfather. The Dark Book can completely destroy the Blood Clan, and naturally, it can also help the Blood Clan to advance. After all, the source of the Blood Clan is the Dark Book. Kronos, is Asgard in trouble too? The light of the Bifrost is constantly falling. Many people from Asgard have been teleported to Earth. Tony switched to another screen. It showed the people and army of Asgard being teleported over. They actually used Bifrost to teleport directly. Even Hela and Frigga can't be dealt with. Could it be Surti? Kronos could only think of this. I may not be able to support you later. This battle on Earth, the front battlefield, depends on you. Kronos' face was solemn, and he looked in the direction of Asgard. What? Is it that another powerful person from Level God Father has invaded? Captain America's face was very ugly. I'm afraid it's not just Level God Father, Kronos said lightly. The completely awakening Surti is indeed more than just Heavenly Father. Have you notified Carol? Kronos asked. I have. She should be on Earth soon. Natasha Romanoff replied. That's good. Otherwise, if there is no one to hold back the high-end combat power, I'm afraid you can't hold it. Kronos sighed. Hela and Carol are just able to fight against the two level god fathers of the other side. As for Surti, he can only be handed over to him. 70 dash. Well, she has been pulled into the high dimension by Dormammu. Dormammu, I will kill you sooner or later. Kronos thought secretly in his heart. This guy, as long as the Earth encounters a war, he will come out to make trouble. The previous battle of the 9 realms overlap was the same. The current battle for infinite gems is also the same. Wanda, come to the front battlefield. Kronos had no choice but to call Wanda. The current Wanda is blessed with reality gem and chaos force. He has also learned a lot of magic in the holy place. He has also cultivated his small universe. Dealing with a level sub-god, father, holding a dark book. It shouldn't be a big problem. Okay, Master Kronos. At the moment, Wanda had just calmed down the holy place. Because the dark dimension of Dormammu launched an attack 10 minutes ago, the Ancient One went directly to meet the enemy. The figures of the two people left this real dimension directly. In the battlefield in the distance, the last rainbow light fell, and Hela, Frigga, Thor, Loki, and the other 4 also entered the Earth. Why is there a war in Midgard? The moment she walked out of Bifrost, Frigga's face changed. Immediately organized people to fight. It's the Chitauri army. Thanos, this guy. He actually played a trick of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Thor saw the Chitauri army above the sky. Mjolnir waved in his hand, and Thor rushed out directly. At the same time, a red figure flew out from the roof of the Illuminati. It was Ultron who had completed the data transmission. The Earth is in your hands, Kronos said to the people present, and then he flashed and appeared on the front battlefield. Because he had seen the huge amounts of space portal, the scorching breath had begun to spread. The blockade above the sky was finally broken. Countless Chitauri armies swarmed in. Kronos, hand over the remaining 3 infinite gems. The people on your planet can still survive. If the war continues, I will kill everyone on this planet. Thanos' voice rang above the Earth. His figure and Surti's body appeared on the Earth at the same time. The battle line on the Earth side also began to shrink. Countless Ultron robots flew behind Kronos. Hela, Eureka, and the Asgard army also rushed to the battlefield. When Kronos left, the Illuminati knew that they should set off, and all of them came to the front battlefield. The Golden Saints of the Zodiac, and the guards who rushed to the front battlefield from Wakanda. Am I not late? Captain Marvel Carol also returned to Earth from outer space. Wanda also opened the portal and came to Kronos. The holder of chaos force? Agatha saw Wanda and also perceived the movement of the dark book. Her eyes were unprecedentedly hot. She wanted to swallow Wanda immediately. The two sides confronted each other in midair. Oh my God, is this the end of the world? This scene was broadcast live by Ultron to all TVs and computers around the world. Watching the two armies facing each other, the army that covered the sky and the sun, and Surti's huge body, everyone realized one thing. The Earth is now at the critical moment of life and death. This time is even more direct than the battle on the day when the 9 realms overlapped, because the main battlefield this time is on Earth. Countless people intuitively felt the oppression of the Chitauri army. Win! Kronos! Win! Illuminati! Countless people cheered for Kronos and the Illuminati in their hearts. Nick Fury was also paying attention to this war. Now he finally knew what leadership Carol was talking about. Facing such a battlefield, he was almost useless except for commanding from a distance. And what about Kronos? He was already standing in front of the group of monsters. Just you. Kronos didn't pay attention to Thanos at all. Although the opponent has been blessed with 3 infinite gems, it is still a question whether he can defeat Hela. In Kronos' eyes, there's only Surti. Father versus father, a battle in the universe. Don't destroy the earth. If the remaining people in the holy place still have the ability, take care of the ground battlefield. Kronos' voice rang in everyone's mind. Everyone nodded, indicating that they understood. Do it. Kronos rushed out first. The small universe of the seventh sense began to boil. Divine power surged. A stream of light hit Surti. Another dimension. Kronos would naturally not fight with the opponent directly on Earth. Kronos' move directly covered all the people above the level sub-god Father. Only Frigga was left on Earth. What is this? Surti, Thanos, Agatha, and Dracula were all shocked, because they felt the strong suction behind them at the same time. Damn it, the strong space gravity seemed to exile them into the universe. Hela, Carol, and Wanda also rushed up directly. They each found their own opponents. Hela fought Thanos, and Carol faced Dracula. Wanda naturally faced Agatha. After all, they were both magicians. What a strong space-pulling force. Kronos, this guy, has mastered space skills to the point of perfection. Thanos holds the space gem. Naturally, he can perceive Kronos' control of space more clearly. The space behind them only pulled their bodies and would not involve other creatures on the Earth. At most, it would suck away some gravel. Such space control power is even stronger than Thanos, who has mastered the 8 space gems. Want to divide the battlefield? Thanos glanced at the front battlefield of the Earth. Although the combat power is a little worse, it is not impossible to fight, as long as they can win the high-end battle. Even if the battlefield on Earth is defeated, it will not have any impact. It seems to be a long tug-of-war, but in fact, it is less than 5 seconds. Kronos caught Surti's twilight sword with both hands. The powerful force, plus the pull of space, made Surti's body constantly retreat. There is no way. If Kronos does not take this sword, the Earth will be gone. When I come back, I must find a way to strengthen the hardness of the Earth. Kronos glanced at the battlefield and said secretly in his heart, "Look at the world of Saint Seiya. The gold saints who have comprehended the power of the 7th sense of the microcosm, if placed in the universe, are powerful people who can easily destroy galaxies. But on Earth, a set of skills will only make a pit. This is the advantage of high world strength. There is no need to worry that your battle will destroy the world." Kronos pushed Surti into the other dimension, and the rest of the people also took their opponents into other planets or spaces. Kronos and the others took away the opponent's high-end battle record. The rest is left to us. Frigga stood up, and the power of level sub-god Father bloomed. The sense of oppression instantly swept the entire battlefield. Is this Thor's mother, the Queen of Asgard? Looking at the aura displayed by Frigga, Tony and Captain America and others couldn't help but admire it. It's really cool. Hulk. Banner has transformed into Hulk, opening up the unparalleled on the front battlefield. The Chitauri soldiers are facing Hulk. Captain America and Black Widow Hawkeye and others are not bad. After all, they have practiced chi. Although they can't reach the level of 6th sense, they are more than enough to deal with the Chitauri soldiers. As for the Gold Saints of the Zodiac, each of them performed even more outstandingly. After all, they were selected by Kronos and are the most suitable candidates for practicing the microcosm. Although they're not very old, the fighting power displayed by all of them has reached the peak of the 5 senses, the limit of human beings. With the blessing of the holy clothes, they belong to the first echelon below the level sub-god Father. In terms of the nature of human beings, at least the 6th sense must be reached in the middle stage to have the fighting power that can touch the level sub-god Father. But among the current Zodiac Gold Saints, the oldest one is only 14 years old. The mental power is still being tempered, and the 6th sense has not been broken through. But even so, the fighting power of the Zodiac has shocked many people. Thor wields his hammer and flies on the battlefield. Where Mjolnir passes, corpses are everywhere. But the most outstanding performance is Ultron. Ultron, made of vibranium and inlaid with mind gem, is a big killer. Under the level subgod Father, it is invincible. The yellow laser constantly sweeps, causing heavy losses to the Chitauri army. But several people successively faced the 5 Obsidian generals. They all fell into a bitter battle. The cosmic battlefield has just begun. Kronos, you don't really think you can beat me, do you? In the past, Odin sacrificed his 2 brothers to steal my eternal fire. The 3-level god fathers attacked me secretly, which weakened me for thousands of years. As long as you hand over the infinite gems, I can retreat immediately. Suri looked at Kronos. Asgard had been destroyed by him, and he seemed to have a sense of mission accomplished, but he also seemed to be a little reluctant. Especially when he saw Kronos, he could not hold back the killing intent in his heart. So much nonsense. Kronos did not say much, and the divine clothes standing above the earth directly penetrated the space and attached to Kronos' body. With the blessing of the divine clothes, Kronos' momentum became even higher. Stubborn. Then I will use your life to show the power of my level single universe. Surti raised the twilight sword. The flames on his body burned wantonly, and the lava flowed, which looked very scary. The war that broke out in the 9 realms was once again noticed by the whole universe. Why is it the 9 realms again? This time, it's even more exaggerated. A level single universe battle has actually broken out. Many powerful people in the universe have once again turned their attention to the star field where the 9 realms are located. It has only been about a year since the last battle on the day when the 9 realms overlapped. They have started a war again. Is it caused by the death of Odin? It's hard to say. Thanos' dark cult and the Chitauri army have come out in full force. Attack the 9 realms Midgard. This madman, he doesn't really want to seize all 6 infinite gems, does he? Many powerful people in the universe have guessed the reason for the outbreak of this battle. Boom! The battle between Kronos and Surti officially broke out. Terrible destiny. After Kronos condensed the godhood, the skills of the gods among the saints were also developed. Raising his hand is Thanatos' signature skill. The terrifying thunder is brewing in the universe. It struck Surti's head. Oomph. Surti snorted coldly. The energy of the single universe is released, and the Twilight Sword is just a light wave. The energy of the eternal fire is released. The entire star field is ignited in an instant and turned into a sea of fire. Just one strike. Surti destroyed a star field. The combat performance is stronger than Mephisto, who walked out of the dimension. What is this? Kronos was about to take action, and suddenly seemed to perceive something. A golden light was flying towards him at a high speed. Is that Gungnir? Kronos didn't expect that this spear, which symbolizes the kingship of Asgard, would fly towards him on its own initiative. That's good. I'm just worried about not having a weapon. Kronos is not someone who doesn't understand weapons. Libra in the Zodiac has 12 weapons, including the spear. Kronos is a true weapon master. Anyway, no one in Asgard can control Gungnir now, so it's just right for him. Buzz. Kronos' momentum soared after getting Gungnir. He dodged and started a close combat with Surti. The sword light and the spear light constantly collided, and the powerful force tore the space apart. This Firestar domain was losing all its colors. A black hole appeared where the two fought. But neither Kronos nor Surti cared at all. The two had huge differences in size, but they were strangely evenly matched. Kronos was 1.85 meters tall, which was a normal human height, and Surti was nearly 1,000 meters tall. It was close to the height of the single universe creator, the God Group. Although Surti was very big, his speed was not slow at all, and he had a deep attainment in swordsmanship. Kronos fought with the opponent holding Gungnir, and he felt that the opponent was even more of a sword master. The collision of spears and swords. The sound of metal was deafening. The huge divine power completely shattered the black holes beside the two. This space of the universe turned into nothingness. There was nothing. No sound, no space, no time. The light shone again. Surti's huge body flew out. How was it possible? Seeing Surti flying backwards, countless strong men who were watching the battle blurted out. It is true that Kronos is powerful, but it has only been a year since the other party became a god. After all, they saw clearly that Kronos used Reality Gem to build the godhood during the Nine Realms War. Although Kronos showed strength that was no less than Odin and Ancient One with the pseudo-godhood. But level God Father and level single universe are completely two concepts. Otherwise, why would the Celestials claim to be the creator of a single universe? Didn't Odin, holding Stylnil and wearing the Destroyer armor, barely tie with a Celestial? Later, he was besieged by the Celestials and almost torn apart. It was also that battle that completely shattered Odin's dream of dominating the universe. But now, what did they see? Kronos was actually suppressing Surti. Galaxy starburst. The seventh sense microcosm exploded, and all the energy in the cells in the body was released. It was as if the stars in the entire Milky Way exploded collectively. The powerful force gathered on Kronos' right fist. Boom! A punch hit the abdomen. Surti's huge body folded in half and began to fall infinitely. Kronos did not miss this opportunity. He let go of Gungnir with his left hand. After all, the Eternal Spear has its own consciousness. It will follow Kronos. Kronos started a crazy output in Surti's abdomen. The speed of each punch exceeded the speed of light. The many powerful people watching the battle could only see Surti's body constantly shaking, constantly falling towards the depths of the universe. Zodiac 12 Absolute Roar. Kronos roared. The microcosm has burned to a limit. Kronos held huge amounts of energy in his hands. Powerful force burst out directly in Surti's abdomen. It was like the explosion of chi in Dragon Ball. The energy storm swept the entire universe. Many powerful people watching the battle took action and directly locked the space where Kronos and Surti were fighting. They didn't want the universe they lived in to become a wasteland. Surti's body was directly penetrated by Kronos' Zodiac 12 Absolute Howls. The upper and lower bodies were separated. It looked very tragic. Kronos is a new god, but this strength is stronger than all the fathers of heaven. Looking at the strength displayed by Kronos, the gods of the pantheon thought secretly in their hearts. Kronos! Surti roared angrily. Was he ever suffered such a loss in a head-on battle? Even the gods of Asgard could only be suppressed by him. But now, he was suppressed by a new god. Don't even mention using Kronos' life to demonstrate his strength. Now he can stabilize and not be beaten by Kronos. It is Surti's limit. Twilight's sword swung again. The eternal spear flashed to the blade of Twilight's sword. Directly blocked the sword. Gungnir has now changed from the strongest attack weapon to the exclusive defense weapon of Kronos. Anyway, the hardness is there, and Erdl can't cut it. Damn it, Surti was very aggrieved. Don't worry. When there's a chance, I will take the eternal fire was extracted. Let you perish forever. Kronos looked at Surti. His eyes were full of murderous intent. In fact, when Kronos just pierced Surti's body, he wanted to extract the eternal fire from the other party's body. But he found that he couldn't extract it. He couldn't extract it all. How did this guy Odin strip Surti's eternal fire in the first place? Kronos can only fight a war of attrition with Surti now. Fortunately, after the microcosm broke through the 7th 450 cents, Kronos no longer had energy anxiety. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would win or lose in this battle. Kronos suppressed Surti and constantly fell into the depths of the universe. If we keep fighting like this, we won't go straight to hell. Many strong men showed an expression of watching a good show. Although many people believe that the universe is infinite, they believe that the universe is expanding every minute and every second. But for level God Father like Kronos and level single universe like Surti, it is possible to touch the edge of the universe. Just like now, Surti actually stood firm in the deepest part of the universe. Kronos also fell down. In this space, Kronos strangely found that his feet seemed to be on the ground, quite stable. Ooh-hoo. Surti constantly panted. During the battle, Kronos constantly snatched the eternal fire. It made Surdy exhausted. He didn't want to experience the feeling of losing the eternal fire again. Is that all? Level single universe, nothing more. Kronos looked at Surdy with a contemptuous smile on his face. In fact, Kronos is also very uncomfortable now. All his attacks, although they can suppress Surdy, fundamentally damage him. If he doesn't find a way to extract Surdy's eternal fire, the opponent can't be killed at all. Do you think you can kill me? Surdy also showed a mocking smile. Although Kronos' offensive is fierce and powerful, but he has not suffered a real fatal injury so far. As long as the eternal fire is still in his body, Kronos can't kill him. How do you know if you don't try? Kronos put his hands together, and pictures began to appear under his feet and behind him. Heavenly Dance Wheel. Kronos unfolded the greatest secret of Virgo. An offensive and defensive battle formation instantly enveloped Kronos and Surdy. What is this? Surdy looked at the picture in front of him with a vigilant look. I don't know if demons have 5 senses. Kronos smiled and looked at Surdy. What do you mean? Surdy's heart was alarmed. First sense, taste, deprivation. A stream of light hits Surdy directly. In this offensive and defensive battle formation, all attacks are absolutely hit. There are only 3 ways to leave. First, the releaser of the battle finishes all the attacks. Second, the person dragged into the battle formation is directly blasted away with 2 absolutely powerful weapons, such as the Athena's exclamation used by Saga and the other 2. Although Surdy was hit, it seems that there is no big problem. This made him a little confused. Second sense, smell. Third sense, touch, deprivation. Kronos launched 2 attacks in succession. Surdy could only watch himself being hit. What is this feeling? The moment Surdy's sense of touch was deprived, he knelt down. Impossible. It actually directly affects the soul. Surdy looked at Kronos in disbelief. Now, he could no longer perceive the twilight sword in his hand. The strong men watching the battle were also confused. In their eyes, Kronos just made a strange gesture. Then they could only see 3 streams of light flying out. After Surdy was hit, it seemed that he did not suffer much damage. But for some reason, he ran down directly. The Heavenly Dance Wheel is a fighting ability that directly affects the soul. Except for the enemies who were directly marked by Kronos and hit by the Heavenly Dance Wheel. The onlookers could not see the battle formation launched by Kronos. This is why the strong men watching the battle were confused. But there were also strong men who were proficient in the way of the soul who saw something strange. They all showed surprised eyes. From the Battle of the 9 Realms to the current battle with Surdy, Kronos' performance is almost like that of a hexagonal warrior. His extreme output can directly penetrate the bodies of level single universe strongmen. His super strong defense can't even hurt Kronos with Surdy's Twilight Sword. With the protection of the divine clothes, Kronos has not shed a drop of blood since the beginning of the battle. This is a cross-level battle. Now he has demonstrated the means of soul attack. Even level single universe Surdy has no power to fight back. What a terrible opponent. But it's a good thing for the gods. In the pantheon of the kingdom of God, Zeus watched Kronos' performance. He thought secretly in his heart, Surdy, can you still attack me now? Kronos looked at Surdy and said in a flat tone, although only 3 of the 5 senses were deprived. It also caused a considerable reduction in Surdy's combat power. The 4th sense, hearing. The 5th sense, vision. Deprive. 2 more attacks were launched. Surdy swung the Twilight sword with all his strength. But unfortunately, he was still hit directly by Kronos. The whole person stood still in place for a moment. Surdy felt as if his soul had entered a void, with nothing and nothing to perceive. The only thing left was the ability to think. The 5 senses were completely deprived, and now Surdy has become a living corpse. The soul has lost control of the body. 6th sense, heart sense. Deprive. Kronos was not careless and directly activated the 6th sense deprivation. The divine power in his body surged unprecedentedly. He wanted to deprive a level single universe strongman of the 6 senses. The power required was far beyond the deprivation of the 5 senses. The deprivation of the mind almost exhausted the divine power stored in Kronos. The last stream of light hit Surti. Surti, who was still able to think, was completely sluggish. Hoo-hoo, Kronos panted. The power consumed by Surti in complete silence was very huge. The godhead turned, and the stars of the universe began to emit power and flowed towards Kronos. In just a moment, Kronos had recovered. It seems that you lost. Kronos flashed in front of Surti. At the moment, Surti had no reaction to Kronos coming in front of him. This guy just silenced a level single universe like this. The soul of a powerful person in the universe. Such soul control is too strong. Even Nightmare, who is known as the master of the dream dimension, can't force others' souls to be silent. It's even more exaggerated than the ability of astral projection. Astral projection only allows a person's soul to leave the body. However, meeting a strong man with the same soul attainment is just a decoration. Just like Strange and Little Spider-Man. Although the soul of Little Spider-Man was beaten. But with spider telepathy, even if the soul is out of the body, it can still control the body. Kronos actually won. Countless strong men watched this scene. They didn't care about the other two battlefields at all. After all, this is the moment when the strong man of level single universe was defeated. Kronos looked at Surti. Since the body can't extract the eternal destruction, there's only one explanation. The eternal fire directly acts on the soul. This is why Surti can be resurrected. Corpse chi, underworld wave. The blue light condensed, and Kronos' move directly separated Surti's soul from his body. Surti's soul was separated, and he still looked dazed. 6 senses were deprived, and even the ability to think was lost. Unless Surti is a creature of a higher dimension, otherwise, he will never be able to get rid of the Tianwu Baolan. The powerful people watching the battle looked at Surti, whose soul was silent, with fear on their faces. If during the Battle of the Nine Realms, their definition of Kronos was that they should not interfere with each other, then now, their definition of Kronos is that they must not be provoked. Even the strong men of the level single universe were silent in front of Kronos. If they go up, I'm afraid the result will be the same. Kronos doesn't even need to show this move. Just relying on absolute explosive power, defense, and speed, they are completely defeated. Come on, let me see if the eternal fire is in your soul. Kronos walked towards Surti's soul. Corpse chi was wrapped around Kronos' hands. This made Kronos can attack the soul directly. When facing Mephisto, it was this move that made the opponent suffer a great loss. Kronos' body flew directly to Surti's forehead. His right hand slowly sank into Surti's brain. This burning feeling, Kronos' eyes lit up. He obviously perceived the existence of the eternal fire. So that's it. The eternal fire is actually burning in the state of the soul. No wonder in the original timeline, Sui La would use the eternal fire to awaken his undead troops. Kronos felt that his hand had grasped the entity. If it weren't for the accumulated corpse gas, Kronos would never be able to grasp the eternal fire. Voila! The eternal fire in Surti's soul was directly grabbed out by Kronos. Surti, this guy is really unlucky. Seeing this scene, everyone watching the battle in the universe sighed. Odin is gone, but a Kronos has appeared. Such strength is simply incomprehensible. Without the eternal fire, Surti's breath began to weaken rapidly. But Surti, whose 6 senses were blocked, still looked dead silent. There was no movement. I don't believe you can't really be killed. Kronos' hand, wrapped in blue light, burst into flames in an instant. The blue flame jumped in Kronos' hand. Surti's soul was caught in Kronos' hand. Crackle! The ghost blue flame, which was originally fueled by souls, burned more and more violently. The souls of the strong in a level single universe are the best wood for the ghost blue flame to burn. Surti said nothing and turned into dust in the universe under the burning of Kronos. The huge body also dissipated. At the moment Surti passed away, at the highest point of the multi-universe, in an unknown shadow dimension. Interesting, the fate of Ade Ragnarok was broken. An ancient shadow god cast his eyes on the real dimension. according to the original timeline, is still far from the time node of Ragnarok. But Surt's soul was extinguished, although it was easy for them to create a Surt. But this was a variable. There had been no problems in countless reincarnations and harvests in the past. Why did the timeline deviate this time? This person, he has never appeared in the past. On the Shadow Throne, the central ancient god projected the figure of Kronos. It is indeed a variable. Humph! We should have let Surt kill him directly. Will he not affect our plan? The 5 shadow ancient gods discussed. Don't worry, it's just that the Ragnarok timeline of Asgard has been reversed. It's just a level godfather. Don't worry at all. His achievement is at most a single recruit. The shadow ancient god in the center of the throne said expressionlessly. Even if Kronos could defeat Surt, in their eyes he was just an ant. Damn Gia! A shadow ancient god angrily pounded the table in front of him. If it weren't for Gia, why would they hide in the shadow and harvest those new gods? Gia's own condition is not very good either. In my opinion, it won't be long before she falls into the multiverse. The God-Eater sealed in the real dimension is always a hidden danger. The shadow ancient gods were silent. They were also the first batch of ancient gods, but their status is slightly lower than that of the 4 ancient gods of creation. If Gia hadn't given birth to the God-Eater Adam during the ancient god rebellion, they probably wouldn't have survived until now. They would have been swallowed by Sison and Set. Although, because of the God-Eater and Gia, all the ancient gods were exiled from the real dimension. But they also saved their lives. And they can also use Ragnarok's method to harvest the power and vitality of the new gods to help them become stronger. This can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Surt lost. As long as Mangogo is still there, Ragnarok's plan will not be shaken. The shadow ancient god in the center said lightly, Mangogo is a more powerful terminator of gods than Surt. If ending Asgard is Surt's destiny, then ending the gods of the universe is Mangogo's destiny. Mangogo's power comes from the resentment and hatred of all living beings. This includes gods. In the original timeline, Mangogo's defeat can be said to have exhausted the power of the gods. Odin sacrificed himself to bless Thor. Thor also borrowed the power of Gia, the mother goddess of the earth, and blessed each other to defeat the opponent. But as long as the resentment is still there, Mangogo will not die. This is a super single terminator of the gods, secondary design. But judging from the comics, it does have this combat power. The shadow gods are not very upset about Surt's passing, as long as it does not affect the final outcome. Unfortunately, we can't go down in person. An ancient god sighed. Because of the God-Eater and Gia, if they go down in person, they will definitely die. No ancient god can defeat the God-Eater Adam, not even the Hades god Sijuan and the serpent god Attribute. Otherwise, these two would not have fled in a hurry and left the real dimension. In the end, they were permanently exiled by Gia, although they left behind the Dark Book and the Serpent Crown. But the effect was not great. So far, countless years have passed, and he has not realized his dream of returning to the real dimension. Another battlefield in the universe. Hela was covered in scars, holding the night sky blade and looking at Thanos breathlessly. Thanos, do you have perception? Hela looked at Thanos and suddenly smiled. Thanos' expression turned quite ugly, because they both sensed the disappearance of Surt's aura. It seems that the level single universe strongman you rely on can't beat Kronos. Hela knows Kronos' strength better than anyone else. Even if it's just normal, it's an existence that crushes level Godfather. Wasn't he defeated by the other party with one punch? So in Hela's view, Thanos' plan is completely a dream. Damn it, Thanos' face turned very ugly. He has bet everything on this battle. His own dark cult, the 5 Obsidian Generals. But with Surt's defeat, his defeat seems to have become inevitable. I haven't lost yet. I will definitely get those 3 infinite gems. Thanos is ready to use the space gem to leave the battlefield directly. The universe is so big, just find a place to hide. There will always be a chance. He is not a fool. He will fight to the death even though he knows he will lose. The space gem shines, and Thanos disappears in front of Hela. It's finally over. Hela breathed a sigh of relief. Although Thanos' normal state is only level sub-godfather. But with the blessing of 3 infinite gems, Thanos' combat power is definitely comparable to the strongest of level godfather. As Thanos left, the faces of Agatha and Dracula on the other 2 battlefields became quite ugly. Thanos! Dracula roared angrily. He didn't expect Surti to be defeated by Kronos, the father. This also indirectly shows the strength of Kronos, Qianli Hao. Thanos escaped, but you can escape. Kronos has teleported to the battlefield. Dracula was suppressed by Captain Marvel, but there was no sign of defeat. Originally, Kronos was going to deal with Thanos directly, but the other party directly used infinite gems to suppress his own power and soul fluctuations and disappeared without a trace. Let me go. Kronos. Dracula began to beg for mercy directly. Let's talk about it in the next life. Corpse Ghost Blue Flame. The blue flame burned on Dracula's body. The pain that penetrated deep into the soul made Dracula roar. The corpse ghost blue flame was particularly useful against these so-called immortal creatures. Can't burn them to death. But soon, Kronos found something wrong. Although Dracula screamed miserably, he just couldn't die. Is the power of the Dark Book so strong? Kronos frowned. Wanda also opened the portal and came to Kronos. She was holding the already old Agatha in her hand. Kronos knew at a glance that she had failed to swallow the chaos force and was swallowed by Wanda. It was similar to the situation in the original timeline. Wanda also directly awakened the Scarlet Witch. The combat power jumped to the level of level Godfather. In this battle, the 9 realms won a great victory, but Thanos ran away. On the Earth battlefield, because of Frigga and the Asgard troops, the Dark Cult also fell into a miserable defeat. With a level sub-godfather in charge, the strength of the 2 sides was too far apart. It seems that the war is over. It's a pity that Asgard is gone. Frigga sighed. However, although Asgard is gone, at least all the people are saved. Asgard can still be rebuilt as long as it takes a little time. Abu. The figures of Kronos and others appeared on the battlefield. I didn't expect Kronos to defeat Surti. Frigga looked at Kronos, who was almost unscathed, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Frigga knew Surti's strength very well. After all, the Vanir and Surti had seen the record of fighting a long time ago. He has surpassed Odin now. Frigga sighed. Next, it depends on how the other party deals with the people of Asgard. Now that Asgard has been destroyed, it is quite difficult to rebuild a world. And Odin once told her when he was alive, if Asgard is destroyed after his death, don't think about rebuilding it. Just follow Kronos. Frigga didn't understand what the other party meant at first. How could Odin, the king of gods who is always strong, be willing to let the people of Asgard submit to an outsider? But after seeing Kronos' strength, Frigga may be able to understand Odin's thoughts. Kronos suddenly frowned and looked at the sky. What is that? The dark dimension. Countless people saw the dark dimension outside the Earth. Dormammu's virtual body, made of magic flames, was fully revealed in front of everyone. The Vishani formation above the Earth glowed with golden light. Wanda, cover the sky of the Earth. Kronos rushed directly towards Dormammu. Wanda heard the words. Chaos Force was released and began to modify the scene in the sky. Frigga also knew what Kronos meant, and runes began to cover the sky of the Earth. Dimension Mephista, that is not something that ordinary people can look directly at. Even with the physical fitness and mental strength of Asgard civilians, there is no way to look directly at Dimension Mephista, not to mention the humans on Earth. You have to know that the physical fitness of the gods of Asgard, even the weakest, is 5 times that of the people on Earth. It means that everyone is Captain America. Kronos rushed out of the sky. Is this the complete dimensional power? It really feels different. Kronos looked at the dark dimension. The complete dimensional power is much more separated than Mephisto's defective dimensional power. But the hell dimension cannot be complete. There's only one person who can make the hell dimension complete. But that person is still sleeping, still fighting. Kronos perceived the situation inside the dark dimension and rushed in without hesitation. The divine clothes were also put on Kronos again. The eternal spear Gungnir also flew over with the divine clothes. Bang! Kronos easily broke through the barrier between the dark dimension and the real dimension. After all, it was one-sided. It is quite simple for the current 350th dimension to destroy this barrier. Buzz! As soon as he entered the dark dimension, Kronos activated the eternal spear Gungnir. The light of Rainbow Island illuminated the entire dark dimension. I didn't expect someone to come to save you. Gudash. Dormammu also perceived the arrival of Kronos. It's not important. At the moment, the Ancient One is already quite weak. Dormammu didn't want to fight Kronos. After all, he also sensed Surti's fall, although it was not difficult for him to defeat Kronos in the dark dimension. But if the other party wanted to leave, with the help of the Ancient One, he couldn't stop him, so he didn't waste time. Kronos directly seized the opportunity and left the dark dimension with the Ancient One. It's really depressing. After leaving the dark dimension, Kronos took a deep breath. The dark dimension was more powerful than he imagined. Being in the dark dimension, the sense of crisis that spread all over his body really made him uncomfortable. Sure enough, there is a sky between the level single universe and the dimension Mephista. Kronos glanced at the dark dimension behind him. Without stopping, Kronos teleported back to Earth. Ahem! The cough of Ancient One brought Kronos back to his senses. You said 1 week, right? Ancient One. In Kronos' perception, Ancient One's life force was as weak as a firefly. It could go out at any time. Don't worry, after all. I should have died a long time ago. The corner of Ancient One's mouth pulled out a smile. Your soul. Kronos looked at Ancient One and frowned. When Ancient One was intact, Kronos could not notice it. But when Ancient One was weak, Kronos keenly noticed that the other party's soul was also drying up. You found me. How can a mortal borrow the power of Mephista from the dimension without a price? Ancient One didn't care. After all, when she borrowed the power of Mephista from the dimension to extend her life, she had already thought of this day. It's just that like Odin, under the influence of Kronos, the end of her life was brought forward by several years. It's been more than 500 years. I'm tired. Although the voice of Ancient One was weak, Kronos could hear the meaning of freedom and liberation in it. I wanted to save you, Kronos said helplessly. After he embarked on the extraordinary road, Ancient One was definitely the person who helped him the most. Not only did he help him solve the problem of the sixth sense and the seventh sense of the microcosm, but he also helped him fight many battles. He was very responsible for the early death of Ancient One. Kronos, remember what I told you. You are the variable. Odin and I are both betting. The catastrophe of Ragnarok is far from over. The days ahead will only get more and more dangerous. Since you have become a god, you can't get away from these things. This multi-universe has been distorted. The dark hands of the ancient gods are everywhere. You must be careful. In a sense, those ancient gods are more terrifying than Mephista in the Dormaven dimension. The Ancient One said to Kronos with a serious face, as if he was explaining his own affairs. Don't worry, I know. Kronos looked at the Ancient One, who was both his teacher and friend, and sighed in his heart. Like Odin, the Ancient One had already run out of energy. There was no ability to prolong life in Marvel's magic this week. On the contrary, it would even shorten life. After all, it was the power of Mephista from the borrowed dimension. Is the power of Mephista from the borrowed dimension so easy to borrow? Except for the magic of Ishani, borrowing the power of Mephista from other dimensions would come at a price. In order to prolong his life, the Ancient One borrowed the power of the dark dimension. Although he had lived in the world for more than 500 years, his soul had been eroded by the power of darkness. Choosing to fall now was the best outcome, because the Ancient One could still go to the eternal residence. Eternity could help the Ancient One wash away the erosion of the dark power. But Kronos couldn't do it. At least he didn't have the strength now. While the two were talking, many magicians from the holy place had come to their side. Wanda also stood aside. Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One Magician. Many magicians from the holy place magician looked at Ancient One with tears in his eyes. Although they were not young anymore, Ancient One had always looked like this since they could remember. They also once believed that one would not fall. They thought he would always be the protector of the earth. The strength of Level God Father, plus the blessing of Time Gem. Let the name of Sorcerer Supreme resound throughout the universe. But now what did they see? The always steady and calm Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, now needed someone to support him to stand steadily. Everyone, my fate has come. Ancient One pulled the corner of his mouth and showed a smile. Some people may ask why the Ancient One does not use the Time Gem to trace back his physical state. Unfortunately, the Time Gem in a single universe is ineffective against the power of the dimension Mephista. Even if the Ancient One traces back his physical state now, her soul is still about to be exhausted. This will only make the Ancient One's soul fly away. Instead of being like now, at least there is no hope. Wanda will be the new Sorcerer Supreme of the holy place in the future. As he spoke, the Ancient One took off the Eye of Agamotto on his chest and handed it to Wanda. The Eye of Agamotto was originally a very powerful artifact. Its blessing on magicians is no less than that of the Time Gem. I hope you can use it well. The Ancient One finally glanced at the people present with a smile. His head slowly lowered. The Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, who has guarded the earth for more than 500 years, fell today. Farewell to the Sorcerer Supreme. The magicians of the holy place burst into tears. Go. The earth is in our hands. Kronos could see the soul of the Ancient One. The two smiled at each other, and then the soul of the Ancient One disappeared into the sky. Bury the Ancient One normally. There's still a lot of messes on Earth to deal with. We don't have time to grieve. You and the Ancient One may meet again one day. Kronos said to everyone present. The magicians of the holy places stood up one after another. They knew that what Kronos said was true. Now the three holy places need to be guarded. The death of the Ancient One magician will definitely spread throughout the universe. Those dimensional Mephista will not miss this opportunity. After all, there are still many believers of dimensional Mephista on Earth. In addition, the Earth has just experienced a war. Now there's a lot of work to be done. The invasion of the Chitauri army is global. It's not just one country. Many countries have suffered from the invasion of the Chitauri army. The losses are heavy. Some military powers are not so bad. Some weak countries were completely dominated. If it weren't for Frigga commanding the Asgard soldiers to rescue the world. In this war, the population of the Earth would have dropped by at least 1/3. There, as it is now, the casualties are less than 1 million at most. Are you all right? Captain America slumped on the ground, looking at his comrades. Feeling good. Hawkeye grinned and moved his body. He was seriously injured. Tony has now lost his ability to move because his armor has run out of energy. He is waiting for replenishment. Banner sat on the ground in silence, scanning the ruins around him. Everyone, I think the Illuminati is not strong enough. Black Panther T'Challa also took off the helmet of the vibranium battle suit. In this battle, Wakanda suffered a lot of casualties. Although it is a global invasion, they're the main battlefield here. The opponent's high-end combat power is all on this battlefield. We have tried our best, Banner said helplessly. The Illuminati was established only about a year ago. In this year, they hardly rested. They have been studying how to strengthen the Illuminati. The birth of Ultron is the best proof. If it weren't for Ultron, it's unknown how many people would die in this battle. Why don't you ask Mr. Kronos for help? The strong men in armor who appeared on the battlefield today are obviously Mr. Kronos' men. If they can be so strong, you should be able to do it too. Ultron looked at the people in front of him in confusion. In his calculations, Kronos is the most powerful human on the planet. He is also the nominal president of the Illuminati. Why don't the Illuminati seek support from Kronos? Instead, they're strong enough to face these things by themselves. Hey, it's time to face reality. Captain America stood up. In fact, Kronos gave them a choice. The choice of accepting the seed of a microcosm. It's just because Kronos never forces others to make a choice. After all, if you force others, even if they surrender, they will not cultivate the microcosm. The more radical ones will commit suicide directly. Then what is the use of the microcosm seeds you placed? So when Kronos gives the microcosm seeds, he will make the benefits very clear. The main point is voluntary. The people of the Illuminati are a group of people who don't want to be constrained. Although Kronos said that he would not forcibly restrict their freedom, but they still have a thorn in their hearts to obey someone. And this battle completely woke them up. If it weren't for Kronos and his men to take action, faced with such a battle, the Earth had no choice but to surrender. Even with Ultron, it would be the same. What awaited the Earth was only conquest and destruction. The group had already made up their minds. When they returned, they would accept Kronos' microcosm seed. They had secured the Earth. Even if Kronos was no longer on Earth in the future, they hoped to maintain peace on Earth with their own strength. Lady Frigga, the people of Asgard, also gathered together. They were also very confused now and didn't know what to do. After all, Asgard had been destroyed and they couldn't go back. No one blamed Hela for being too heavy-handed. Judging from a situation at that time, if Hela didn't take action, Surti would not have let Asgard go. On the contrary, they were very grateful to Hela and Loki. If it weren't for the two of them, Asgard couldn't evacuate without injury. The only pity was that Hela's own undead army was not brought out in time. But it wasn't a big problem. Hela was going to fish in the ruins of Asgard. Maybe she could find some bodies. If Kronos is willing, you can come with us to the Taros Sanctuary. It's a pocket dimension attached to the Earth, but it's quite large. It can accommodate billions of people. You can live there and rebuild Asgard. 17. Hela expressed her thoughts. We have no objection, and Odin also told us that if Asgard is destroyed after his death, then don't rebuild it. Frigga was naturally willing, and judging from the looks of Hela and Loki, it seems that the place called the Taros Sanctuary is pretty good. You're very welcome. Kronos has returned to the battlefield and heard the conversation between Hela and Frigga. There are too few people in the Taros Sanctuary now. If Asgard is willing to directly merge into the Taros Sanctuary, it would naturally be a good thing. And the chi of the Taros Sanctuary is helpful for the awakening godhead of the Aesir Protoss. Kronos said, how could he let go of such a thing that could enhance the strength of the sanctuary? Master Kronos, we have decided to move to the Taros Sanctuary in the holy place. Anyway, there's a space gate, so it is very convenient to enter and exit. The Taros Sanctuary is hidden and not disturbed by so many people. The magicians of the holy place can also practice chi. Wanda also told the decision she had negotiated with the magicians of the holy place. Definitely no problem. Kronos smiled. This time, the sanctuary is the biggest winner. Kronos, we have decided to accept the seeds of the small universe. The members of the Illuminati, led by Captain America and Tony, also came to Kronos. Oh, how you thought about it? I remember I explained the pros and cons of accepting the seeds of the small universe very clearly. Kronos looked at the Illuminati in front of him and asked again. We have thought it through. At the same time, the Illuminati needs to change. Too many voices are not necessarily a good thing. The president of the Illuminati can only be you, and the 6 members of the Illuminati can only be those who have accepted the seeds of the small universe. You can have different opinions, but there must be someone who has the final say. Captain America said firmly. Tony and others on the side also nodded. Whether it was the previous battle of the 9 realms or the battle for the infinite gems this time, they all realized one thing. That is, it is very important for someone to give orders. Otherwise, they will only fight on their own. The Ultron incident is a good example. If Kronos disagrees, Tony and Banner may not have the courage to create such an artificial intelligence. The Illuminati will continue to absorb super abilities on Earth in the future. It's up to them whether they accept the seeds of the microcosm or not. Tony and the others looked determined. Among the original members of the Illuminati, Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye, Captain America, and Tony were not very powerful, although they learned chi under Kronos' teaching. But facing the war of level universe, they were obviously willing but not strong enough. Only Banner and Johnny were slightly better. The Illuminati should still work in the building as usual. Just reserve a passage to the Tarot Sanctuary. You can also practice in the Tarot Sanctuary when you have nothing to do. Kronos quickly made arrangements. Since then, the 9 realms have been Kronos' sphere of influence. Asgard, Holy Place, the Illuminati, Hydra, and other major forces have all been under Kronos' command. That is, Tarot is big enough, otherwise it would be difficult to accommodate so many people. Although Asgard may not seem big, the civilians and the army of Asgard add up to nearly 1 million people. Kronos, the pantheon of the kingdom of God, has sent you an invitation. It has been a week since the Battle of Infinite Gems. Thanos has completely disappeared. Even the Dark Star field that originally belonged to Thanos has been occupied by other forces. But no one knows the whereabouts of Thanos. Just now, Frigga received a message from the pantheon of the kingdom of God. The content is to invite the Lord of Stars Kronos to the kingdom of God. The pantheon of the kingdom of God. I remember that I have no intersection with them. Kronos didn't expect that the pantheon would actually send him an invitation. It's normal, after all. You are a new god. But in fact, almost all the gods in the universe, no matter how strong or weak, have connections with the pantheon. After all, it is a kingdom dedicated to God. Frigga was not surprised by this invitation. Don't say that Kronos originally has become a god, so he naturally stands on the side of the gods. Secondly, Kronos' combat power, which is comparable to the level single universe, is also feared by the pantheon of the kingdom of God. No one knows how God was born. No one knows how the existence of Godhead was born. God is God because Godhead has responded before he was born. It seems that everything goes with the flow without any unreasonableness. But the appearance of Kronos actually broke this law. It turns out that acquired creatures can also condense Godhead through their own efforts and obtain the position of God. Although there is only one example of Kronos in countless years. But this is enough to cause a commotion in the pantheon of the kingdom of God. I know, I will go. Kronos looked at the invitation in his hand. If necessary, he can still go to the pantheon of the kingdom of God. It is an extremely special place in the entire universe. After the timeline of Ragnarok, a very powerful god slayer, Ghoul, was born in the universe. Holding the Black Death Sword, even the gods of Level Godfather are quite afraid of Ghoul. It is not because Ghoul is so powerful, but because the Black Death Sword is special enough. As a divine weapon for special attacks against gods, the Black Death Sword is the prophet hanging over the heads of all gods. But even so, Ghoul, who does not have a godhood, still cannot know the location of the pantheon of the kingdom of God. It can be said that the existence of the kingdom of God is a refuge for the gods. It is a habitat created by eternity for the gods. And there are also the gods guarding the gate. All of this shows the specialness of the gods. The next day, Kronos followed the guidance of the divine power and went to the kingdom of God. Is this the kingdom of God? Kronos looked at the kingdom of God in front of him. The essence of the kingdom of God is also a planet, but this planet is very special. Located in a very special space. Only those with godhood or invited by the gods are qualified to step into it. The scenery here is beautiful, full of vitality, and the materials are also very rich. It can almost be said that there is an inexhaustible supply. Moreover, the kingdom of God is a star of eternal day. There is no difference between day and night. It is always bright, and the temperature is constant. If there is really a heaven, then this place can definitely be considered one. Kronos slowly fell and stepped into this holy place that only gods can enter. Lord of the Stars. As soon as Kronos landed, he saw a man in golden armor. He looked very old, but very majestic. Zeus. Kronos felt the thunder force that was stronger than Thor. Nice to meet you. I invited you here. Zeus smiled and said to Kronos, So what is the purpose of your invitation to me? Kronos looked at Zeus in front of him. Obviously, The Zeus in front of him was set in the comics. He has nothing to do with the fat guy Thor. He is a real king of God, and he is the same level as Odin. Look at the variables and see why Odin bet everything on you. Zeus' words made Kronos stunned for a moment. So you know it too? Kronos looked at Zeus. Sure enough, these old guys are better at hiding. Definitely no. Zeus looked lonely. Who would have thought that as the king of God, he would not show such an expression? Odin was the first to find out. Then he told me. At first I didn't believe it, and I had a big quarrel with him, and the two sides parted unhappily. I have lived in the kingdom of God for a long time, while Odin lives in the 9 realms. It was not until 100 years ago that I finally found something wrong. It was then that I realized that what Odin said was true. Zeus sighed. This was one of the things he regretted the most. But Odin did not let Zeus return to the 9 realms. Zeus still remembers Odin's words clearly. Ragnarok will start from Asgard and gradually spread to all the gods. Hearing Odin's words, Zeus already understood what he meant. I can sacrifice myself for the gods to seek a glimmer of hope. But more than a year ago, Odin suddenly contacted Zeus and told him that he had found a variable. He found the possibility of saving the gods. Therefore, Odin decided to take a gamble. The person behind the scenes is too powerful. Even Odin and Zeus can only vaguely perceive that there's a pair of invisible hands controlling the fate of the gods. But they can't see or hear each other. Just when they were all desperate, Kronos appeared. His appearance was like a beam of light in the darkness. Let Odin hold on tightly and put everything on it. So what did you notice? Kronos looked at Zeus. The mastermind behind the scenes may be in existence beyond the single body. That is multiple. Zeus's face was solemn. This was his own judgment after collecting the history of countless pantheons and combining the birth and fall of the ancient gods. If they can absorb the power of gods, then they must originally be gods. That is to say, the mastermind behind the scenes is likely to be an ancient god. It may be one, or it may be multiple, but I prefer multiple. Zeus' words made Kronos look at him with new eyes. To be honest, if Kronos was not a time traveler and had not understood the world of Marvel, he might not be able to do better than Zeus. That group of shadow ancient gods are indeed ancient gods, and they are indeed multiple. Why are you so sure that the other party is multiple and an ancient god? Kronos asked. It's just a guess, I can't be sure. Zeus hesitated and responded. Those were just his inferences. After all, the big event of Ragnarok has begun. Asgard was the first to be hit, and the famous Asgard in the universe has been destroyed. Fortunately, with the help of Kronos, Asgard's casualties were not serious. This is also a blessing in disguise. It is precisely because of this that Zeus decided to meet Kronos. No, since you already know that the opponent may be in existence above a single universe, then why don't you ask for help from the Celestials? As an eternal creation, the Celestials are also the creators of the single universe. Is there no way to deal with the multiverse? Kronos looked at Zeus. Since Zeus knew about this, why didn't the Celestials deal with it? Many people would say that the Celestials are just strong people at the level single universe. How can they deal with multi-universe level existences? But in fact, the strength of the Celestials exceeded everyone's expectations. It is true that the Celestials were created by eternity, but the power of the Celestials far exceeds that of eternity. The original creator of the Marvel Universe is called the First Sky. He is the original abstract entity of the universe and the original god of the universe. He felt bored during the endless years, so he created the Celestials. The Celestials were originally black and were called aspirants. They had no emotions and no consciousness. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. They would only serve the First Sky. But as time went on, some of the Celestials began to have feelings and their own ideas. So their dark bodies had colors. They began to create life, and for the first time, a concept called death appeared in the universe. The concept of death also made the First Sky feel terrified. He believed that the concept of death was a blasphemy against God. So a war broke out between the black and white aspirants and the colorful betrayer. The final result of this war was that the colorful betrayer designed and detonated the god killer armor. The abstract entity of the first sky was blown to pieces. This is also the beginning of multi-universe. The original Almighty Universe level peak, first sky, was directly dropped to the early Almighty Universe level by this explosion. The power and strength were greatly weakened. In desperation, the first sky could only take the remaining aspiring gods and hide in the unknown void world. So far, the second omnipotent universe was born and was taken over by the colorful gods. And the colorful gods used the fragments of the first sky to create the second eternity. Second setting. Don't be too serious. After all, there are some places in the original comic setting that I personally think are unreasonable. Slightly change it. Under the leadership of the supreme God, one above all of the Celestials, the colorful Celestials became the rulers of the omnipotent universe and the most powerful group. The supreme god OA is not Marvel's creator god OA. The two just have the same name. The colorful Celestials also legitimately became the creatures of eternity, and countless Celestials became the creators of single universes. 0-0 assist. Eternity in managing the omnipotent universe. This is the power of the Celestials. Even the transcendent gods, who claim to be above all gods, are likely to be pawns of the colorful Celestials. The purpose is to lead out the first sky and completely eradicate the trouble. They did succeed. When the seventh omnipotent universe was destroyed, the first sky looked at the weak seventh eternity and couldn't help but take action. But the final result was that they were defeated by the second, third, fifth, sixth, and seventh eternities and taken away. As for where they were taken, no one knows. That's why Kronos was surprised. Why didn't Zeus ask the Celestials for help when he knew that there was a problem with Ragnarok? Even if the Celestials in the single universe couldn't handle this, Kronos didn't believe that those powerful Celestials couldn't handle it either. Do you think I don't want to? I've tried. But unfortunately, there was no response. It seems that all the Celestials in this universe have disappeared. Didn't you notice? There are no Celestials stationed in the kingdom of God. Zeus smiled bitterly. Did they all get killed? Kronos could only think so. But then he gave up the idea. It's not that the Celestials can't be killed, but you have to be prepared to kill one, and a group will come. Kronos believes that the group of shadow ancient gods may not have the ability to deal with the Celestials. Then there is only one explanation. This multi-universe has been stripped away by the ancient gods. Or it can be said that some deal has been reached with the Celestials. This multi-universe has become the hunting ground of the ancient gods. Only in this way can we explain why Zeus cannot contact the gods. Interesting. No wonder I am a variable. Kronos can now basically confirm the universe he has traveled through. It should be the multi-universe built on Ragnarok. That is, the universe where the Rune King Thor and the god of story Loki were born. In this multi-universe, Thor and Loki are the protagonists. The rest are supporting roles. This is a world that can be infinitely restarted and then infinitely destroyed, starting from the birth of the gods and ending at the twilight of the gods. Definitely, the gods here refer to the new gods, not the fixed species. Fortunately, there is still a chance. Although this start is a bit bad, it is not the worst. If you're unlucky and travel to the Cancer universe or the zombie universe, that is the beginning of the collapse of the sky. In those two universes, there's almost no possibility of survival. In the Marvel universe, cancer cannot be cured. No matter how advanced the technology is, it won't work, because the source of cancer is Shemaglas, the beholder known as the Old Ones. The Cancer universe is the universe conquered by Shemaglas. In the Cancer universe, cancer cells will evolve infinitely, becoming weird and terrifying. Even the dead embodies are devoured, making the Cancer universe lose the concept of death, so that it can evolve infinitely. If you want to talk about the most dangerous universe in the Marvel world, the Cancer universe is the first. The second is the zombie universe. Compared to these two universes, Kronos feels that the Ragnarok universe doesn't seem to be too bad. At least it leaves time for himself to develop. There is still a chance to turn the tide. If there is no celestials, then there is nothing in the center of the earth. That's a good thing, Kronos thought. After all, if there's a sleeping celestial in the center of the earth, it's really hard to deal with. But Kronos can't be completely sure, because according to the records of the holy place, there are traces of the Eternals living on Earth. This shows one thing. In the center of the Earth, even if there's no sleeping celestial Timmit, there may be something else. This gave Kronos a headache. However, this trip to the kingdom of God was not in vain. At least he got a very critical piece of information. That is, in this multi-universe, or in the single universe they are in now, there is no creator celestial. Everything is cyclical, so the celestials are dispensable in this universe. As long as the twilight of the gods comes and the gods are slaughtered, then the whole world will restart, and time will be reversed to the moment when the new god is born. So what do you think now? Kronos looked at Zeus. The other party is a god king with the same status as Odin. Since he knows this information, he will definitely not take no action. Odin and I have thought of all the ways, but none of them can stop Ragnarok. Before you showed up, Odin and I had an idea. Look for the Black Death Sword. At this point, Zeus paused, because he was not sure whether Kronos knew about the Black Death Sword. Black Death Sword? Are you talking about the Black Death Sword that attacks God? Are you serious? Kronos looked at Zeus in disbelief. The Black Death Sword is the ancestor of all symbiotes, and it is also a divine weapon created by the legendary symbiote god Nar, who controls darkness. And it is also a divine weapon created with the blood of the Celestials. During the entire August 17th, in the Marvel world, they are all famous divine bodies. Especially among the gods, this sword is even more famous, because this sword can kill gods. Even an ordinary person, as long as he holds a Black Death Sword, he can instantly have the power of God. Yes, it's the Black Death Sword. Since we know that the opponent may be an ancient god, then the Black Death Sword, which has the ability to restrain the gods, is an excellent weapon. Zeus said calmly, I think you are really crazy. Kronos looked at Zeus. He felt that Odin and Zeus were really driven crazy by Ragnarok. Who is the symbiote god Null? Mephista, who existed in the endless darkness before the universe was born. The first generation of colorful gods created when they were in multi-universe. They woke up the sleeping Nal, and a war broke out between the two sides. The Celestials suffered heavy casualties, but Nal was outnumbered and defeated. But Nal was unwilling to accept this, so he forged a sword on the head of the Celestials that he had defeated and beheaded. This sword is the Black Death Sword. With the Black Death Sword, Nal became even more arrogant. He slaughtered gods in the universe, which made the Black Death Sword like the blood of gods more. In addition to absorbing countless divine blood, the Black Death Sword gradually possessed the characteristics of special attacks against gods. It can restrain all divine power and godhood, which is very amazing. In the end, after Nal fought a golden god, both sides were injured. Nal also fell into a deep sleep. The Black Death Sword disappeared, but in countless years, the Black Death Sword still appeared several times. Each time it caused a lot of trouble to the gods in the universe. Nal's status must be higher than that of the Shadow Ancient God. The status of the Black Death Sword is naturally the same. Kronos thought about what Zeus said. It is feasible, provided Zeus can really find the Black Death Sword. We have been cornered. Except for Odin and me, the rest of the gods are still immersed in false fantasies. Little do they know that they have long been meat on the chopping board and can only be slaughtered at will. It's not that Zeus has not thought about gathering the power of all the gods in the universe, but this will only make Zeus more isolated and helpless. To put another way, even if all the gods in the universe really join forces, the ending may not be too good. After all, Ragnarok is a feast for the gods. If there is no power to suppress the gods, how can this feast be opened? This is obviously unreasonable. Two-pronged approach. You continue to look for the Black Death Sword. Although the Black Death Sword may not fall in our universe, I am practicing hard. Kronos has no better solution now. There are only two ways in front of Kronos now, either transcendence or become food. What do you want Kronos to choose? He certainly can't surrender. After leaving the kingdom of God, Kronos was not in a hurry to return to Earth. Instead, he began to explore the source of the kingdom of God. After all, the kingdom of God is essentially a star. Found it. Kronos felt that his mental power had communicated with the source of the kingdom of God. It is indeed the eternal power. The source of the kingdom of God is different from the source of other stars. This is the eternal power. Unfortunately, it is not the time yet. Kronos tried to communicate with the star power of the kingdom of God. It could be communicated and obtained. But now is not the best time. Once the kingdom of God fluctuates, it is likely to cause a backlash from the shadow gods. The time of Ragnarok was calculated by the shadow gods. At this time point, the source of the gods is the richest and the benefits are the greatest. So as long as there are no huge amounts of accidents, they will not change easily. The time node of Ragnarok. Because waiting for a complete Ragnarok will take a long time. So they naturally hope to maximize their benefits. What Kronos has to do is not to touch the things related to the gods for the time being. The Asgard incident is purely a butterfly effect. Who knew that Thanos would join forces with Surti to attack Asgard? This matter blames him, but can't be blamed entirely on him. Kronos can be sure that he has been targeted by the group of shadow ancient gods. But for some reason, these guys can't do it themselves. After all, even the god of the underworld, Shizong, and the snake god, Set, can't return to the real dimension, let alone them. When Gia wakes up next time, there's still some things to ask clearly. And death. Is there the pressure of death in this universe? Kronos fell into deep thought. After all, he had never really seen death, so he didn't know the last time he talked to death. Did death talk to him across the multi-universe? Or did death originally block him in this multi-universe? After getting the information he wanted, Kronos didn't stay in the kingdom of God for too long. It would be in time to extract the star source of the kingdom of God when the time was right. What Kronos wanted to confirm now was whether the sleeping god Timmit was in the center of the earth in this universe. The light passed through the universe, and Kronos returned to the earth. Aspros teleported and appeared in front of Kronos. As one of the first people to follow Kronos, Aspros has reached the sixth sense with the support of Kronos. His strength has been greatly increased. How was the data collection of the Eternals going? Kronos asked. After the battle for the infinite gems ended, Kronos asked Aspros to collect data on the Eternals. After all, in the original timeline, if it weren't for Thanos' snap that delayed the appearance of the gods for 5 years, the Earth would have exploded long ago. My lord, the information is all here. Aspros took out the information he had prepared long ago and handed it to Kronos. Sure enough, these guys really exist. Kronos looked at the information in his hand. The people listed on it were the Eternals. It's time to meet them. Kronos looked at a Jack's address on the information. Then he teleported and appeared in front of the house where a Jack lived. This place is very remote, and Aspros spent a long time searching for information when he was collecting information. The leader of the Eternals? A Jack. Kronos looked at the woman in front of him. The other party looked like a middle-aged Earth woman, but her eyes were deep, as if she had seen through the world. You came a little earlier than I thought. Kronos. A Jack was not surprised by Kronos' arrival. After all, Kronos is now nominally the ruler of the Earth. The Asgard, Holy Place, Illuminati, etc. under his command are all among the most powerful forces on Earth. Strictly speaking, the Earth now has almost no secrets for Kronos. If it were ancient times, it would be better. But now is the modern era with network information. As long as Kronos wants to find out, there is almost nothing that cannot be found. So she is not panicked about the exposure of her Eternals. On the contrary, she is even a little happy, because it means that the mission of the Eternals is over. What are you looking at in the center of the Earth? Looking at a Jack, Kronos asked the question he wanted to know most. It's not that he didn't think about using his own power to explore this secret, but deep in the Earth, there is a powerful force that isolates Kronos from his exploration. The strength of this power surprised Kronos very much. because Kronos perceives the supreme divinity above this power. This means that the essence of the history that set this seal is likely to have surpassed the multi-universe level. You actually know that there's something in the center of the earth. Ajak showed a hint of surprise. This is a secret that even Ancient One and Odin don't know. The seal's set by that existence. Even if the strong man of level single universe swept through it with his spiritual power, he could only feel a void, nothing. But Kronos actually knew it. How could Ajak not be surprised? So what is it? Is it the seed of the god group, or something else? Kronos stared at Ajak. Kronos, do you know? In fact, we are all abandoned pawns. The earth is just a huge amount of prison. Ajak's face showed a bitter smile. After hearing what Ajak said, Kronos realized it instantly. The one sleeping in the center of this earth is not the sleeping god Tiamat. In the center of the earth is the mechanical god, the destroyer, who was sealed by the living tribunal. Originally, the mechanical god was responsible for clearing the darkness. But under the erosion of endless darkness, the mechanical god also fell into darkness. So the living tribunal took action and sealed the mechanical god, and imprisoned him inside the earth, and let the Eternals stay on the earth, guard the seal, and help the development of human civilization. The purpose is to use human vitality to wash away the darkness on the mechanical god. Second setting, the original mechanical god was simply sealed. Ajak said slowly, "How to cleanse?" Kronos has already guessed the way to cleanse. It's just a change of soup, but the same medicine. After all, the birth of the Celestials was based on the sacrifice of countless lives, the vitality and soul of the creatures on Earth. Sure enough, after listening to Ajak's narration, Kronos was not surprised. These great gods in the universe just like to do these things. After all, in their view, countless ordinary creatures can contribute to God, which is quite worthwhile. But for some reason, an accident occurred. All the Celestials in this universe disappeared. We can't contact the Judge Alism. This universe seems to have been exiled. We can only wait in this endless time and space. Ajak sighed. The time she has guarded the mechanical Celestials has been so long that she doesn't want to count anymore. Interesting. Kronos fell into deep thought. According to the current situation, this universe has indeed been exiled. Neither Zeus nor Ajak can contact the Celestials. But I didn't expect that there is still a Celestial sleeping in the center of the earth. But according to the original Ragnarok timeline, this person should not wake up. Because according to the timeline, whether it is the sleeping Celestial or the awakening of the mechanical Celestial, it is after Strange became the Sorcerer Supreme. That is after the original Infinity War timeline. It is at least 10 years away from now, definitely, and the 5-year blank period of the Flash should be counted here. But during this period, the big events of Ragnarok have begun to advance. With the destruction of the gods, the universe was directly restarted. This is why there is no appearance of the mechanical Celestial in the big events of Ragnarok. The appearance of the mechanical Celestial is to serve as a minister in another parallel universe. But Kronos didn't expect that because of his little butterfly 4.9, the mechanical Celestial god could be awakened. Because Thanos didn't snap his fingers, the population of the Earth has always been at its peak. That is to say, the mechanical Celestial god could be awakened at any time. Kronos knew about the mechanical Celestial god, although he was not as powerful as the sleeping Celestial god, who was comparable to the Fulcrum. But he was not something that ordinary creatures could contend with. The strength of the mechanical Celestial god should be comparable to the supreme of the Celestial group's single universe, Alism. The reason why the mechanical Celestial god was defeated in the end was also ridiculous, since it was because of the electromagnetic pulse. Do you know what the strength of the mechanical Celestial god is? Kronos looked at Ajak. Not sure, but it should be at least the peak of the level single universe, or it could be a super single unit. Ajak answered truthfully. I know. Thank you for the news. Kronos nodded. This is really troublesome. If you want to deal with these guys, you may only have to collect 6 infinite gems. Kronos sighed. Now there's really a wolf in front and a tiger behind. The timeline of Ragnarok has been advancing, but a mechanical god suddenly appeared in the middle. Judging from his current strength, he can still fight against the level single universe, but if he faces a super single body, there may be no chance. So he can only collect 6 infinite gems. It seems that we can only join forces with Thanos. Kronos thought of Thanos, who was hiding. With Thanos' hatred for the Celestials, Kronos believed that as long as he explained the whole story, the other party should be willing to help. After all, the opportunity to kill the Celestials with his own hands is right in front of him. Will Thanos give up? It is obviously impossible. Does it need to be broadcast to the whole universe? It seems that it is not necessary. After all, he has 3 infinite gems in his hand. While thinking, Kronos had returned to the Tarot Sanctuary. What's wrong? You look sad. Hela looked at Kronos' sad face and asked. There are not many people who can talk to Kronos like this now, but Hela is definitely one of them. She has no awe for Kronos, but was simply defeated by Kronos. I just got some bad news. You are the eldest princess of Asgard. Do you know any secrets of Asgard? Kronos looked at Hela. What do you mean? Hela stared at Kronos with interest. For example, where else in the universe are there powerful people hidden? Kronos' words made Hela fall into deep thought. I seem to have some impression. While I was fighting with Odin in the universe, he talked a lot about Asgard. But as of now, the only powerful person hidden in Asgard should be the last generation of God King Kull. Then there's a very hidden seal in the lowest space of Asgard. That was set up by Odin himself. Now Asgard is destroyed. I don't know what happened to that seal. Hela said some things she knew. Kronos knew the last generation of God King Kull of Asgard, also known as the God King of Fear. Power comes from fear, and his experience is not bad. And it is said that his fate is connected with Thor. But Thor can't get into trouble, so Kull was sealed by Odin. As for the seal in the lower space of Asgard, Kronos knew that it should be the seal of the supreme god. It's just that the time node of Ragnarok has not arrived yet, so Mangogo has not awakened yet. Is Thor really the only one left? Kronos thought of Thor. This is the absolute protagonist in the Ragnarok timeline. During the Asgard Destruction War, he defeated the flame giant Surti. Then, when Odin sacrificed himself, he received the power of his own mother, the Earth Mother Goddess Gaia. He became the god of power Thor, and his golden divine power was invincible in the single universe. He defeated the god of war Hammer, incarnated by Mangogo with the power of a super single body. 11. At the end of the Ragnarok era, Thor sat under the world tree for countless years and finally sacrificed his eyes. With the blessing of the world tree, Thor's strongest form in the Marvel Universe was born, Rune King Thor. Thor also used this form to seal the Eingjie Ray. In the end, this group of shadow ancient gods was completely wiped out by the later story god Loki, and the existence of Thor is the bet made by Gaia and Odin. But they didn't expect that the variable with Kronos period would appear. Moreover, they also saw the possibility of ending the Ragnarok timeline in Kronos. So they placed a heavy bet on Kronos. This is equivalent to preparing for both hands. It seems that we have to talk to Thanos. The most direct way for Kronos to break the deadlock now is infinite gems. As long as they get through Mangogo, the super single Ragnarok destroyer, then the Ragnarok timeline is basically over, and the deviation of the timeline is destined to prevent the universe from being restarted as before. Those shadow ancient gods need to pay a considerable price to restart the deviated timeline, because what they want is not only to restart the timeline, but also to create a new cycle. This can also buy some time. Kronos is confident that he can break through the multi-universe level before the other party completes the cycle. At that time, those shadow ancient gods will not be a concern. They are just a group of people who can't enter the real dimension. Thinking of this, Anos found Wanda and Ultron. Master Kronos, Mr. Kronos. Wanda was delighted, while Ultron was calm. Wanda, Ultron, can you use the power of infinite gems to find Thanos' location? Kronos looked at Wanda and Ultron. I'm sorry, Mr. Kronos. Mind Gem doesn't seem to have such ability. Ultron said helplessly, "I can give it a try." Wanda said thoughtfully, "The existence of Time Gem makes it possible for Wanda to find Thanos." In the Infinite War of the MCU timeline, Doctor Strange used Time Gem to see more than 40 million endings, and the time he used was only a few dozen minutes. So theoretically, as long as Wanda's magic power is enough, she can use Time Gem to observe the entire universe. "Then you try." Kronos looked at Wanda. "Thanos, that guy, used the Power Gem and Soul Gem to cover up all his fluctuations. Ordinary means really can't find him." Wanda closed her eyes and began to cast a spell to control the Time Gem. The magic power on his body also turned green, no longer the red color of the Chaos Calendar. This is the unique magic fluctuation of manipulating the Time Gem. Wanda's method of finding Thanos is also very simple. That is, Tion Yu's own choice during the observation of the Time Gem. The destruction of one galaxy after another. Wanda's body began to flicker constantly, and Kronos knew that the other party had begun to observe the future. Let's not talk about whether the 6 infinite gems must be obtained. Kronos would never put the space gem in Thanos' hands. After all, that gem is the key to his breakthrough of the 8th sense. The composition of the Marvel Universe is very special. In order from small to large, there is single universe, multi-universe, super-universe, and omniverse. Although the universe is divided into only 4 levels, the strength is more than 4 levels. As the name suggests, level single universe is a strong person who can only move within a single universe. It is impossible to break through the barriers of the universe unless there is some special ability. For example, like Miss America, who has the ability to travel through the multi-universe naturally. You should know that in the later period, even after Wanda awakened Scarlet Witch's Chaos Force and practiced the Dark Book, she could not break through the barrier of the single universe in a normal manner and go to other parallel universes. She could only use the method of dream magic to possess the duplication of her own parallel universe. Her strength was only 1/5 of her original body, or even 1/10. But even so, Tion still wiped out the Illuminati, including Captain Marvel alone. This is the level single universe. And the super single is similar to the Observer U2 or the 6-gem Ultron. It can easily break through the barrier of the single universe and be active in the multi-universe. But it cannot jump out of the multi-universe. The multi-universe level refers to creatures that have left the multi-universe but cannot converge the timeline. For example, the god of the underworld, Shisong, the snake god, Set, the demon Magras, etc. If they exist in this multi-universe, then they also exist in another multi-universe. The only difference from the supercell is that there can only be one in a multi-universe. There will be no duplication. The super-universe level is easier to understand. The existence of the super-large universe is composed of countless multi-universe spheres. The existence that reaches the super-universe level can gather all its own timelines and become the only one in countless multi-universes. The representative of this level is the Lord of the Crimson Universe, Sidorak. This is also the only one who has transcended the multi-universe dimension, Mephista. The rest are mostly abstract entity incarnations of the universe rules, such as love, such as the 7 sons of eternity, etc. The almighty universe level is the omnipotent universe God, represented by the 4 abstract entities of eternity, death, infinity, and annihilation. This level of existence has already stood at the pinnacle of the omnipotent universe and is very powerful. Above it, there are only QAA and CAT. But the current performance of these two is unclear. OA at least has a record of appearance, but CAT is now just a legend. It is said that he came from outside the Marvel Universe. As long as Kronos breaks through the 8th sense, he can ignore the limitations of space. Although the 8th sense is only targeted at the level of single to super single cells. But Kronos is obviously special. After all, his soul can ignore space. He is the real creature from outside the Marvel Universe. This is why Kronos must get the space gem. Found it. Wanda opened her eyes, and Kronos came back to his senses. Where? Kronos asked. Wanda built a star map in front of her. On this planet. Wanda pointed to one of the planets and marked the coordinates. You have done a great job, Kronos said to Wanda. Then Kronos teleported directly to the planet where Thanos was. Thanos, I know you are here. Come out, let's talk. Kronos looked at the planet under his feet. The civilization of this planet is very primitive. It is not even comparable to the Earth. It is very similar to a tribal civilization with its own gods. Kronos' voice rang across the entire planet. All the creatures on this planet knelt down. In their view, this is a miracle. It is a sign of the coming of God. Thanos naturally heard Kronos' voice. His first reaction was surprise, because he didn't know how Kronos found him. After leaving the Earth, Thanos used the infinite gems to erase his existence. But now he was found by Kronos. Thanos hesitated for a moment and decided to meet with Kronos. It is not his style to keep running away. And if Kronos can find him the first time, he can naturally find him the second time. Kronos. Thanos held the infinity gauntlet, opened the space door, and appeared in front of Kronos. Chat. Kronos looked at the vigilant Thanos and said, What do you want to talk about? Thanos at this moment, he was really confused. What else can he and Kronos talk about? For example, the ownership of infinite gems. As a deal, I can let you kill a celestial with your own hands. Kronos' words made Thanos stunned for a moment, but he came back to his senses immediately. Are you kidding? According to the information I have collected, the Celestials no longer exist in this universe. Thanos said in a flat tone, I didn't expect you to be able to collect such information. It makes me look at you with new eyes. Then do you know that this universe is about to be exiled? Your existence is just a small paragraph in the infinite cycle of time in this universe. Kronos didn't expect Thanos to even know that there is no celestial in the universe. The other party's intelligence collection ability is a bit scary. What? Hearing Kronos' words, Thanos' mind was shaken a little. He couldn't accept that his fate was manipulated by others. This is something that a proud Thanos would never allow. If you can convince me, I can give you the infinite gems. Thanos looked at Kronos. There was no need to deceive him. If he could find him once, he could find him a second time. He could escape once, twice, but he could never escape 3 times. Kronos' ability to defeat the strong men of the level single universe is the greatest proof. Thanos is very smart, and he saw that Kronos wanted to cooperate with him. Do you know Ragnarok? Kronos looked at Thanos. Ragnarok? I'm not sure. Is this the reason why the Celestials disappeared? Thanos frowned. The so-called Ragnarok. Kronos told Thanos the cause and effect of Ragnarok .230. I see. After hearing everything, Thanos suddenly realized. He was also very surprised by this. Although he has the strength of a level sub-godfather, he is not a god. The gods in the universe have always been high and mighty. Who would have thought that this group of gods would become food for others? At the same time, Thanos also knew the news about the Celestials mentioned by Kronos. What do you want me to do? Thanos was silent for a moment and said slowly. Thanos knew his own strength very well. If he lost the blessing of the infinite gems, he would be at most a level sub-godfather. In the face of such a big event, he could not help at all. He was not even cannon fodder. But Kronos must have had some idea when he told him this. I don't know if there's an entrance to this universe somewhere. If there is, maybe you can gain power beyond a single entity. Kronos said to Thanos, Tell me about it? While talking, Thanos had taken off the infinity gauntlet and directly took out the infinite gems and threw them to Kronos. After learning these things, Thanos knew that his long-cherished wish could not be realized. After all, he was also in the cycle. Even Odin and Zeus, the gods, were desperate opponents, so he had no right to say anything. So he simply threw the infinite gems to Kronos. After catching the infinite gems thrown by Thanos, Kronos continued. That place is called the Quarry of the Gods. It also has another name, called the Graveyard of Supplementation. That's where the Celestials dig up infinite gems in bulk. There are 3 witches there. As long as you successfully pass the trial, you will have a battle history comparable to Ewan. But if you fail to pass the trial, then your soul will become food for the three witches. The place Kronos was talking about is the quarry of God, one of the forbidden places in this universe. You can indeed gain powerful power here, but the price is also very high. Over countless years, countless gods and creatures who came to seek power have fallen here. There are only a handful of people who can pass the trial. The strength of the three witches in the God's Quarry can even rival the Phoenix Force to some extent. In a parallel universe, Thanos' son, Sean, became the inhabitant of the Phoenix calendar. Sean and Thanos, who passed the trial, fought all the way to the God's Quarry. But here, the Phoenix Force in Sean's body was directly extracted and exiled by the three witches. This also led to Sean's defeat. But Kronos doesn't know whether there is an entrance to the God's Quarry in this universe now, because the alias of the God's Quarry is also called the God's Cemetery. It is the place where countless gods fell unnaturally. In theory, the current universe can also be connected to the God's Quarry, but this is an exiled universe. The gods will not really die, but will only reincarnate infinitely. I know. I will find the god's mind you mentioned. Thanos nodded to Kronos. Now that he has confirmed that the information from the other party is true, he will not be willing to be a supporting role in this game. Kronos did not expect that Thanos would hand over the infinite gems so straightforwardly. Very decisive. Do you know that you have no hope of breaking through? Kronos smiled indifferently. Anyway, now that the 6 infinite gems are in hand, what Thanos thinks has nothing to do with him. If Thanos can really walk out of the God's Quarry, even without the infinite gems, he can easily realize his long-cherished wish. He can even directly slaughter the multi-universe, not just the single universe. After all, being able to walk out of the God's Quarry can at least gain multi-universe level power. Kronos has returned to Earth while thinking. Master Kronos, have you found Thanos? Wanda looked at Kronos nervously. After all, this was the first time Kronos gave her such an important task. Don't worry, I found it, and I got the other 3 infinite gems. Kronos spread his palm, showing the 3 infinite gems of space, soul, and power. Mr. Kronos, do you need to take off the mind gem on my head? Ultron looked at Kronos. Take it off first. If you don't need it later, I'll put it back for you. Kronos said lightly. 3 days later, Kronos had all 6 infinite gems in his hand. The divine robe fell from the sky at the call of Kronos. It fell in front of Kronos. Kronos took down the Spear of Eternity. This is currently the most suitable artifact for inlaying 6 infinite gems. And when Odin was making the Spear of Eternity, he reserved a place for the gem. As long as the infinite gems touch the Spear of Eternity, the grooves for inlay will naturally be exposed. Buzz! The 6 infinite gems are inlaid. The Spear of Eternity Gungnir suddenly burst out with extremely powerful energy fluctuations. This energy fluctuation is almost fatal to creatures below the level Sub-Godfather. But Kronos is not afraid of these. He reached out and held the Spear of Eternity Gungnir. The colorful energy spread along the body of the Spear of Eternity and gradually spread to Kronos. What a powerful power blessing! Kronos looked at the 6 infinite gems on the Spear of Eternity. At this moment, Kronos even felt that he was the creator of the single universe, the god of the single universe. So that's it. Is this the operating mode of infinite gems? Kronos closed his eyes and felt the power of infinite gems. Finally, I know why Thanos can rely on 6 infinite gems to destroy half of the life in the universe with a snap of his fingers. 6 infinite gems, representing reality, time, space, mind, soul, and power. When all 6 infinite gems are collected, Soul Gem randomly locks half of the souls in the universe. Mind Gem confirms the idea of the gem holder. Time Gem determines the time to execute the idea. Space Gem determines the scope of execution. Power Gem provides the power to support the idea. Finally, Reality Gem wipes out half of the creatures in the universe. 6 gems work together, showing the powerful power to recreate the universe. What a pity! I don't know what these 6 infinite gems have to do with Nemesis, the goddess of vengeance in the legend. Kronos looked at the 6 infinite gems in front of him and thought secretly in his heart. Before the infinite gems first appeared, there were only 7. In addition to the above 6 infinite gems, there is also a self-gem in the mind of Tony Stark in the Ultimate Universe. As long as all 7 infinite gems are collected, Marvel's goddess of vengeance, Nemesis, can be resurrected. But Kronos knows that this cannot be done with the current mass-produced infinite gems. After all, these infinite gems only have the ability to create the world in their own universe. Once they leave their own universe, they only have the ability to remain in the universe where they were born. Mechanical life forms, such as Ultron, are naturally included. But if they fall into other parallel universes, infinite gems are just a beautiful stone. You should know that before the Infinity Gauntlet was downgraded, Thanos used the Infinity Gauntlet to fight against the Eternal Creation Array. But where are the original 6 infinite gems, and whether they still exist, no one knows. Perhaps only the Supreme Creator of the Marvel Universe, OAA, knows where they are. Kronos suspected that the infinite gems in these single universes were all separated from the infinite gems split by the goddess of vengeance, Jinsees. In other words, only after the destruction of Marvel's 7th omnipotent universe, the 6 infinite gems in the new and different universe of the 8th world are the real infinite gems. However, judging from the current 6 infinite gems, it is enough. It's time to meet that person. Kronos thought of the mechanical god sealed in the center of the earth. In a parallel universe, this mechanical god was born and showed an impressive battle record. This is why Kronos didn't go to see the other party immediately after knowing the existence of the mechanical god. After all, he is a super single strongman, so he still has to give him a little respect. Using the ability of Space Gem, Aronikai appeared directly in the center of the earth. Is this the mechanical god? The ability of the Living Tribunal is really powerful. It actually opened up a space directly inside the earth. Kronos looked at the surrounding environment. The mechanical god was still sleeping, and his body was huge. It was estimated to be at least several thousand meters. The sense of oppression was strong, but the dark aura on the other side was also very obvious. This is not easy to deal with. Kronos looked at the mechanical god in front of him. The dark power on the other side was not eliminated. That is to say, the current mechanical god has almost no reason at all. I can only try. Kronos slowly came to the top of the mechanical god. 6 infinite gems began to flash. Kronos used his position to gather the power of the stars in the entire universe to baptize the mechanical god in front of him. If he could call back the other side's reason, then is definitely the best. But if it really doesn't work, Kronos can only kill the mechanical god in front of him. After all, he doesn't have so much time to waste now. With the coverage of the power of the stars, the darkness on the body of the mechanical god seems to dissipate a little, and the Eternals on the surface looked at their feet. What is this? Is there someone sealing the space? The Eternals all perceived Kronos' actions. After all, their mission is to guard the seal of the mechanical god. When the right time comes, the mechanical god will naturally be born. But now, their mission has been disturbed. The Eternals living on the earth rushed to the sealed space in the center of the earth. They have their own way to the center of the earth. When the Eternals arrived at the center of the earth, what came into view was Kronos holding the 6-gemstone Eternal Spear. Kronos, why is he here? Ikaris looked ugly. He naturally knew how powerful Kronos was. After all, none of them, the Eternals, had the ability to level Subgod. Father's power. At most, it is the first-class level below the Subfather. In the timeline of the sleeping god Tiamat, the reason why Cersei was able to seal Tiamat was not because Cersei was so strong, but Tiamat himself was willing to be sealed. Otherwise, even if there were 100 Cersei, they could not seal a god group that was about to wake up. You better not move. If you hurt your gods, I will not be responsible. Kronos' words stopped Ikaris. Different from the timeline of the sleeping god Timmit. The Eternals who guard the mechanical god in this world all know what their mission is. They also know what the consequences will be if the mechanical god awakens without being purified. Kronos, we know you are powerful, but the mechanical god can only completely wash away the darkness in his body by reshaping it using the method of the birth of the gods. If you are like this now, if you alarm the mechanical god and let the mechanical god be born early, the whole universe will be destroyed. Gilgamesh said to Kronos, "Do you really think there is a chance for the mechanical god to be born?" Kronos said with disdain, "I have 6 infinite gems in my hand now. If I want, I can directly reshape a brand new earth without the mechanical god in the center of the earth. You should know that it is not troublesome. Do you think I came here with so much trouble just to let him destroy the universe?" Kronos' voice was cold. It seemed that if the Eternals took another step, everything would be turned upside down. Are you helping the mechanical celestials cleanse the power of darkness? Tina saw something. If it weren't for the situation, I really don't want to care about the mechanical celestials. This universe has been completely exiled. The catastrophe of the gods is coming, and when all the gods fall, the entire universe will be restarted. The mechanical celestials will be trapped in this time loop forever. Kronos' words made the Eternals' faces change. They all looked at Ajak. After all, only Ajak can directly contact the supreme alism of the Celestials. What Kronos said is true. The timeline of this universe will be a military officer as long as all the gods fall. We have all been abandoned. Ajak looked bitter. As the creation of the Celestials, the Eternals can be immune to the influence of time to a certain extent. But only Ajak, who can contact the supreme alism of the Celestials, found something wrong. Because in her memory, the last time she contacted Alisam was a long time ago. So you want the mechanical god to help you? Ikaris looked at Kronos. I just hope he won't cause me trouble. The fate of this universe has shifted. The fate of the universe restarting may not come. I broke the cycle of time, but this also in disguise. Liberated the mechanical god. I don't have time to deal with him now. If the dark power could be washed away from him, that would definitely be the best. But if it can't be washed away, I will send you off myself. Kronos' tone was very firm. The Eternals present were shocked. They knew Kronos was not talking big. After all, the opponent's reputation was earned through battle after battle. There was even a feat of defeating a level single-universe powerhouse. Now, with 6 infinite gems, the opponent really has the strength to kill the mechanical god. With a blessing of 6 infinite gems, Kronos is now also a super single powerhouse. The progress is not very big. Kronos looked at the mechanical god in front of him. The other party's darkness has penetrated deep into his bones. If he wants to get rid of it, I'm afraid he can only restart it according to the method of the birth of the god group. Corpse Chi Underworld Wave. Kronos directly used a Corpse Chi Underworld Wave to pull out the soul of the mechanical god. I can only try the last method. Kronos looked at the dark soul of the mechanical god. Corpse Chi Ghost Blue Flame. The blue flame spread to the soul of the mechanical god. The sleeping Mechanicus woke up under the stimulation of the soul pain and screamed. With the blessing of 6 infinite gems, Kronos' corpse-accumulating ghost blue flame became more powerful and terrifying. Even the super single-level god group can be directly ignited by the ghost blue flame. Where is this place? Under the burning of the ghost blue flame, the consciousness of the Mechanicus appeared for a moment. It seems that we can communicate. The people of the Eternal Clan also looked at this scene, and their eyes lit up. Mechanicus? Destroyer. Kronos' voice sounded in the ears of the Mechanicus. The soul of the Mechanicus glanced at the surrounding situation and quickly understood what was going on. So, I'm still lost? The tone of the Mechanicus was full of loss. Don't sigh. Tell me, how can I save you? Kronos looked at the Mechanicus. It's useless. There's no way to save me. If the method of God's birth is really useful, why do you think I'm in this exiled space and time? The tone of the mechanical god is full of helplessness. You actually know? Kronos looked at the mechanical god in surprise. Of course I know. Such a chaotic timeline. The exile land that is constantly restarted. Then, Zhao Maheo, do you have a way to get out? Kronos interrupted the other party's sigh. Get out. If you want to get out of time, you must first jump out of time. Although you are a god, you are still too weak. Even with the blessing of infinite gems, your essence still cannot get rid of the influence of time. The mechanical god understands Kronos' idea of getting out of trouble, but he doesn't think Kronos can do it. You have to know that to exile an entire multi-universe, it must be at least a multi-universe level spacer. It is very likely that the one who exiled this multi-universe is a strong man from the god group. Or in other words, it was the life tribunal embody that sealed him at the beginning. But no matter which option he chooses, Kronos does not have the ability to escape. So you are hopeless? Kronos asked unwillingly. Originally, he thought that the mechanical god could communicate and maybe find a helper for himself. But now it seems that it is very unlikely. You have the breath of Gia on you. It seems that she has also discovered that something is wrong with this multi-universe. Are you the new god? I can give you my origin. Maybe you can break free from the cycle of time. As a deal, you must kill me to get my origin. The mechanical god is unwilling to sink in the darkness. He would rather die than sleep forever. Okay, I promise you. Kronos knew that the mechanical god was determined to leave. As a god, being swallowed by darkness and being sealed forever is a very painful thing. Instead of fighting against the erosion of darkness all the time and suffering, it is better to dissipate directly. It's an easy task. The location of the heart. That is the final Pure Land. The eternal spear with 6 infinite gems should be able to easily penetrate my armor. The voice of the mechanical god is gentle and powerful. Kronos will naturally not be polite to the other party. The eternal spear directly penetrates the other party's body. As the armor of the mechanical god was pierced, a mechanical-like energy core appeared in front of Kronos. Take it yourself. This is my source of power. Although your godhood is not low, your position is also very special. But my source of power should be able to baptize your godhood. It is your reward for letting me regain consciousness. The soul of the mechanical god smiled. Okay. Kronos was not polite and took away the source of the mechanical god directly. My body can be completely destroyed. As for my soul, let me take another look at the starry sky. The mechanical god put forward his last condition. Okay. Kronos did not refuse the other party's request. After all, it was a wish before death. Kronos directly called on the power of 6 infinite gems to completely destroy the body of the mechanical god. Then he brought the soul of the mechanical god to the universe. It's still as gorgeous as before. Come on, Kronos, I believe you can transcend. The soul of the mechanical god slowly dissipated in front of Kronos. By your good wishes. Looking at the dissipated soul, Kronos said. It was hard for him to imagine that there was such a guy in the celestial group. There are quite a lot of outliers in the celestial group. The other party, like humans, has extremely complex emotions. Humans in the Marvel world are essentially created by the celestial group. Perhaps humans have inherited such complex emotions from the celestial group. Looking at the origin of the mechanical god in his hand, Kronos returned to the Tarot Sanctuary on Earth. After announcing the news of his retreat, Kronos isolated himself from all external information. Things like the origin of the celestial god should be absorbed as soon as possible. After all, time is very tight now. Kronos closed his eyes and began to absorb the origin of the mechanical god. The huge divine power entered the body through Kronos' palm. Finally, it entered Kronos' brain. This is where the godhead is. The origin of the mechanical god began to baptize Kronos' godhood. This made Kronos' godhood begin to rise. The divine power in his body began to fluctuate. It actually really made the godhood rise. Incredible. Kronos perceived the changes in his godhood. In the entire Marvel universe, there are very few cases of godhood rise. The only one who successfully achieved godhood rise may be Loki. Not all gods or any creatures can rise from the godhood of the god of lies to the god of stories. The essence of lies is to make up stories. After Loki's godhood rises, he can make his lies become reality. That is, what he says is what he says. 917. As long as it comes from his mouth, it is absolutely true. He says 1 + 1 = 3, then it equals 3. He can arbitrarily delete the timeline, modify a person's life, memory, and historical trajectory. He can arbitrarily create and delete a creature. This is the god of stories. Although in essence, the power of the god of stories is at most the peak of the multi-universe level. But Loki is definitely the strongest one under the super-universe level. As for Thor, his most powerful form is the Rune King Thunder Array. But this form, in essence, is not a promotion to the godhood, but only a development of the godhood. Thor's biological mother is the Earth goddess Gaia, and his father is the king of god Odin. It can be said that Thor has the potential of multi-universe level since birth. It just depends on how he develops it. His starting point and essence are much higher than Loki. After all, Loki is not a god in essence. It is just because he was brought back to Asgard by Odin and recognized by the godhood. If he had stayed in the giants of Jotunheim, then Loki would not have been able to inherit the godhood of the god of lies. In addition, another godhood promoted in the Marvel Universe is Hela. It's just that Hela's godhood promotion is not as strong as Loki's. In a parallel universe, Hela was not sealed, but exiled like Thor. The place of exile is also the Earth. After experiencing many things on the Earth, Hela's godhood finally evolved from the godhood of death to the goddess of dawn. The combat power also jumped to the peak level of a single universe. Defeated Odin with one blow. These are the few examples of 2 godhoods promoted. The rest are rarely heard of, but there are many who have been demoted. For example, the planet Devourer. It has become a sacred artifact for major events. If Galactus does not die in an event, then this event is not a major event. It can only be considered a minor event at most. Galactus died in various ways. Some were made into interstellar spaceships, some became energy suppliers, and some heads were made into houses. It was a mess, and Kronos is now in the process of being promoted to godhood. It is different from the traditional godhood in the Marvel Universe. After all, Kronos' godhood is condensed by himself. His soul also comes from outside the Marvel world. So Kronos' godhood is quite special. It is not as difficult for him to be promoted to godhood as it is for local gods. As long as there is enough power, Kronos' godhood can be promoted. Theoretically, there is no bottleneck. The premise is that Kronos wants to be promoted to godhood. This is one of the reasons why Odin, Ancient One, and Gaia are willing to help Kronos. They also noticed the specialness of Kronos' godhood. In addition, the appearance of Kronos has indeed changed the timeline. Under the baptism of the original divine power of the mechanical god, Kronos' godhood has become more brilliant. Buzz! The invisible divine power wave spreads. The entire Taros sanctuary perceived this divine power. What is this? Kronos' divine power? Why his status? Hela looked at the place where Kronos was in seclusion in disbelief. Originally, I thought I would be promoted first. Hela sighed. She knew that her dream of defeating Kronos was ruined again. Originally, Hela had already foreseen the promotion of the godhood. During this period of time, Hela has also been preparing for the promotion of the godhood. Hela wanted to teach Kronos a lesson after the breakthrough. But now, Hela put away this thought. From the fluctuation of divine power, just now, if Kronos achieved the promotion of the godhood, the increase in strength may be greater than hers. Maybe he can jump into the super single combat power range. The people in the Taros Sanctuary were attracted by the movement made by Kronos. When can we reach this level? Tony looked at the fluctuation of Kronos' divine power, his eyes full of envy. Don't think about it. It's more realistic for you to think about how to break through the sixth sense. Captain America complained mercilessly. After all, he has now broken through the sixth sense, and his strength has increased greatly. After all, after reaching the sixth sense, you can awakening super abilities. Captain America Awakening is the super ability of body strengthening. When the super ability is activated, the whole body can be strengthened, and the combat power can be instantly increased by times. The strength is not weak. After Hawkeye broke through the sixth sense, he awakening the ability called the Mind's Eye. It can carry out beyond visual range attacks. As long as the opponent is within the range of the Mind's Eye, Hawkeye can use a special bow and arrow to hit the opponent. After all, his sword now uses the power of the microcosm. It is no problem to shoot an arrow dozens of kilometers away, and the power is still sufficient. These are just two examples. With the help of Kronos' microcosm seed, the strength of the Tarot Sanctuary has increased greatly. Master Kronos has made another breakthrough. I have a hunch that the door to the seventh sense has been opened to us. The Gold Saints of the Zodiac have discussed Kronos' promotion. After all, they are considered Kronos' direct combat power. They have been cultivated since childhood. With the promotion of Kronos' godhood, the stars in the entire universe have become turbulent. Countless star powers converged towards the Earth. The entire Earth is wrapped in a sea of star power. Countless strong men in the universe saw this scene, but they all tacitly did not speak. After all, Kronos is now recognized as the strongest father. Even other powerful people in level single universe dare not offend Kronos easily. Countless star powers poured into Kronos' godhood. The time anchor point of the seventh sense, microcosm, also quietly came to the last level. Success! Kronos opened his eyes, and the turbulent god power and star power around him all calmed down. Kronos' godhood has been successfully promoted. I can actually perceive the star power of other universes faintly. Kronos was a little unbelievable. BBFB. This promotion of godhood not only made his combat power break through and reach the peak of level single universe. Even the seventh sense of the microcosm has reached the peak. The space gem is in his hand. As long as Kronos settles down a little, he can use the space gem to break through the eighth sense of Alea consciousness. Such a harvest is completely beyond Kronos' expectations. I didn't expect that I could perceive the power of stars in other universes before I broke through the eighth sense. Kronos clenched his fists and could clearly perceive the explosive power in his body. The combination of Godhead and microcosm is far more than 1 + 1 = 2. At the moment, the energy contained in every cell in Kronos' body reached an immeasurable level. Kronos felt that he could easily destroy this universe as long as he wanted. Although the promotion of Godhead only allowed me to reach the peak of level single universe. But with the blessing of microcosm, I now have the combat power of a super single body. Kronos has never felt that the universe is so fragile. It is simply shattered at the touch, although there is a sense of power expansion after the breakthrough. But this is also Kronos' feeling. As long as he wants, he can easily destroy the universe. With this kind of power, I'm afraid Ragnarok is no longer a threat to me. Kronos thought of Ragnarok's ultimate weapon, Mangogo. Looking at the original timeline alone, Mangogo's combat power level is almost the same as that of a supercell. After all, he can't beat Thor, who has the power of Gia and Odin. Next is the eighth sense. Kronos set his sights on the space gem. As long as his idea succeeds, then each of his cells will evolve into a universe. This is the expectation brought by the eighth sense of space. By then, each of his saints can become a god of a single universe. Use Kronos' own cell universe to become a god. I'm afraid that the small universe of the eighth sense alone cannot support me to reach the multi-universe level. But it should still be possible for me to escape from this exiled multi-universe. Kronos estimated the strength of the eighth sense. The barrier between multi-universes is quite strong. It is almost unbreakable. Among the many parallel universes of Marvel, many multi-universes are unified. For example, Deadpool slaughtered the Marvel Universe, or the Punisher slaughtered the Marvel Universe, etc. There's also a world where Thanos unifies the multi-universe. In those universes, the eternal death, Galactus, and other gods are all embodies. In those multi-universes, the focus is different and naturally different timelines will be derived. For example, Wanda in the HOM period directly wiped out all the mutants in the multi-universe with one sentence. For example, the White Phoenix Jean Grey, and so on. In the Marvel world, there are countless multi-universes. The barriers between single universes are fragile, and the life forms under the super single universe cannot penetrate the barriers of the single universe. But in terms of strength, there are always various ways to cross the walls between single universes. In front of the super single, the barriers between single universes are no different from paper. But the barriers between multi-universes are so strong that it's outrageous. Even a strong man at the multi-universe level can't jump out of the multi-universe he belongs to. This is the difference. But Kronos can. As long as he breaks through to the eighth sense of the microcosm, he will have the ability to ignore the space wall. In other words, he has integrated the space-time rule, so he is not suppressed or blocked by these. But now, Anos is not so anxious. Now he has the combat power of a super single body. As long as the shadow ancient god does not come out personally, he is almost invincible in the real dimension. If he can find an ownerless dimension and become a dimension Mephista, then Kronos may pull this multi-universe into his own dimension and make it his territory. Just like the Cancer universe of the Demon Shumagris, Kronos walked out of his retreat. Countless people surrounded here outside. You finally came out. If you don't come out again, everyone will think you failed to break through. Hela looked at Kronos with jealousy. Don't be jealous. Isn't your godhood going to be promoted soon? And Loki, are you also going to reach level god father soon? Kronos looked at Hela and Loki. After receiving the seeds of the microcosm, Hela and Loki made rapid progress. What's the use? I still can't beat you. Hela sighed, feeling that she should have no hope of revenge in this life. Don't worry, you'll have a chance to fight in the future. I'm just afraid that you won't want to fight by then, Kronos said lightly. After all, the multi-universe collision crisis has not started yet. The Transcendents have not been born yet, although this is an exiled multi-universe. But those transcendent gods don't care about these. When the time comes, they will kill all of them, no matter if you're exiled or not. This is also one of the reasons why Kronos is anxious. For what you said, it seems that there will be a bigger crisis than Ragnarok later. Frigga heard the subtext in Kronos' words. Who knows? It's always better to be prepared. Looking at Kronos' meaningful eyes, Frigga realized that this might be true. There's really a crisis greater than Ragnarok. This is a little hard for Frigga to imagine. A crisis of Ragnarok has already led to the surety of level single universe. Next, there is the Terminator of Gods, which is suspected to be a super unit. The mastermind behind the scenes is even more multi-level. A crisis greater than Ragnarok must be an opponent of what level? Unless it is those true gods. Don't think so much now, just strengthen your strength. If we can't get through the crisis of Ragnarok, don't think about the future. Kronos said lightly. Now, he still has a trump card, which is the eternal origin of the kingdom of God. Although the number is not large, it is definitely stronger than the origin of the mechanical god. As long as those multi-universe level ancient gods come to an end, he can only destroy the kingdom of God. Anyway, he doesn't need it, and the gods will die. High latitude, shadow world. Everyone, tell me, should we start Ragnarok in advance? The ancient god sitting on the throne in the center looked at the other four ancient gods. Because just one day ago, they noticed the metamorphosis of Kronos' godhood. I think it can be started. Although the harvest is not ideal now, I am afraid there will be no harvest if it is delayed. And rebuilding the time cycle also requires a considerable amount of divine power. If we harvest the gods now, we may be able to directly cover the consumption of rebuilding the time cycle. A female ancient god's voice was cold, calmly analyzing the pros and cons. Kronos' godhood promotion did exceed their expectations. They also knew about the mechanical gods sealed in the earth by the living tribunal. So when establishing the time cycle and the Ragnarok time node, they all took the mechanical gods into consideration. Otherwise, how could the mechanical gods be unable to complete their god appearance? But they did not expect that the variable Kronos would suppress the dark calendar of the mechanical gods. That was the dark power that even the living tribunal M could not purify. But Kronos was able to suppress it. Not only that, he also directly took away the life source of the mechanical god. This godhood promotion caught them off guard. This awakening was also due to the fluctuations of Kronos' godhood promotion, which awakened them. It was precisely because of this that the five of them held a meeting again. I second the motion. Ragnarok can be opened in advance. Odin and Gia have both placed their bets on Kronos. Perhaps our harvest from Ragnarok this time will be greater than before. Gia may have already given the origin of the earth to Kronos. With the origin of the mechanical gods, if the harvest can really be completed, perhaps the harvest will be beyond our expectations. Another male ancient god also spoke. These words made the other four ancient gods think. Indeed, they did not consider the factor of Kronos. Although this guy is a variable, he is also a new god. If Kronos can be successfully harvested, there may be some profit this time. Bidix agree. The five ancient gods unanimously agreed to the opening of Ragnarok. Then let's get started. The shadow god in the center looked at the other four people. The five people worked together, and a huge divine power spread in the shadow world. It broke through the barrier between the shadow world and the real dimension. They hid here partly because all the ancient gods were exiled and could not return to the real dimension. The other part was to avoid the hunting of the god Eater and Mephista in other dimensions. With the five people working together, it was still very simple to wake up Mangogo. Under the penetration of the power of the shadow god, the space under the ruins of Asgard began to turbulent. Kronos, Hela, Loki, and Frigga raised their heads at the same time. Zeus, who was far away in the kingdom of God, suddenly had a bad feeling. Ragnarok was opened in advance. Zeus's face changed. How long has it been? It has only been a few months since the destruction of Asgard. But Mangogo has already shown signs of escaping the sealed space. Ragnarok, it was opened in advance. Frigga muttered to herself while looking at the sky. This is a huge difference from the time calculated by Odin. Ragnarok has opened. It seems that my promotion to level single universe this time has really made them anxious. Kronos naturally knew what was going on. It was nothing more than feeling that things were out of control. The other party had a good grasp of the nodes for establishing the time loop, perfectly avoiding the appearance of the mechanical god. Countless perfect cycles in the past also proved that their decision was correct. But the variable Kronos appeared. Kronos not only broke the time loop they had established with great difficulty, he also absorbed the life source of the mechanical god. He achieved the promotion to the godhood. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. In the perception of the gods, the resentment and hatred of countless creatures were converging towards the 9 realms, flooding into the space under the ruins of Asgard. Kronos, what should we do? Hela looked at Kronos. Mangogo, who is about to awaken, is a super single-body strongman. Killing the gods is as easy as killing a chicken. And Kronos, who has collected 6 infinite gems and achieved the promotion of godhood, is undoubtedly their last hope. What else can we do? Fight, Kronos said calmly. At this time, he is the only one in the universe who can fight against Mangogo. As for Hela, Zeus, and other fathers, even if they go to the battlefield, they're just cannon fodder. They can't play any role. I only have one request, to keep the Taros Sanctuary. Kronos frowned. This is what he is most worried about at the moment. Because the Taros Sanctuary contains his team. If the Taros Sanctuary is destroyed, it means that all Kronos' previous efforts have gone to waste. This battle with Mangogo will definitely destroy this single universe. It may even destroy countless single universes. Don't worry, we will try our best. Wanda, Frigga and Loki stood up. During this long period of time, they had already filled the Tarot Sanctuary with runes and magic runes. Not indestructible, but at least impregnable. Can you hold on? Kronos was skeptical. After all, the high-end combat power of the Tarot Sanctuary is quite scarce. How about I leave the infinite gems to you? Kronos made his own suggestion. After his godhood was promoted, coupled with the power of the peak of the seventh sense of the microcosm, his strength has reached the level of a super single body. The blessing of infinite gems to him is not that great. Can you beat them without infinite gems? Hela looked at Kronos with a doubtful face. Don't worry, you will win. Kronos said confidently. Kronos. Zeus' voice rang over the earth. Is this person here too? Frigga naturally knew who the visitor was. Odin told her on his deathbed that Zeus was trustworthy. Why are you here if you don't stay in the kingdom of God? Kronos looked at Zeus. I'm giving you a gift. Zeus held a ball of light in his hand. What is this? The origin of the kingdom of God. Did you break the kingdom of God? Kronos looked at Zeus, and Chin was very surprised. Yes, this is the origin consumed by eternity when he built the kingdom of God. I brought it to you. Odin and Gaia have both bet, so I can only trust you. Zeus smiled helplessly. Ragnarok, which arrived early, caught him off guard. Thinking of the bets made by Odin and Gaia, Zeus felt that he should do something. After thinking about it, the only thing he could show off was the origin of the kingdom of God. After all, this was a fragment of the power of eternity. Although it was not very powerful, it was definitely beneficial to the gods. Otherwise, the kingdom of God would not have become a gathering place for the gods. Do you really believe that I can win? Kronos looked at Zeus. There's nothing you can do if you don't believe it. You have the best chance of success. If you lose, I'll just reincarnate. Zeus smiled indifferently. Okay, I'll take it. Kronos took over the origin of the kingdom of God. Then he swallowed it in one gulp. Now there was no time for him to absorb it slowly. He could only adopt a rougher absorption method. As for your Tarot Sanctuary, we will do our best to help you maintain it. Only if you can win. Zeus looked at Kronos. He hadn't thought of asking Kronos to leave the infinite gems here. If the infinite gems were really useful, the gods wouldn't have to be trapped in the time loop. According to the information we collected, Mangago's strength is already infinitely close to the multi-universe level. Even if you have 6 infinite gems, you may not be able to win. So you should take the infinite gems with you. If you leave this universe as soon as possible, it's just the aftermath of the battle. We should be able to withstand it. Zeus' words made Hela and others nod in agreement. Okay then. Kronos thought about it, and it seemed to be the same. Now, we must face Mangogo in the best condition. After all, that guy is a gathering of resentment of 1 trillion lives. The space of the universe began to be torn apart. That guy is coming out soon. Everyone looked at the cracks in the sky with a solemn look. The Tarot Sanctuary is in your hands. Kronos held the spear of eternity and tapped the ground a few times. The light of the 6 infinite gems enveloped the entire Tarot Sanctuary. With the blessing of the 6 infinite gems, the Tarot Sanctuary may be safer. The people of the Illuminati also knew the current situation, so they came to the Tarot Sanctuary. I didn't expect to face the war of universe destruction so soon. There is really no time to react. Tony complained helplessly. Don't worry, believe in Kronos. Banner's eyes were full of trust in Kronos. Everyone, don't worry, I will protect the Earth. Gia's gentle voice also rang in everyone's ears. You are still asleep? Kronos didn't expect Gia to wake up. It was just awakened by the powerful fluctuations of divine power. Don't worry, the 9 realms are fine. Even if the battle between you and Mangogo destroyed the entire universe, the Een realm will not be in trouble. After all, the existence they fear is sealed in the sun. Gia's words reminded Kronos. That's good. You can do whatever you want. Kronos smiled. The divine clothes fell from the sky and attached directly to Kronos' body. The powerful divine power poured out at this moment. Kronos' fighting spirit has burned to the highest point in history. Then a stream of light rushed out from the Taros Sanctuary. You must win, Kronos! In the Taros Sanctuary, countless people cheered for Kronos. Has Ragnarok started? It's so many years ahead of schedule. That group of rats. In the darkness, the Hades god Scython opened his eyes. Ragnarok's fluctuations also alarmed him. Fight, fight. You'd better break the seal of the real dimension. Only then can we have a chance to go back. The serpent god Set was also watching this war. Dormammu was in the dark dimension, watching this scene quietly. This was a war that even he couldn't intervene in. Even in the dark dimension, Dormammu's strength was at most at the level of a supercell. In the universe at the moment, countless gods were terrified, because the kingdom of God was shattered. Zeus, the leader of the pantheon, was missing. The monstrous murderous intent and resentment from the nine realms made them feel cold all over. Is what Zeus said true? Now the gods regretted what Zeus said. Kronos had already arrived at the ruins of Asgard. In the unknown space below, endless hatred was spreading. Huge amounts of negative emotions seemed to overwhelm people. I haven't even left the sealed space yet, and there is such momentum. Mangogo, how strong are you? Kronos looked at the sealed space below. Roar! With a roar of huge amounts of. One of Mangogo's claws broke through the sealed space. 0-0. The overwhelming anger and resentment overflowed. The space of the entire universe shook. It's over. Everything is over. The gods in the universe slumped in their seats, representing theocracy, their faces dull. They didn't expect Ragnarok to actually come, and it came so suddenly. Bang! The sound of glass breaking sounded. Mangogo's huge and ugly body appeared in front of Kronos. It looked so hard to describe. Kronos looked at the creature in front of him that could not be described in words. It is indeed a collection of anger and resentment. As Mangogo officially broke the seal, the anger and resentment around him suddenly disappeared. Mangogo's huge body also began to shrink gradually, until it became a strange creature about 3 meters long. The huge amounts of roars resounded throughout the universe. The war broke out. In just a moment, Mangogo appeared in front of Kronos. The speed was so fast that Kronos almost didn't react. He subconsciously blocked the eternal spear in his hand in front of him. With it came a huge amount of power. Boom! A huge amount of collisions sounded. Kronos' figure flew backwards at superluminal speed. All the stars along the way were smashed to pieces. Bang! After hitting the barrier at the edge of the universe, Kronos' body finally stopped. The huge amounts of cracks in the cosmic barrier behind him told the horror of this punch. Just one punch. Kronos was directly knocked to the edge of the universe. What a great force! Although Kronos flew to the edge of the universe, he was not injured, just a little numbness in his arm. The power of this punch was quite strong. Kronos dodged and left the place. Bang! Just when Kronos dodged away, Mangogo appeared at that location, and one punch directly penetrated the barrier of the universe. Opened the channel between parallel universes. It started. Just 2 collisions. The universe is shaky. Gia, Zeus, and others were in the Taros Sanctuary, looking at the shaky universe, their eyes full of worry. The strength shown by Mangogo was too terrifying. Punch through the barrier of the universe with 2 punches. Who can withstand this? Then try your strength. Kronos let go of the eternal spear and let it float beside him. Then the microcosm at the peak of the 7th sense began to burn. The power of the cells in the body began to boil. Galaxies starburst. This time Kronos had no scruples, because the battle between the two of them was destined to destroy countless single universes. Under the blessing of Kronos' throne, the cells inside the body and the stars in the external universe exploded at the same time. The huge power of the stars gathered in Kronos' hands. The torrent that was enough to drown the entire universe directly covered Mangogo's body. The resentment of 1 trillion creatures also broke out at this moment. Boom! Energy collision. This single universe was destroyed in an instant. The gods could only watch the powerful energy fluctuations drown their bodies. Then they turned into a light spot factory in the universe with endless regret. Mangogo also broke through the cosmic barrier under Kronos' attack. He fell into another parallel universe. What is this? Who is fighting? There is no Kronos in other parallel universes, and their timelines are not evolving normally. Originally, this battle would not affect the parallel universe. Because Mangogo is so powerful, it is overwhelming for the gods. No one can force Mangogo to use his full strength. At the moment, the strong men in other universes perceived the fluctuations of the battle, and their faces changed drastically. How is it possible? This is Mangogo's breath. I have clearly sealed him in the space below Asgard. Odin in the parallel universe changed his face drastically at the moment. He couldn't believe the breath he perceived. Mangogo, who has absorbed the anger and hatred of countless creatures, has surpassed the limitations of a single universe. Who is fighting him? The gods of the universe want to see clearly who is fighting Mangogo. Why can he directly break through the barrier of the universe? Who is that? An unknown new god? Why doesn't he exist in our universe? Odin seemed to see the figure of Kronos clearly. The divine power representing countless stars made him dazzled. Boom! But the next moment, the universe collapsed. All the gods fell in an instant. Ragnarok is the main god of this multi-universe that fell together. It is not just the Ragnarok of a certain universe. In a parallel universe, the Earth is experiencing a crisis of reality. But a figure suddenly fell from the sky and crashed into countless Ultron robots. Bah, this guy Mangogo, is his physical ability and recovery ability so strong? Kronos patted the dust on his head. Mangogo's attack made his body crash through several single universes and finally landed on the Earth. The handsome face of 487 appeared in front of the Avengers. What is that? Thor seemed to see something incredible. What's wrong? Thor, do you know that person? Tony looked at Thor. No, I don't know him, but I know the spear behind him. That's my father's weapon, the eternal spear, gentle. And look at the 6 gems surrounding the Gungnir. Does it look like the infinite gems? Thor stared at Kronos. I want to know why he has his father's eternal spear, Gungnir. Just when Captain America was about to say something, a huge amount of pressure suddenly fell. Everyone knelt on the ground. What is this? Wanda said with a painful face. God's power. This is impossible. Why is there such a powerful God's power? Thor also had a painful face, and the huge pressure made him unable to stand up. He could only kneel on the ground. The next moment, the Earth exploded directly. Everyone, including Ultron, disappeared in the explosion. Kronos' figure retreated rapidly. The Earth was hit by Mangogo's fist, and the explosion was not surprising at all. After all, the opponent was able to punch Kronos to the edge of the universe. Sure enough, only the universe I am in is special. The God Eater and the mechanical god are sealed there. There is nothing on the Earth in other worlds. Kronos observed the exploding Earth. Nothing happened, it exploded. The 2 streams of light collided again, and this universe could not escape the fate of destruction. In the battle between Kronos and Mangogo, everything turned into dust. The power of Kronos' microcosm has been burned to the limit, and the divine power is constantly output. But the damage to Mangogo is very limited. After all, Kronos is only at the level of level single universe now, being able to fight with Mangogo until now without losing. The strength is already extremely powerful. The infinite gems on the eternal spear Gungnir also began to flash wildly. Input divine power to Kronos. This is the eternal spear autonomously controlling the infinite gems. He seemed to have seen through that Kronos was now in a difficult battle. Sure enough, the gods have not grown to the peak. The feedback power is so little. The 5 shadow ancient gods felt the harvest of divine power from each single universe. They were not very satisfied, but they didn't say much. As long as Mangogo defeated Kronos, everything they lost can be replenished. Mangogo became stronger and stronger because he absorbed the resentment and hatred of countless creatures in parallel universes. But Kronos was not to be outdone. The star power in the universe was also looted by Kronos. Now it's a matter of who can last longer. Who is stronger? Kronos is planning the final blow. Exclamation point. The two figures once again broke through a cosmic barrier, arrived at the battlefield of the Infinite Gems battle. At the moment, Thanos has raised his left hand. Iron Man, Tony, looked at the finger raised by Strange. He has made up his mind. Thanos' words have not yet been finished. A huge pressure fell. The originally fierce battlefield suddenly became quiet. What's going on? Is it Thanos? Everyone was suppressed to the ground by this powerful pressure and could not move. Only Thanos, who was holding 6 infinite gems, could barely resist. But at the moment, he did not dare to take it lightly. If he hadn't reacted quickly and directly activated the power of the 6 infinite gems, I'm afraid he would be kneeling on the ground now. What is that? Thanos saw the two people who were confronting each other. Behind the golden armored figure, the spear was surrounded by infinite gems. Thanos looked at the gridiron and then at his left hand, doubting his life. Infinite gems, why are there 2 sets? This is the question Thanos is thinking about now. Thanos. Kronos didn't expect that the timeline of this universe has reached the end of Avengers Alliance 4. Looking at Thanos holding 6 infinite gems, Kronos shouted loudly. Who are you? Thanos was sure that he didn't know Kronos. You talk too much nonsense. Kronos would naturally not let go of Thanos, the punching bag. With the 6 infinite gems, Thanos' strength was naturally blessed to the level of a super single body. With a flash, Kronos came behind Thanos. Thanos didn't figure out what happened yet. Mangogo had already appeared in front of him. A heavy punch hit Thanos directly. Thanos' purple head tilted suddenly. His body flew out instantly. Kronos chased after Thanos' flying figure. Mangogo roared angrily. He stepped heavily on the ground. The earth exploded instantly. But before the earth exploded, Tony looked at Strange in confusion. Among the more than 40 million possibilities you saw, is this scene in front of you? Tony's eyes seemed to be questioning and seemed to be waiting for an answer. No. Strange was also confused. Who are these 2 people? Where am I? Tony was a little speechless. You are making a sign to me. Do you mean we will all die together? As Tony and Strange looked at each other, the earth exploded. Hole. Thanos was rarely angry. There was a trace of panic in his anger. The power of Mangogo's punch exceeded his expectations. If it weren't for the power of the infinite gems to block it, this blow would have killed him completely. Join forces. Give you a chance to take revenge. Kronos' voice rang in Thanos' ears. The power he has collected now is not enough. With Thanos as a sandbag, he may be able to collect faster. Who are you? Thanos looked serious. Kronos repeated what he had said to Thanos at the beginning. Okay, join forces. After listening to Kronos' words, Thanos directly agreed to the request for cooperation. Under the power suppression of 2 sets of infinite gems, Mangogo actually fell into a disadvantage. The original 2 figures were fighting, but suddenly they became 3 figures. Although Thanos had the power of 6 infinite gems, he was being beaten the whole time. The glove in his hand was also a little overwhelmed. After all, this was not the Infinity Gauntlet, but a pair of gloves that Tony made temporarily using his nanotechnology. Before this pair of gloves had been snapped once. It was already fragile. How could it support such a big battle? Thanos looked at the gloves that were about to break, and a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Kronos looked at the infinite gems that suddenly glowed in Thanos' hand and naturally guessed what the other party wanted to do. He directly accelerated, crashed through the barrier of the universe, and entered another parallel universe. And Thanos, as expected, directly detonated 6 infinite gems. Boom! The infinite gems were detonated, and the power of rules overflowed. Mangogo was actually restricted by the self-protection rule of the infinite gems. Opportunity! Kronos' eyes lit up. In a world without infinite gems from other worlds can absorb the power of rules of this world. Definitely, the premise is that the person who controls the infinite gems has this ability. Obviously, Kronos has such ability. Heavenly Dance Wheel. Kronos launched a battle array. 5 senses. Deprivation. And without hesitation, he directly deprived Mangogo of his 5 senses. 5 streams of light hit Mangogo. Bound by the power of the infinite gems' self-explosion, Mangogo could not move and could only watch Kronos hit him. Hit by the power of deprivation, Mangogo immediately fell into endless darkness. Except for thinking, he could not perceive anything. Can't deprive him of his 6th sense? Kronos' face changed, because he just wanted to deprive Mangogo of his 6th sense, but he didn't do it. To be precise, Kronos' intuition told him that if he really did it, he couldn't do it even if his mental power was drained. Because Mangogo's essence is a collection of countless lives' resentment and hatred, even Kronos can't deprive such a number of lives. If it weren't for Mangogo's physical body, deprivation of the 5 senses would be ineffective. It seems that he can't be restricted for long. Kronos' face was very ugly, because he couldn't think of a way to restrict Mangogo. Even if he was killed now, he would wake up. There are countless slow high fists in this multi-universe. But the subsequent awakening Mangogo will not be as powerful as the current one. Because all the lives have died, the resentment and hatred have been absorbed by the one in front of him. Kronos looked at the eternal spear beside him. Buzz! The tip of the eternal spear was aimed at Mangogo, and the tail of the spear was at Kronos' chest. Take a gamble. Kronos' divine power began to overflow. The power of the microcosm also began to burn without regard for the consequences. Crack! Crack! At this moment, all the stars in the parallel universes in the entire multi-universe all cracked. Mangogo, can you withstand this blow? Mangogo was restricted, giving Kronos time to gather energy. All the stars in the multi-universe exploded at this moment. A huge amount of star power rushed towards Kronos. This is impossible. How can he, a single-level god, destroy the stars of the entire multi-universe at the same time? The shadow ancient god looked ugly and stared at Kronos. At this moment, the power displayed by Kronos has already surpassed the level of super single body. It has even touched the threshold of multidimensionality. The 6 infinite gems on the eternal spear are also flashing wildly. The 6 the power of rules are blessed on the eternal spear. The last justice. Kronos poured all the huge amount of star power into the eternal spear gridier. This is Kronos' greatest secret in weapon manipulation. The spear of eternity has lost its entity. It turned directly into the light of a rainbow. The rainbow swept across Mangogo's body like a breeze. With the blessing of the power of rules of the 6 infinite gems, this attack directly wiped out Gogo from the aspects of reality, time, space, power, mind, and soul. Mangogo let out a whine. His body slowly dissipated. Did this Ragnarok succeed in stopping it, or not? Kronos looked at the dissipated Mangogo with a bitter smile. Because all the gods in this multi-universe have passed away, Ragnarok seems to have succeeded. The group of ancient gods in the shadow world also harvested all the gods except the Tarot Sanctuary. This multi-universe was also turned into a ruin under the battle between Mangogo and Kronos. Is the cycle of time started? This the moment when all the single worlds in the multi-universe were destroyed. The cycle of time began. Although they failed to kill Kronos, they also successfully harvested all the gods. Kronos, 3.4, let's go. Gia's voice sounded in Kronos' ears. What? Kronos was stunned. Let's go. Escape from this multi-universe. And when you achieve multi-dimensionality, come back to save us. Thanks to you, the 9 realms we are in have already escaped from the cycle of time. Free from time. This restart has bought us at least tens of thousands of years. Our goal has been achieved. Gia looked at Kronos. From the beginning, she had never thought that Kronos could defeat the group of ancient gods. After all, She herself was one of the 4 ancient gods of creation. She knew the power of the multiverse level very well. At the moment, the entire multi-universe was destroyed. The cycle of time began. She could take this opportunity to send Kronos out of the multi-universe directly. This was also the final plan she and Odin had discussed. In this universe controlled by the ancient gods, it is impossible to break through the multi-universe. The moment he transcends the dimension, Kronos will be surrounded and killed by the group of ancient gods. He will definitely not be able to hold on. So this is your plan? Kronos showed a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that I was actually calculated by others. Let's go. As Gia's voice fell, Kronos perceived an extremely powerful exile force pulling him. Gia, the shadow ancient god, looked at the exiled Kronos. His face was pale. Even the Hades god Scython and the serpent god Set, who were watching the battle, could not sit still. They all tried to stop him. Boom! Boom! A strong heartbeat sounded. The ancient gods all stopped. You are such a lunatic. The shadow ancient god showed fear on his face and could only watch Kronos being exiled. Because the sound of the heartbeat was that of Adam, the god eater. Kronos' body was constantly pulled by the exile force. He could leave this multi-universe space at any time. Because the previous battle with Mangogo had made this space quite fragile. All of this was within the calculation range of Odin and Gia. Their next task was to wait for rescue obediently. As for whether Kronos would come back, Gia believed that he would not make a mistake. As Kronos' figure disappeared, the back universe also returned to peace. Countless cosmic bubbles passed in front of Kronos. Kronos had reached a limit and could only let his body wander in the multi-universe. Anyway, with his current physical fitness, even if he crashed into the sun head-on, he would not be hurt by Cena. The divine clothes on his body also became very dim, and the eternal spear Gungnir turned into a non-substantial rainbow entwined around Kronos. Because of the star power and the power of the 6 infinite gems that Kronos finally infused, the characteristics of the eternal spear changed a little. The current eternal spear and the original eternal spear of Odin are 2 different weapons. The eternal spear, tempered by the power of stars, and the infinite gem's power of law, has been promoted. Just like Kronos' godhood. To put it simply, the current eternal spear has the ability to allow Kronos to cross the multi-universe. In front of the rainbow eternal spear, the multi-universe barrier is just a thicker piece of paper, which will break at the touch. Kronos' body, under the protection of the god cloth and the eternal spear, wanders in the gap between the multi-universe. The rainbow of the eternal spear seems to think that Kronos is far enough away from the original multi-universe, directly carrying Kronos' body into 10 multi-universe bubble balls. Then there are countless single-universe barriers. The eternal spear uses its last bit of power to teleport Kronos to the Earth in a single universe. Then it falls into a dormant state together with Kronos' god cloth. Kronos' body was captured by the Earth's gravity, falling rapidly towards the Earth. What is this? The satellite of the United States saw Kronos' body. Is it a human creature? Is it an alien? Many space experts came over. Find him. The faces of the senior executives were excited, as if they had discovered something incredible. But Kronos' body 27 disappeared after entering the atmosphere. Surrounded by azure light, it disappeared without a trace. Because of Kronos' godhood, the Earth star calendar is autonomously protecting this star life. Who is this? Professor X looked at the deep pit inside his manor, and then looked at the person in the deep pit with a blank face. At the moment, Professor X was already in a wheelchair, and his hair was gone, and he was very old. Not a mutant. Professor X frowned, and for some reason, he felt that the person in front of him might be a problem. Although the other party fell into a coma, the sense of oppression was very strong, as if he was not of the same species as them in terms of life level. Let's take him into the room first. It's not a good idea to lie like this, Professor X said to Beast Hank beside him. Hank walked directly into the deep pit after hearing this. He picked up Kronos. It's so heavy. Hank's face changed. Kronos was tall, about 1.85 meters tall, but he didn't look like a strong, muscular man in the traditional sense. With such a figure, the weight should be very standard. About 170 kilograms is more reasonable. But when Hank got it, he felt that Kronos' weight was very amazing. With his strength, he almost couldn't hold it. "What's wrong, Hank?" Professor X looked at Hank's face and asked. "Nothing. It's just that his weight is too amazing. I almost couldn't hold him." Hank answered truthfully. "How is it possible?" Professor X's face changed. Hank is a physical, strengthening mutant. Before he transforms, he is no different from an ordinary person. But once he transforms, his speed and strength are quite amazing. Apart from anything else, he definitely has at least several tons of strength. But such a person could hardly hold up the unconscious man in front of him. This made Professor X curious about Kronos' identity. Time passed quickly, and a month passed in a flash. Professor X came to see Kronos regularly every day. If he hadn't sensed Kronos' mental fluctuations, he would have thought Kronos was dead. It's impossible for a normal person to go without food or drink for a month. They had thought about giving Kronos some nutrient solution or saline solution. But unfortunately, Kronos' body was too strong. The needle couldn't get in at all. Out of curiosity, Wolverine Logan poked Kronos' body with his adamantium claws, but it didn't leave any marks. There were no white scratches. This also confirmed Professor X's guess that Kronos was not an Earthling. It should be a very powerful alien race. Otherwise, there is no way to explain a body. It's really too exaggerated. After 2 months of coma, Kronos finally opened his eyes. "You woke up." Jean Grey looked at Kronos in surprise. 2 months had passed since Professor X picked up Kronos. Kronos finally woke up. Such a burning breath. Is it Phoenix Force? Kronos looked at Jean Grey in front of him, and then glanced at her fiery red hair, and had guessed her identity. The famous Phoenix, Jean Grey. Then the news of Kronos' awakening spread throughout the entire Mutant Academy's teacher group. Almost all X-Men knew of Kronos' existence. "Excuse me, what time is it now?" Kronos looked at the familiar X-Men in front of him and knew that he should have completely left the multi-universe of Ragnarok. This multi-universe in front of him should belong to the timeline of Mutant. Listening to the time in the other person's mouth, Kronos realized that this should be before the destruction of Sentinel. "Thank you for saving me." Kronos nodded to Professor X and others to express his gratitude. "Can we talk?" Professor X looked at Kronos. He had never felt such a vast and huge spiritual power. No wonder the other party was in a coma for 2 months. He must have experienced an unknown war to exhaust such spiritual power. Definitely, Kronos didn't mind communicating with Professor X. The other party couldn't read his mind. Although Professor X was known as the strongest brain in human beings, in Kronos' opinion, Professor X's spiritual power was still too weak. Among the mutants, the strongest spiritual power should be Dakin. Not only can he absorb the spiritual power of mutants and make it his own personality, but he will also awaken other personalities from time to time. According to incomplete statistics, this guy has thousands of mutant abilities. Among them, more than 200 are Omega-level variant abilities, which is considered one of the strongest at the top of mutants. It's just not very controllable. By the way, I don't know how to call you yet. After everyone went out, Professor X looked at Kronos. "Kronos, my name." Kronos responded. Professor X's face flashed with surprise. "Your name is exactly the same as the god of time in Greek legend." Professor X obviously didn't expect Kronos to be this name. "Oh, really?" Kronos smiled indifferently. After all, it was just a small matter. "Kronos, you're not from Earth." Professor X looked at Kronos, wanting to hear his answer. "Strictly speaking, I am from Earth, but not from the Earth in your universe. You can think of me as someone from a parallel universe." Kronos' answer obviously exceeded Professor X's expectations. "You mean you're from another universe?" Professor X obviously knew about parallel universes. "Yes, I was exhausted after a great battle, so I fell into your universe." Kronos responded. Are you really a god? Professor X heard Kronos answer and thought that this Kronos was the same person as the Kronos in ancient Greece. I am indeed a god, but don't worry, I have no ill will towards the earth. Kronos saw Professor X's concerns. He could understand. Professor X was relieved when he heard Kronos' words. Even when the other party was unconscious, their group of mutants, who were known as the most powerful on Earth, could not cause any harm to Kronos. After the other party woke up, it was even more so. By the way, that red-haired woman, is she your teacher here? Her spiritual world has problems, and she may go berserk at any time. If I am not mistaken, the power in her body should be the Phoenix 5 that is widely spread in the multi-universe. I didn't expect there would be a human being who could carry the Phoenix Force. Kronos deliberately led the topic to Jean Grey. Do you know what's going on inside Jean? Professor X used honorifics directly. After all, there was no need to deceive Kronos, who was so powerful. At the same time, Professor X also knew why Kronos had such a huge mental power. After all, he was a god. It was not surprising that he had any mental power. Don't you know? Kronos looked at Professor X. To be honest, I put the seal in Jean's mind. I just don't want her to recall those past events. Professor X sighed. He knew that Jean's existence was like a time bomb. But now he was in a dilemma. Let her in. I'll take a look at her. It's a thank you for helping me. Kronos said. It's best to settle down at this time. After 2 months of sleep, his body and mind have recovered to their peak state. But it's obviously impossible for him to return to Ragnarok's multi-universe at this time. Besides, Mutant's parallel universe may bring him a little surprise. Good. Professor X was overjoyed. I didn't expect that the problem that has troubled me for more than 10 years can now be solved. Jean, come here. Professor X directly used telepathy to call Jean Grey into the room. What's wrong, Professor? Is there anything I can help you with? Jean walked in with a puzzled look. Kronos looked at Jean. How is it? Professor X obviously knew what Kronos was looking at. It could be solved. Kronos had his own ideas in his mind. It seems that he still hasn't given the holy clothes. If Jean Grey can become a saint under his command, then can he plan the Phoenix calendar? The complete Phoenix Force is an extremely powerful force in the omnipotent universe, a power of the super-universe level. Although it cannot reach the almighty universe level, if a battle for the ownerless dimension breaks out, the Phoenix Force will definitely be a very useful helper. Great! Professor X was overjoyed. Come out with me. Kronos walked out of the room and brought Jean to the manor to serve as a minister. Relax. Illusionary demon Emperor Fist. As he spoke, Kronos rushed out. Jean fell into a deep sleep. This move is a move against mental power, able to control other people's mental power. Who are you? The unconscious Jean woke up immediately. His eyes were dark, and the Phoenix calendar flowed through his body. Crystal wall. Kronos casually set up a crystal wall and enveloped 260 Jean inside. Interesting. Is this the Phoenix calendar? Kronos reached out and touched the flames burning next to Jean. A powerful force of annihilation was transmitted to Kronos' fingertips. Professor, are you okay? Cyclops looked at Jean now and felt very strange. Don't worry, it's okay. Professor X saw that Kronos could control Jean so easily, and his eyes showed surprise. He had seen Jean's power, although Jean was still very young at that time. But the power to annihilate everything made him feel scared now. It is worthy of being a well-known power in the Marvel Universe. Although it is just a fragment, the power level has reached level Godfather. Kronos was very surprised by the power of Phoenix Force. Do you want to become stronger? Kronos looked at Dark Phoenix. Strictly speaking, this is Jean's inner personality. Just like Hulk and Banner, the two personalities can be integrated. What? Dark Phoenix was stunned. She originally thought that Kronos was here to destroy her, like Professor X. But Kronos' words made her a little confused. Forget it, there's no point in talking to you. Corpse accumulated demon blue flame. Kronos was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly ignited the demon blue flame. Although the soul is the same soul, The personality is not the same personality. In short, there's a problem with the soul. Just fix it. Under Qin's screams, Dark Phoenix's personality and Qin's personality are perfectly integrated. The once sealed memory also returned to Qin's mind. Triple X, can you answer my question now? Do you want to become stronger? Do you want to control the Phoenix force in your body? Kronos looked at Qin. Yes. Qin nodded firmly. Very good. Kronos gave his small universe seed to Qin, and then directly enchanted a holy cloth. It is the sacred cloth of Phoenix. From today on, you are my subordinate god. Kronos showed a satisfied smile. After all, just coming to this universe, he has conquered the holder of Phoenix Force, which is a good start. But it is still very difficult to collect all the Phoenix Force fragments. After all, the fragments of Phoenix Force are scattered in more than one multi-universe. However, after all the Phoenix Force in this multi-universe is collected, at least it can push Jean's strength to the level of a super single body. Such strength is an absolute main force even in the dimensional war. The grasp of striving for the unmanned dimension is a little greater. Jean, is your problem really solved? Professor X asked in disbelief. After all, it was less than 10 minutes before and after. Yes, Professor, it has been solved. Although I still can't control the power in my body. Just when Professor X and others were delighted, Kronos turned on the overclocking of his 5 senses. Now, even if Kronos turned on the overclocking of his 5 senses all day long, it would not be a big problem. For people on Earth, Kronos is now equivalent to an omniscient and omnipotent god. At his level, even time and space have lost their meaning. Sure enough, Kronos turned off the overclocking of his 5 senses. In just a few minutes, Kronos has learned about the history of this Earth. Unlike the Earth where Ragnarok is located, there are no gods on this Earth. All the pantheons, whether Greek, Nordic, or Egyptian, are all legends. But there is an exception, that is the Celestials. In this multi-universe, there is no such thing as ancient gods and new gods. But the Celestials exist, and their actions are very frequent. In addition, the 4 abstract entities represented by Eternity and Galactus also have activity tracks in the universe. The Fantastic Four also exist, and Doom, the god of destruction. Although the Fantastic Four and Mutant exist, but there are no Avengers in this world, nor the Illuminati. Can I consider developing my power in this universe? Kronos pondered the feasibility. If we simply compare the Ragnarok universe and the Mutant universe, the difference in strength is not big, especially in the high-end combat power range. The Ragnarok universe may be even stronger. Although some settings of Mutant are very powerful, the performance is not strong. However, in normal situations, the Mutant universe is much more dangerous. Especially the timeline of this universe is quite chaotic. According to what Kronos perceives, the village has been restarted at least 3 to 5 times. Kronos can only express helplessness about Mutant's love of restarting the timeline. Moreover, the timeline of the Mutant universe is completely different from that of the Ragnarok universe. In the Ragnarok timeline, if you change the past, it will not change the future. Instead, a new parallel universe will be derived. It is equivalent to the moment you change time, the world forks from here. It is already 2 worlds. But the timeline of the Mutant universe is not like this. Instead, it appears directly in the form of overlay. For example, Wolverine used Shadowcat's ability to travel to the past. Then he changed the previous things and interfered with the course of history. Then from the moment Wolverine changed history, everything that happened afterwards no longer existed, swallowed by the torrent of time. Only Wolverine himself remembers the story that happened in the old timeline. This is time overlay. These are almost 2 completely different forms of expression. The first one is closer to reality. The second one is closer to film and television works. Normally, things that have happened in the past cannot be changed, that is history, unless your strength is strong enough to interfere with time. For example, the Shadow Ancient Gods in the Ragnarok multi-universe. They can break time at will and cut out a time stream from it, then constantly restart. It's like a movie that automatically loops at the end. This is the most basic human control of time. What surprised Kronos even more was that there were also dimensional Mephistas in this mutant parallel universe, but the number was far less than that of the Ragnarok universe. The Sorcerer Supreme and the Holy Place also existed, and their manifestations were similar to those of the Ragnarok universe. And the ancient one magician of this universe was still alive, and there were only two with obvious dimensional Mephistas. The first was the Lord of the Crimson Universe, Sidorak. It is said that the Juggernaut in Mutant came from Sidorak. In some parallel universes, the strength of Juggernaut is even stronger than Hulk. As for the second, it is Kronos' old friend, the Lord of Hell Mephisto. That's right, this evil demon has appeared again. There is no way. Hell is an indispensable existence, no matter which parallel universe it is in. After all, it is the one who helps death manage the dead souls. It is different from the universe of Ragnarok. Kronos is not a native. It is very difficult to establish good interpersonal relationships. So if Kronos wants to quickly conquer this world, only the seeds of the small universe can do it. Forced to conquer, Kronos thought about it and gave up the idea. After all, mutants' abilities are all kinds of strange, and you don't know what strange abilities will suddenly appear. In the Marvel world, there are two theories about the origin of mutant. The first is that a long time ago, there was a member of the Celestials called the Ancestor. The Ancestor came to Earth about 4 billion years ago. But in the process of coming to Earth, he was infected by the natural enemy nest of the Celestials. In the end, the Ancestor died in pain. After death, the Ancestor's body was divided and integrated into the surface of the Earth. In the process of constant evolution, some humans were born with super abilities. This is what later became mutant. Another origin is also related to the Celestials. In ancient times, the Celestials came to Earth and used their genes to experiment on humans on Earth at that time. But at first, humans did not show any extraordinary abilities. The Celestials believed that human genes were not compatible with the Celestials, so they left Earth. But as time went on, the X gene gradually adapted to the human body and perfectly adapted to the human body. Then humans with the X gene were born with super abilities. This is also one of the origins of mutant. But no matter which origin it is, it cannot avoid the genes of the Celestials. The Celestials have created many powerful races, such as the Eternals and the Deviants. But the most famous one is definitely the Transcendent Protoss. After all, the multi-universe experiment of the death of all things was started by this group of Transcendent Protoss. Kronos wondered why the Color Celestials were so committed to creating new races, and each one was more powerful than the other. He didn't believe there was no story behind this. After all, the example of the first firmament was right in front of them. Aren't they afraid that they will be overthrown by the race they created one day? After thinking it over, Kronos still felt that it should be related to the first firmament. However, the Celestials are different from the first firmament. The creatures they created only seem perfect. In fact, they have great flaws. For example, mutants look perfect, but most of them are uncontrollable, and their upper limit of strength is extremely obvious. There are very few who can reach the super universe level. Most Omega mutants stop at the multi-universe level, which is already the limit. The Eternals have a long lifespan and strong power. It seems that there is no problem. But the Eternals have a disease called Eternal Demon Disease. This disease is a terminal illness for the Eternals. There is also the Transcendent Protoss. This is already a race that is very close to perfection. But there is a very serious problem. That is, the Transcendent Protoss is a linear race. The simple understanding is that the transcendent gods cannot reverse time. A race at the almighty universe level cannot reverse time. Who would believe this? But the reason why the transcendent gods were defeated in the end was this. This only weakness was caught by Doom, the Doctor of Destruction. While thinking, Kronos walked into the manor. At the moment, Professor X had just finished teaching the students. "Kronos, you seem to be worried?" Professor X asked, looking at the thoughtful expression on Kronos' face. "Just thinking about something." "Charles, do you know your mutants?" Kronos looked at Professor X. He thought of a possibility, which is also the possibility that the Celestials have been creating a supernatural race. But in the end, the Celestials' experiment was still realized on the mutants. Kronos always felt very strange. Mutants are said to be very powerful, but their bodies are very fragile. For example, Magneto can control the magnetic field and even stop the rotation of the Earth. It's powerful enough, right? But a non-metallic bullet will take his life. For example, Storm is also an Omega-level mutant. She can control thunder and change the celestial phenomena at will. It's also very powerful, but a bullet can also take his life. Professor X is said to have the most powerful brain in the world. With the help of the brain wave switch, Professor X can make all the humans on the Earth brain dead in a very short time. But he was crippled by a bullet. Mutant's ability is more like conforming to the law. That is to say, Mutant can directly use the power of the law, instead of storing power in his own body. This is one of the reasons why Mutant is powerful, but his physical fitness cannot keep up. There are also mutants with very strong bodies. But such mutants often do not have the ability to master elements or other rules. For example, Colossus, his only ability is to make himself steel. This power can even directly change the material structure of his body. It is the best manifestation of mastering the law. Mutants with a high degree of conformity to the law are naturally more perfect. Mutants with a low degree of conformity to the law will naturally have defects. There are also some mutants with special physiques who can awaken one or more abilities. But there will be more or less sequelae. The most typical one is the group, because the body and mental strength of mortals cannot bear so much power of law, so out of self-protection mechanism, his consciousness will split. This is what Kronos guessed. It's just because the power of mutant is completely different from that of Odin, Zeus, and other gods. I think I understand it. Professor X thought for a moment and responded. Then where do you think the power of you mutants comes from? Or, do you know what your power comes from? Kronos looked at Professor X. Hearing what Kronos said, Professor X's face changed. He really hadn't thought about this question. Because mutants' ability is innate, who would think about the source of power? In Professor X's view, the source of mutants' power is the X gene in the body. Your mutant tribe is very powerful. I have perceived many powerful individuals in Xavier Mutant Academy. For example, Jean, for example, Bobby. They all have great potential, even more powerful than many gods I know. But the way your power is expressed is completely different from ours. The power of the gods is reflected in their godhood, body, and reserves of divine power. That is to say, our existence is almost perfect from the spirit to the flesh, and then to the energy zone contained in the body. And you mutants, in my opinion, are more like directly relying on the power of law. Controlling the law, this is the realm of the true gods. Kronos' words made Professor X confused, but he seemed to understand what Kronos meant. So you mean, the source of mutants' ability is God? Professor X frowned and said this. This was something he had never thought of before. Yes, it must be God, and the so-called X gene, in my opinion, is more like a gene fragment of God. Kronos' words completely stunned Professor X. The source of mutants' ability is God. This idea has never occurred to him. With a mortal body, follow the calendar of law. Charles, the problem of the mutant race is much more serious than you think. You have to know that the extraordinary race cannot live with humans. One of the two sides will always have to give in. Do you think it will be humans, or you who control the power of law? Kronos' words directly revealed the truth of the current conflict between mutants and humans. Humans regard mutants as freaks, and some mutants believe that their own tribe is the ultimate direction of human evolution. This is the contradiction between the two sides. Is there no hope? Professor X asked without giving up. In a world with supernatural powers, creatures with powerful supernatural powers have the right to speak. It is a luxury for the strong to follow the system and laws established by the weak. Even if he follows it now, one day he will find that it doesn't matter if he doesn't follow it. the rule of law will still collapse. The social form of your Earth has fallen into deformity. Mutants and humans fight each other and consume each other. Mutants have different ideas and fight each other. Under such a balance of three forces, the deformed form of your society was born. When you or Magneto dies, this society, Kronos, will collapse instantly. I have observed the timeline of your world. It has been restarted at least 3 to 5 times. Do you know what this means? Kronos looked at Professor X. It has been restarted 3 to 5 times. Professor X's face suddenly became ugly. Yes, it is just as you think. Your world has experienced at least 3 to 5 doomsdays. You should know the ending very well without me telling you. In the end, it was you, the mutants, who were defeated. You changed history to save such an ending. Humans are really amazing beings. They can defeat the mutants who hold the power of God with the power of technology. Kronos said in admiration, whether in the past life or this life, there are always some human talents that exceed the current limit. This kind of people are called geniuses, and the geniuses in the Marvel Universe are countless. For example, Nathaniel Richards, the descendant of Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards. You may not be familiar with the name, but you should be familiar with it if you change the name. Conqueror Khan. That's right. It is the remnant who discovered the existence of multi-universe in the MCU timeline and founded the Time Administration Bureau. Being able to establish the Time Administration Bureau with the power of mortals and control time, is already a manifestation of wisdom beyond ordinary people. Charles, you and Eric are right to go their own way. It also temporarily stabilizes the current social form. But you have to know that this road of yours is a dead end. Kronos looked at Professor X and said lightly, Professor X and Magneto are rivals and friends. Because they can't see the future of the mutant tribe, the two decided to walk on 2 legs. 1 leg to conquer, 1 leg to get along. But the two went further and further in the collision, and their relationship became more and more tense. The final result is that both sides are hurt. Is it really impossible for mutants to coexist peacefully with humans? Professor X looked dejected. He didn't think Kronos was kidding him. Such a powerful person is already an omnipotent god on Earth. Even Jean's Phoenix Force and Blacken's personality can be easily solved by Kronos. What's the point of lying to such an existence? There is only one way. That is a sufficiently powerful external enemy. When the external threat is large enough, the internal contradictions will be infinitely reduced. It may even be temporarily put aside. Professor X was silent after hearing Kronos' words. He naturally knew that what Kronos said was true. But if such a powerful external enemy is really encountered by the Earth, it would be an extremely unfortunate thing. It might be the collective extinction of humans and mutants. We can only take it one step at a time. And according to what you said, the timeline of our universe has been restarted 1 to 5 times. It means that we may still have a chance to try and make mistakes. Isn't it? Professor X smiled helplessly. He knew that this was like walking on a tightrope on a cliff. If they made a mistake, they would be doomed. Don't underestimate yourself. Remember what I just said? The X gene in your mutant is likely to be the gene of God. As long as your mutant tribe can be ruthless, it is entirely possible to achieve peace on Earth. While I was observing the timeline, I found a very interesting mutant. He is called Apocalypse, and can also be called the first mutant. It has a history of about 4,000 years. Under his leadership, ancient Egypt reached its heyday. Countless humans regarded him as a god. The 4 horsemen of Apocalypse are the 4 mutants under his command, although they disappear in the end because of the betrayal of humans. But you may try his way, Kronos said with a hint of meaning. In Kronos' opinion, the mutant group is the same as Superman. They are all bound by the concepts they grew up with. Although they want to rule humans, their purpose is not to truly rule humans. Instead, they want to integrate into the human group and gain recognition from the human group. This is the core point. If mutant was a little more ruthless, the entire Earth would have been taken over by mutant. Kronos remembered that during the multi-universe collision crisis, the Illuminati once destroyed an Earth. On this Earth, the United States did not erect the Statue of Liberty, but Magneto. This shows that Magneto successfully unified the world, became the absolute 910 king of the entire world, and the development of that world was still not affected. Humans are very complex creatures, but in essence, humans can also be domesticated. At least in Kronos' opinion, this is the case. Mutants want to live in peace with humans, but it's just a dream. There will always be people who worry about inequality rather than scarcity. There's also a very interesting phenomenon in the previous life, that is, they were afraid of their brother's suffering, but they were very afraid of their brother's driving Land Rover. We can really have nothing, but you can't have anything. The contradiction between mutants and humans lies here. We don't have super abilities, so why can you see it? Not to mention that most mutants, after having powerful powers, still regard themselves as superior. Who can stand this? Being oppressed by the boss in the company can make people's blood pressure rise, let alone the relationship between mutants and humans. There's a deep meaning behind what Kronos said. The current mutant group is not having an easy time. Moreover, although the current timeline has been restarted, it is about to end, because Kronos saw the development of Sentinel. In the mutant timeline of 20th Century Fox, Days of Future Past tells the story of this doomsday. This is Kronos' chance to conquer mutant. After the conversation with Professor X, Kronos came to the sky above the Earth. The God Cloth and the Eternal Spear are both absorbing the power of the stars in the universe here. Finally, it has recovered. Kronos breathed a sigh of relief after taking a look at the God Cloth and the Eternal Spear. The previous battle also caused the God Cloth to be damaged. Fortunately, this kind of artifact has a powerful self-repair ability. Otherwise, Kronos would not be able to find anyone in this universe to repair his God Cloth. The Eternal Spear has even unlocked a new posture, turning into a rainbow. Kronos is quite satisfied with this. Having this multi-universe experience is not a bad thing. At least the eighth sense of the microcosm has already been figured out. Kronos closed his eyes and felt the power of his microcosm. As long as he successfully breaks through the eighth sense, Kronos' basic combat power can jump from level single universe to super level single universe. With the divine clothes and the eternal spear, as well as the special space-crossing power of the eighth sense. Even a multi-universe level existence cannot kill Kronos. If I can't beat him, I can run away. Reference to the battle between Miss America and Wanda of the United States. If I can't beat him, I will just run to other universes. Although I still can't really compete with the strong men of the multi-universe. But at least I won't lose my life. In the following time, he and Kronos were basically in a state of seclusion in order to break through their eighth sense. And the Eternal Spear integrated the power of Law of the Space Gem, which just provided help to Kronos. On the basis of the lock of the power of time, the calendar of space expanded in Kronos cells. Buzz! Divine power covers the body, and the Godhead suppresses the cells. Kronos is now experiencing a metamorphosis, a cellular metamorphosis, under the blessing of time and space. Every cell in Kronos' body is evolving the universe. It can be said that every cell of Kronos is undergoing a Big Bang. But what Kronos did not notice is that the 6 rays of law representing the infinite gems on the Spear of Eternity are also constantly integrating into Kronos' body. Half an hour later, Kronos' body finally stopped shaking. The last cell in his body also completed the Big Bang. Now, every cell in Kronos' body is like a real universe. What Kronos has to do now is to constantly fill his cells with stars. And it is very important that the universe evolved by Kronos cells is real. If Kronos falls now, the cells that have lost Kronos' godhead and mental power will explode completely, directly turned into a complete but unevolved multi-universe. Although it is not yet a true multi-universe level, Kronos is now more like a god than those multi-universe gods. Finally reached this step, Kronos opened his eyes. At this moment, The single combat power of Trans-Norse soared directly to the peak of the super-level single universe. How far is the distance? Just one step away. But Kronos knows very well that this one step away is like a natural moat. Countless creatures are stuck at this step and cannot move. Next, it's the ninth sense, the will of the gods. Perhaps as long as I understand the will of the gods, the cells in my body can really evolve into living beings. At that time, countless creatures will cultivate the power of the microcosm. My power will be even stronger. Kronos thought is said to be the will of the gods, but the evolution of Kronos' microcosm is more like Omega, but it is just a different path to the same destination. The two can be superimposed and do not conflict. Just as Kronos was thinking, his mental strength suddenly felt very tired. It seemed that he would fall asleep in the next second. Impossible. He was able to force my spiritual power to sleep. Kronos was shocked. Just when he was about to resist, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, Kronos seemed to have come to the end of all things. There were countless souls here, and at the end of the soul, there seemed to be some fatal attraction. Kronos couldn't help but walk there. What is this? When he saw countless souls, Kronos had already guessed who wanted to see him. No wonder he was able to force my spiritual power to sleep. Kronos sighed helplessly. In front of this death, there were not many people in the entire multi-universe who could resist. You are finally here. Immortal soul. A very pleasant voice came into Kronos' mind. At this moment, Kronos felt that his soul was transparent. It was as if he had received huge amounts of baptism. Goddess of death. Kronos' eyes were solemn. Just the sound made his mental power tremble a few times. It was incredible. Da-da-da. The footsteps slowly approached from the darkness. Death was wrapped in a black robe and dressed very simply, as if she was the same as a female beggar on the street. But when he saw the face of Death, Kronos was so amazed that he couldn't speak. It seemed that all the words of praise in the world lost their effect at this moment. No wonder Thanos was doomed to eternal damnation with just one glance. She even slaughtered the universe and sacrificed her life. Kronos sighed. The face of the goddess of death did not have a fixed image. Instead, it was a face of a skull. But it made people feel very amazing. It was as if they had seen the most beautiful thing originally. And the face of death can be shown according to the most perfect appearance in everyone's heart. What kind of death do you want to see? That's what kind of death. At this moment, Kronos thought of a sentence in Buddhism. Buddha has no form, but takes all living beings as his form. The goddess of death explains this point very well. Death, why do you want to see me? The current Kronos is no longer the Kronos who just condensed the godhood. And what death came with was not his real body, but just the embody of the current universe. The multi-universe cannot bear the body of the goddess of death. That is why Kronos can remain rational in the face of death. You should know very well, Kronos. Your soul is the most dazzling existence in the entire omnipotent universe. I don't even know why a soul like yours would appear in the omnipotent universe. Death's eyes revealed his attachment to Kronos. For Death, nothing is more attractive than Kronos' soul. Even her beloved Deadpool is no more than that. Looking at the infatuation in Death's eyes, Kronos was a little unbelievable. Are you in love with me? Kronos is very clear about the origin of his soul. Although I don't know which world is more powerful, the world of the previous life or the world of Marvel. But Kronos knows very well. The world of the previous life must be much higher than this world. After all, the entire Marvel world is just a comic book of the previous life. Although there is also the origin editorial department in the Marvel world. But it is essentially Marvel's editors who create a way for the characters to communicate with the audience. Even if Marvel's characters break the fourth wall, they can only walk within the setting. What they say, what they do, and even the behavior of breaking the fourth wall are all determined by the editorial department. If there is anyone in this world who can sense the specialness of Kronos' soul, perhaps only Death can do so. Exists like Mephisto, although he can perceive the dazzling and enchanting soul of Kronos. but he does not know how rare Kronos' soul is. But Death knows that it is the only one in the entire omnipotent universe. Yeah, unfortunately, you are still too weak now. Death looked at Kronos with regret. Hearing Death's words, Kronos felt that it was unreal. This is the embodiment of Marvel's death rule. She actually fell in love with him. You should know that Thanos, who is obsessed with death, and Deadpool, who is loved by death, are essentially just toys of death, to kill the boring time in the long years. Interesting. Kronos looked at Death and had a plan in his mind. The favor of the goddess of death is a godsend. Then can you help me? Kronos looked at Death. Help you? Death's eyes flashed with confusion. She did not understand what Kronos meant. Definitely, become my exclusive rule. Kronos looked at Death. The evolution of a world must have a rule representing death to be perfect. Kronos seemed to have found a way to understand the will of the gods. That is to integrate the rule into his own cell universe. Definitely. But you are not strong enough now, Death said intimately in Kronos' ear. The gentle words made Kronos' heart tremble. Who can resist such a goddess? Originally, Kronos wanted to scold Thanos in his heart as a dead licker. But after seeing Death, Kronos just wanted to say that Thanos should lick. It was simply irresistible. I know, when I'm strong enough, I will take the initiative to find you. Kronos looked at Death and reached out to stroke the other's cheek. Death showed a gentle smile and put his face in Kronos' palm. Then we have a deal. Death smiled, like the brightest light in the world. It's agreed. Kronos responded affirmatively. You should go back. We can't keep in touch for too long. Hope gently pushed, and Kronos felt his soul retreating rapidly. They began to rise constantly. Kronos knew that he was about to wake up. Sure enough, the next moment, he felt weightless, and Kronos' soul fell directly into his body. Kronos, who had originally closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. This is an unexpected gain. Kronos clearly remembered his conversation with Death. And under the baptism of Death, his soul and mental power seemed to become more transparent. Even the light of the stars above the Godhead became brighter. Is this the gift you gave me? Kronos understood that this was done by Death. This meeting with Death made Kronos' soul no longer rejected by Marvel's omnipotent universe. With the recognition of the rule of Death, Kronos now, even if he said that he came from a universe outside Marvel, I am afraid that those great gods would not believe it. It feels so transparent, not bad. Kronos was very satisfied with this meeting. The baptism of Death has helped him open the door to diversity. Next, as long as the cellular universe in his body is completely evolved, it can be incorporated into the rules. As for the power of rules, Kronos has already found a group. What could be more suitable than the mutant group? Originally, they carry the gene that contains rules, and they can master the rules at will. As long as the plan goes smoothly, the mutant will be at peace. Kronos can always find and incorporate the rules he needs in the mutant group. Although Kronos can suppress them by force, the rules also have their own will. The effect of force suppression is definitely not as good as active submission. The main goal is sustainable development. Have you come to this world? Kronos was a little surprised. Kronos stood up and came to the office where Professor X was. Kronos, you are awake. Kronos' retreat, this time, was also very long. It was longer than his previous coma. Kronos naturally knew about this. He began to break through and completed the breakthrough 3 months ago. That is to say, his encounter with Death was only a short moment in his perception. But in fact, 3 full months have passed. You want to know where the medicine that suppresses mutant ability comes from? Kronos glanced at everyone in the office. Definitely, you know. Professor X's eyes lit up. Logan, Bobby, Scott, and others also looked at Kronos. I definitely know. But why should I tell you? Kronos smiled with interest. What do you want? Professor X asked. Give me a drop of blood each. Kronos thought for a moment and replied. Kronos wanted to know if there were any fragments of the law in mutants' blood. In other words, can he complete the inclusion of the law of the universe in his body through mutants' blood and shit? Now, Professor X asked without hesitation. He didn't hesitate at all. Everyone in the office looked at Professor X in amazement, as if they didn't know each other. You know, the most taboo thing for mutant is to be studied. After all, it's not a good memory. But Professor X answered without hesitation, and everyone in the office realized one thing. That is, Kronos is really not simple. Definitely not now. Just agree. Kronos waved his hand, indicating that it was not now. After all, the cellular universe in his body has not been completely formed. The stars in the universe have not been formed. And one of the reasons why Kronos did not force mutant to subdue. That is, Kronos wants to know whether mutant will become more powerful after becoming more powerful. If it is feasible, then it will greatly save Kronos time to integrate into the law. Charles, do you remember what I said to you before? Only God can suppress the power of God. Only law can suppress law. Kronos raised his hand lightly, and a potion floated in front of Kronos. In this potion, I sense the power to eliminate the law. That is to say, there is a high probability that a mutant who can suppress all mutant abilities has been born in your mutant group. Kronos' words made everyone present change their expressions. Kronos, are you telling the truth? Logan spoke first, because this matter is a devastating blow to the entire mutant group, as long as that mutant is controlled. The rest of the mutants have almost no chance of survival. Definitely, I never lie. Kronos smiled and put the potion back on the table. Has it come to this? Hearing Kronos' words, Professor X seemed to have aged several years in an instant. His spirit and energy declined at a speed visible to the naked eye. The existence of that mutant was a huge amount of threat to the entire mutant race. And the best way for them to eliminate this threat was to kill that mutant. And the kind that didn't even leave a corpse. But how innocent was the other party? The famous train problem was placed in front of Professor X. Kronos, as I said before, the end of the mutant? Or is the end of this world because of him? Professor X looked at Kronos. Do you want to know what I saw on the timeline? Kronos looked up at the professor. There are many factors that led to the destruction of the mutant. In one of the timelines, humans developed food that can inhibit the mutant gene. Then it will be widely promoted around the world. As long as you eat this kind of food, the mutant's ability will be suppressed and then gradually disappear. Your final outcome will be Alzheimer's disease, and you will not be able to control your ability. You will die from Logan's clone in the end. Kronos' words instantly made Professor X's face lose all color. Pale as a bee, he knew that Kronos would not lie to him. Can you see the future? Storm stared at Kronos. Not only the future, I can also see the past. I am Kronos. Hearing this, Storm seemed to understand something and glanced at Professor X. Seeing the other party's undoubted look, he confirmed his guess in his heart. Is there another ending? Scott asked without giving up. Definitely. I have seen all kinds of strange ways for mutant to exterminate the clan here. What version do you want to hear? I want to hear mutant being exterminated by Sentinel. I still want to hear mutant being wiped out with one word. Kronos smiled faintly, but everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Charles, I told you, your hesitation will kill you. The existence of mutant is inseparable from human beings. Even if the current mutants are all dead, new mutants will be born in the future, although their parents may be ordinary people. But the X gene in their bodies can complement each other. As long as you meet complementary genes, there's a chance of giving birth to a child carrying the X gene. As Eric said, mutant is the new direction of human evolution. Kronos thought of the Eternals. This race was also created by the Celestials. They are more perfect than mutants, long lifespan, and relatively controllable and powerful strength, and the appearance is almost the same as that of humans. Isn't this a new direction of human evolution? It's just that change requires bloodshed. But as long as the dominance of mutants is confirmed, in the years to come, there will be no conflict between mutants and humans. Definitely not absolute. In Kronos' eyes, this matter is actually very easy to solve. After all, in the extraordinary world, power is the only right to speak. And the solution has been clearly stated in the high-level martial arts novels of the previous life. Why do those children have to awaken their own superpowers when they reach a certain age? Why is the social system of the high-level martial arts world relatively stable? Although superpowers and warriors are all superior people, enjoying most of the benefits of society, but they also bear their due responsibilities. For example, maintaining social stability and surrounding the safety of the world. In the Marvel Universe, to some extent, the crisis is greater than those in the high-tech world. There are always crises of annihilation. For example, the planet Devourer descends on Earth. For example, Thanos' Infinite Gems incident. For example, the big incident of Annihilus, the big incident of Symbiote, the big incident of Mephista, etc. Kronos had made it very clear before, a powerful enough external enemy. But unfortunately, Professor X and others still didn't realize the deep meaning of Kronos' words. The existing social system is deformed. Only change can make this world truly strong. Professor Tian Shui is gone. Hank walked in hurriedly. What's wrong? Professor X was called back to his senses by Hank's voice. Magneto has found a laboratory to study the potion. Mutant Brotherhood has begun to gather. Hank's voice was solemn. The atmosphere in the room became more depressing. TSK, TSK, TSK. Charles, Eric is always more courageous than you. Kronos' voice broke the silence. Go. This may be the last battle for you mutants. Oh, by the way, this potion is not permanent. According to my estimation, he should be able to maintain the formation at most. In other words, if you want to suppress the mutant's ability, you need to inject 1 injection a year. This is no different from the inhibitor potion Hank once created. After saying that, Kronoki turned and left the office. The power of law also cancels each other out. Although the boy's body contains the law of elimination, but under the constant consumption of the X gene, it will naturally lose its effect over time. Professor Logan and others looked at Professor X, the spiritual leader of the X-Men. They were waiting for Professor X's order. They knew this choice was difficult. If they choose to help the Mutant Brotherhood, then there is no doubt. This will push the entire mutant group to the opposite side of humans. But if they choose to help humans, the status of mutants will be infinitely lowered. Even in the end, this kind of medicine will become a weapon for harvesting mutants. If you don't inject, you are an alien, you will be hunted down, and you will be placed in prison. You will live a life worse than death. But if you inject, it costs money. It may be cheap at the beginning, but it may become more and more expensive in the future. This is capital. It seems that no matter which path you choose, it is a dead end. Maybe Eric is really right. Professor X's thoughts have been shifted under Kronos' indoctrination. The timeline has been restarted 3 to 5 times, which means that he and Eric have failed at least 3 to 5 times. This has made Professor X's heart very struggling. Not to mention, just now, after hearing the way he finally died, he couldn't accept it. He has been committed to the peaceful coexistence of mutants and humans. But in the end, he died under the technological means of humans. Kronos is right. There must always be a dominant position. Change always brings bloodshed and sacrifice. Go. Help Eric. Professor X's eyes became quite firm. What? Storm, Logan, and others couldn't believe their ears. I didn't expect that they would join forces with Mutant Brotherhood one day. Kronos is right. Maybe Eric's path is right. But it can't be said to be completely right. We need to determine the dominant position of mutant, and determine that mutant is the direction of human evolution in the future. Change is always accompanied by bloodshed and sacrifice. What we need to do is to minimize bloodshed and sacrifice. Eric is responsible for conquest, and we can be responsible for construction.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.